fuck it, we ball becomes far more weighty once we account for the pre-existing axiom that is, ball is life. For the latter effectively transforms the former into, fuck it, we live. And what maxim could be more gravely important than that which urges man to persist at all costs?
Yes, yes, damn bitch, yes. Do not try this at home. I don't know about sex. I have to blast this guy's cock. I'll have you know, I masturbate to cooking shows.
I suck my brother.
You suck your brother.
Thank God nobody else can see this.
Don't you fucking dare. God fucking damn it. It's always the whites. Ignore the cum, okay? Bravo 6 going dark. If it's your own kid, it's different. Because you can beat them as much as you want. I got to find out what happened to my foreskin. You look at these legs, and you tell me that Meals on Wheelchair is not getting fucked over in the future. They didn't even give him a wheelchair. All will hear is it's going to fix their parents' divorce and suck their cock under the table and do their laundry. And they'll finally have a girlfriend.
Oh, I hear a moose. Oh my God!
Let's see if this kills me. Oh, yeah. No, that killed me. For legal reasons, on this stream, this is water. Okay, now I understand why no one cares about this game. When am I getting molested in this office? Dong is for absolutely everyone. Don't let them tell you that only kids can enjoy dong. One of them was Dragon Ball Z porn, and the other was RuneScape. I think we need to give the Germans back the ovens. Dead grandma! Why the fuck do they keep killing all the hot, tall, 8-foot-tall mommies? Fuck Australia, it's full of criminals. This is what streamers do, this is what the professionals do, is they find creative people who have good ideas, they fucking steal them, and then they never credit them. That's how they, you know... 9 to 11 cats in my life, depending on... That's not a 9/11 joke, by the way. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian. Yeah, look, that Twitch ad is still going on. I'm still trying to time the intro so that it's done by the time the fucking ad is done. And I haven't gotten it right yet, but I'll get it right one day. One day, I will get rid of these goddamn ads. I will find a way. There's got to be someone who can, like, jailbreak Twitch and get rid of that shit. Gives me time to set something up because I just registered I didn't. Where is it? There it is. Right, there we go. Okay, so I was gonna wait until Jimmy got in here. What up? What up? You know what? I gotta find something to say. Like, when I start a stream, I've gotta find some catchy bullshit thing that gets, like, people to, like, think I'm cool. So I've got to say something like all the cool YouTubers do, like, what up my Cooners, Goomers, and Zoomers? Coming back at you with another episode of Touching Children. Something, you know, that works with all of them. But no, okay. It's fantastic that you're here, Jimmy. It's fantastic. It actually makes things really easy for me, because I can immediately give you advice on what the Void told me, right? So, more gym stories. I was in the gym yesterday and this morning, right? And I made a massive mistake. I made channel termination any percent. It's fucking coming. It's coming. Just give it time, Eraser. It's gonna get there. It's inevitable. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. I made a mistake in the gym by helping Jimmy out. So, my future's on kick. Fuck no. Jesus Christ. God no. Kick will ban you for saying bad words, but then keep the guy online who was like sexually molesting a passed out woman on a couch. So I don't think there's a future there. Mostly because I don't have a couch to sexually molest people on. That's my biggest issue. Right? So. No, I didn't drop the soap in the shower in the reel. That's not a mistake. That's something you do on purpose. But I made a big mistake by asking the Void for assistance with Jimmy's problem. So, the reason I say that is because yesterday I asked the Void for help with Jimmy's problem. And then today, the Void was there. That big muscular black man who looks like a shadow walking around the gym was there. And he caught me. He caught me doing something, and he couldn't stand it. Please don't call your wife the Void. My wife is not a big, like a big muscular black man, so I'm not referring to her. I mean, she is non-white because she's Greek, but that's a different issue. Also, thanks for the follow. Les Wex Nerf-funded account. What a fucking name. Jesus Christ. So, the mistake I made was asking for assistance with Jimmy because he asked me to ask that guy. Because today, in the gym, the Void caught me. He saw me doing something very specific. He caught me in the Smith machine doing squats. And I think he felt that was like a cardinal sin. Because he pulls me out of the Smith machine and he's like, let me help you with your squats. Don't use the Smith machine. Let's just put the bar on your back, slap some weights on, and I'll spot you. So first of all, he doubles the weight. So I'm going there. I've got like maybe 40 kilograms on my back, and I'm having a good time. Not too bad. It's just regular squats, 8 sets of 5. Nothing that egregious, right? Because I'm going for consistency, not muscle growth. I'm going high volume. And he's like, no. We need to fix this right now. So he pulls me out of the Smith machine, and he's like, I will spot you doing weights outside of the Smith machine. Just put the fucking bar on your back. It'll be fine. I'll get the pad just so that it like sits on your shoulders and doesn't like fall through your spine. Then he slaps fucking 80 kilograms on my back. He fucking puts 80 kilograms on my back and he makes me do 3 sets of 8. I nearly met God in that gym. I nearly fucking died under that weight. My God, my legs are so fucking sore right now. I had to go downstairs when I got home from the gym, and I had to spend a good goddamn hour massaging fucking Tiger Balm into both my legs just so I could move again. He looked at, and when I was done with the squats, I burned up my central nervous system. I was so goddamn gone. And he was like, well done, that was a good warm-up. And I'm like, oh. But he was fucking with me. He was like, congratulations. He was really fucking with me. But I don't doubt that for that man with legs that big, like how fat my stomach is like the size of one of his thighs. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was just a warm-up to that guy. But my God, my legs are so sore. I feel like I should actually own a wheelchair. Not just for the sake of diversity, but just so I can move the fuck around. Because God damn it. That fucking hurt. That hurt so much. And the last set that last set of 8, I think it was the last 4, I could no longer feel my legs, and I couldn't see straight anymore. And he was just like, just go, it's just 4 more, it's just 4 more, it's just 4 more. Well, I should say it in his accent, just 4, it's just 4, do 4, it's just 4. Come on, I can see, you can do this. And I was like, oh my god. Oh my god, he's trying to kill me. But no, I got through that. And then, like, I cried in the shower downstairs. And when I was trying to put on my pants to go home, I sat on, like, the gym bench in the changing room, and I just stared at a wall for a good 30 minutes, just waiting for the pain to stop. What's up, Iconic? How you doing? Aren't you online 8 hours early? I'm online 2 weeks early. Chill day. So, since Jimmy's here, what's your goal? 140 kilograms. No, I don't have a goal like that, Jesse. My goal is purely consistency, strength, and force. I don't actually care about
Arnold
muscular
would do
growth.
Before he starred in Terminator. There's videos of him helping guys in the gym, and you can physically see them struggle to lift the weights.
Yeah.
And then Arnold's ass is just like, let's get serious now.
Yes, I know. That's exactly what he was doing. Oh my god. This guy, the Void is fucking Black Arnold, because that dude is so goddamn muscular. But let's solve Jimmy's problem before, I don't know, something happens and Jimmy can't be here to see this. So, let's make this nice and simple. We'll use paint, so this makes sense. So, Jimmy's problem, essentially, was blown out knees. Right? More than anything else, his problem is blown out knees. Also, what's up, Nameless? So, the top tier S+ advice that he gave, that he said you do before anything else, right? S tier advice that Jimmy should do if he's got fucked up knees and shit. Isn't there a meme song from those gym videos? I don't know. The S tier advice that he had was go see a physio. Jesus Christ, that's tiny. There's no way you can see that. So, go see a physiotherapist, or a biokineticist. I can't spell. This was his advice to you, right? Now, barring that, because he said, okay, this is the S tier advice I'm going to give you, is what you want to do is you want to go see a physio or a biokineticist with your problem. This is number one advice, because what you need, according to him, is you need someone who's a professional, who's trained in the analysis of something like knees, because your knees are one of the most common things to give the fuck out in your life. It's lower back and knees, apparently, are the most common problems. And there are like 100 different things that could be wrong with your knees that, like one of 100 things that could be wrong, that someone else might have blown out knees, and they're completely different issues from yours, right? Now, barring that, he said, the problem here is that this costs money. So his A tier advice below that was what you need to focus on is your ligaments and your tendons, and getting them reinforced as much as possible, right? And he said the best way to go about doing this is through stretching, like intense stretching, or you need to go do something like yoga. Now, with the whole yoga shit, he said, okay, is the guy you're asking for, is he a black guy? Right? This is what the Void said. This is not me. This is what he said. He said, now the problem is if it's a black guy, black guys see yoga as gay as fuck. so they won't do it. Right? They just won't do it because they see it as extremely homosexual. Now, if you don't want to do yoga, he said you do intense stretching, you do not touch weights, you do not put weights on your back, you do not put anything heavy on your back that's going to impact your knees whatsoever, because your issue is not the musculature in your body. The issue is likely going to be something surrounding your ligaments or your joints. And if you're putting weight on it, if you're impacting it whatsoever, you are going to fuck yourself up more, and you're not going to solve the problem. You're just going to be shortening the time you have left in your life that you're going to be spending walking. Right? So, barring that, you've got Lathe and you've got calisthenics. I think that's how you spell it. So his A-tier advice beyond that is you want to focus on both Lathe and calisthenics. For those who don't know, Lathe is considered low intensity, steady state. It's where you do exercises and components that have no impact on your joints, little to no impact on your joints. Also, what's up, Ivgash? I don't speak that language. I don't speak Cyrillic summoning of dragons. So, you do calisthenics because all you really need to improve your legs and your knees and so on and so forth is your own body weight, right? You need to be able to function without having excess weight on you, without impacting your joints, without causing trouble in your ligaments and tendons, which may snap. So as little impact as possible is what you're looking for on your knees. So that's why you focus on calisthenics, and you're focusing on getting the form and the function of what you're doing right, as opposed to doing extreme amounts of sets that are just going to be causing like repetitive strain injuries. I say hello, have a nice stream. Well, thank you, Ivgash. I appreciate that. So, focus on calisthenics and focus on exercises that are low impact, steady state. Now, he said when it comes to low impact, steady state, and how blown out your knees are, it changes depending on your weight. So if you're someone who's considered overweight, right, you do less of this. It's effectively you do something every single day, but you do it at a low intensity and you do it continuously, because you can't blow yourself out in the gym and then you're fucked forever. The idea is you go into the gym, or you find a place to work out, you do calisthenics and you do low intensity steady state for anywhere between 15 minutes and an hour every single day. And what it should feel like at the end of any workout you've done is you should almost be walking out of there like you've got the concept that you haven't done enough exercise. You haven't done enough work, right? That's his advice, is it should feel like you're not doing enough. But the idea is you do this for the rest of your life, and when you're 85 years old, you're the 85-year-old who used to have blown out knees, who's walking around, and the guys who haven't done these things are all fucking suffering in immense hell because they just refuse to do the basic shit every single day of their life. Then, on top of that, he said, especially for blown out knees, there's a guy on YouTube that he showed me who's called Knees Over Toes or something like that. So I want to see if I can actually find his channel quick for you. He said this guy over here, yeah, this guy over here really knows what he's doing when it comes to fixing knees and fixing ankles and all of that shit. And apparently The Void, this is one of his favorite people online to look at. So if you're looking to fix your legs, that's what you do, right? So, S-tier advice, go find a biokineticist or physiotherapist who can accurately diagnose the fuck out of what you're doing. Out of what your specific problem is, because they will be able to give you unique exercises that are tuned specifically towards you that's going to fix your problem over time. But it's one of those things where you have to do it every day. And if you don't stick to it, then there's no fucking point. You just wasted a bunch of money. Now, he did have some advice. His S tier advice came with something, right? And it was, what you cannot do is go find a physio or a bio who's fat. He said, if they're fat, you walk out that fucking office. If they are overweight, if they obviously don't train themselves, you walk out of there, because it's like going to a dentist who's got yellow ass teeth. That is only acceptable in a country like the UK because they think yellow is how your teeth are supposed to look. Right? So if you see a fat ass being a biokineticist or a physio or something like that, you walk the fuck out of there, because what he's got is the theory, but not the practice of how things work. You need someone who's got the theory and knows how to practically apply it because he's done it himself, right? So his B tier advice beyond that point, right, was do nothing else but low-level stretching if you've got extremely bad knees. Okay, so like rule in my daily life, no fat chicks. Exactly, right? So he said, if your knees are really, really blown out, like fucked beyond belief, like you have trouble walking and stuff, you stretch. You do nothing else but stretch. And you take a long time to do very little. And then over time, you can take this and you can increase the intensity a little at a time until you feel really comfortable with this. This feels like nothing. Then you hop over to the A tier advice, right? But he said, before anything else, if you've got the money, you go here. If you don't, start here. If your knees are really, really blown out, go here. And then I'm playing the game where I put my balls in a vice. Any advice for that? Enjoy it. Iconic, I suppose. But I mean, saying you're putting your balls in a vice is the same as saying you're watching my stream, so fair. Alright, login. Yeah, have fun. Do whatever you need to. So, on top of this, the Void had some very specific advice. And I can't believe he said this. But this was his advice. Stop jerking off entirely. You don't touch your dick at all. And then his advice on top of that was have sex. Now, according to him, in order to maintain his schedule, to increase his testosterone and his virility, he said you've got to have sex at least 3 times a week. And to him, he then told me, it doesn't matter how you get sex, it matters that you get sex. Now, I'm pretty sure he didn't mean walk around and rape people. I'm fairly certain of that, but I can't be sure. This guy is dark enough that he could probably get away with it, and someone's going home saying they got raped by a ghost, okay? If he did it in the middle of the night. So, I'm pretty sure he didn't mean that, but I can't be certain. But he said it doesn't matter how you get there, but have sex 3 times a week, and never jerk off. This was his 100% advice. This is what he told me is the best thing you can do for yourself is have sex, stop jerking off, and that'll help fix your knees, apparently. I'm not sure about the science behind that one, but that's what he said, which is pretty based advice. Apparently, he's getting it 3 times a week. And it's a whole bunch of different people. So that's his advice. That's the Giga Chad, super black man in my gym. That's his advice to you, Jimmy. That's the full basis of his advice. So I hope that helps. That last part is good and all, but I live in America. Yeah, that's the problem. So I don't know how to handle that in your country specifically. But that's his advice. Man, I'm gonna have to cancel a bunch of these TTS things because only half of them work. AIDS cure sneeze. I don't think he's got AIDS, Malone, but maybe. I mean, I suppose eventual death means you don't need to worry about your knees anymore. If you're dead, your knees are no longer your problem. But that is his full tier of advice. Have sex 3 times a week, bare minimum. Stop jerking off. Stretch a lot. Do calisthenics. Do lists. And do yoga. Now, on top of this, the last thing I can think to say that I remember him saying was he actually does yoga. And he does yoga 3 times a week. Now, there may be some link between him going into a class with a bunch of girls in tight yoga pants who are lonely and him having sex 3 times a week, and those numbers just strangely matching up. But that's what he had to say about it. Get your back blown in order to help your knees. I think he said have sex as in be the one, giving, not receiving. I think you're supposed to blow out other people's backs in the process. But somewhere out there, there's a bunch of girls who are like this big muscular black man. Keeps on fucking us and causing us physical harm in the process, but he's in perfect shape. So that's his advice. This might also tie into the reason why he's so touchy around phones and stuff. He doesn't want pictures of himself out there because he may potentially not want women out there who he may or may not have had an illegitimate child to find him. So I think that might be an issue. He may be the father of a nation and just doesn't want to know. But that's his advice. I hope it helps. I hope that does something for you. And this is the ultra muscular black guy. And I mean, look at me. I'm a fat guy. Like, what can I really say that would be any different from this advice when he's the guy who's jacked as fuck and I'm just fat? Like, can I really dispute him when I look like this? Absolutely not. So that's his advice. Go with it if you want. That's what he has to say about it. Is child support an issue in your country? Child support is very common in my country, but generally the government covers it. So what happens is that poor people in my country will have like 8 or 9 kids, because the more kids you have, the more government money and support you get. And the people in my country have figured out that the threshold is 8 or 9 children, because at that point you've got enough money to support your kids and pay for your lifestyle without having to work. So that's how they keep those birth rates real high. Also, what's up, Tate? How you doing? So, hope that helps. That's how that works. According to him. According to the Void, that's what you're looking to do. Now, I'm going to move on to this because I'm probably going to speedrun my way through this because I really want to get back to playing Black Myth Taiwan. As you can see, I found the most beautiful desktop picture that the Chinese are really gonna love. I think it's amazing. I think that this is the way the gaming sphere should work, is Chinese GigaChad devs absolutely fucking flattening Western journalists who write the most bare bones retarded articles you've ever written in your life. So I fully support this. Right here. I fully support this movement. So there's two videos I wanted to watch today before I started playing Black Myth Taiwan. The first one is a short one, and the second one has more details to it, so we'll get to that as it is. This one, I couldn't help but click on and know I wanted to watch it. Because it said Twitch streamers must be stopped. And I, for one, 100% agree with that. Fuck these Twitch streamers. Fuck all of them and their manipulative little shit. I hope they fucking have to pay for their sins one day. And we're gonna hear some based ass takes right now. Because just look at this man's haircut over here. Can you not tell we're gonna hear the most retarded shit ever? Just looking at this guy's face. This video baited me and I needed to watch it before I focus on the stop killing games movement. Right? I'm a Twitch streamer and my life is so hard, and it should just be, that's nice, please face the wall. Where is it? God damn it. Let me reiterate that one. Whenever you hear a Twitch streamer say the words to you, oh, I'm a Twitch streamer and my life is so difficult, and life is, you know what we should all have? We should all have some guy in a government position who's like, yeah, I know, that's difficult, real nice. Now please face the wall. Can you just face the wall, please? That's what should be happening. That's a joke for legal reasons. I appreciate you taking the time to ask the Void. That'll definitely help me in the future. Now I just got to take care of my heart more by eating things like oatmeal. So that's the heart issues you said. That's why you're doing low intensity steady state, right? Because especially if you've got a heart murmur, you don't want to aggravate any issues until your heart is consistent enough to deal with the murmur beyond that. And I suffer from that as well. Technically speaking, I've been for multiple physio tests and stuff. I've technically got 3 heartbeats, and it's not because I have a problem with the valves in my heart, but it turns out that the way the nerves fire around my heart, they fire 3 times instead of twice, which is really weird. That's just my issue. So yeah, I understand the heart murmur issues. I've got that same problem. And he said you want to reinforce your heart with lists and then slowly step up intensity. And this is not something that's going to take weeks or months. This is something that's going to take actual years for you to fix. And there's no way around that. Now, let's hear some really, really base takes. Don't listen, you have to go do yoga and sex 3 times a week. I mean, I suppose if you do the sex right, it is technically low intensity steady state, right? Maybe that's what he meant by low intensity steady state. My heart issue is both a patch on the heart and that it's physically bigger than normal. Yeah, then you want to be real careful with it because you want to reinforce the musculature around your heart, because your heart is quite literally a muscle, which you can reinforce and make stronger over time, but you got to do it slowly and consistently so that you don't fuck it up or you don't tweak anything. Oh, yes, that's the last piece of his advice that he actually had. Was if you feel anything being tweaked or sore or painful, stop immediately. Stop immediately and recover as opposed to continuing, because you're just going to make it worse if you keep tweaking something. Rather let it recover fully and then restart what you were doing. That's the last piece of advice. Completely forgot he said that. Now let's hear some base takes about why Twitch streamers must be stopped.
Alright, let's talk about this. Is streaming harder than your average 9 to 5? In my opinion, yes, streaming is harder than your average 9 to 5.
Fuck no.
This guy's stupid. I think this guy's stupid, man. What the heck? What is he talking about? How much money are these people even making? $300,000 a month?
You know what's amazing is XQC makes that money by leaving his chair empty and then leaving to take a dump and not even reacting to the video, and the video just plays and then he comes back. He's quite literally doing nothing and earning that amount of money. I don't know what deal he made with what fucking devil, but goddamn is it working out well for him. And then he flexes on people when they they complain about it.
Yo, wait, that's like $3 million per year. Oh my gosh. Wait, what does this guy even do?
Do you also earn millions from Bezos subs too? Absolutely not, Filter. I pay Bezos money. I give him money to suck him off. Thank God streaming is not my job, because I think I don't have the baseline levels of retardation to get this right as like an actual career. Also, I don't shut the fuck up and play family friendly. So at some point, this is all gone. All of this is gone. It is all temporary. It will evaporate. And all it's gonna take is one Twitch mod to see it to come in here and see me making a joke about a woman and the fact that they're not real human beings and that there are no such thing as women on the internet, and they're really just hairy fat truckers pretending to be women because they like wearing dresses sometimes, and that's it. I'm done. I'm finished. End of story. That's it. I'm done. Also, you disrespect ad companies on a semi-consistent basis. That's fair, yeah. I'll suck Bezos's cock by being on Twitch, but I won't suck the ad company's cock. That makes it real difficult.
Dude, I gotta check out what he does. Oh my god.
Oh my, what the fuck? When was this stream?
Oh, alright, man. So today I'm gonna show you guys why Twitch streamers are one, super cringe, okay, and also I'm gonna show you guys why Twitch streamers are one, super cringe, okay.
I'm gonna be right back. Why do you think people do this humiliation ritual? Why do you think they do this to themselves? And how much attention do they earn off of doing this thing? Because I've noticed this is like the same kind of trend that you see in
Which one of these is the void banging tonight?
Oh, definitely Hassan. Definitely Hassan. He's gonna start on the left, or I suppose for you watching, he's gonna start on the right and then move left from there. But how much do you suppose this humiliation ritual earns them? That's what I want to know. Because I'll fucking do it. If this earns me $1 million, I'll fucking do it. I'll get in a goddamn dress. I have no morality. I have no skills. I'll fucking do it if it earns me $1 million. God damn, you see me in a dress every day. I got the juicy titties for it too. I don't even need to put some fucking balloons in a dress. Hassan will destroy you with a single squat. Hassan couldn't destroy a fucking wet paper bag. For as big as that man is, he's weak and pathetic. Maybe if he takes enough finasteride, all those ingrown hairs that he pretends are biceps will do something. But not yet.
And also why these guys make millions of dollars by doing legit nothing.
Yes, I want to know that as well.
Attractive streamer on the platform.
It's not your
Dude.
I'm nervous.
Say it. Just say it.
the-
Because I know who it is. You
Say
want me
it.
to say it for you?
Pokemon.
Isn't it real weird that we just saw them in a dress, and then right here is the standard Yeti mic kind of thing, and this mic always looked like a dick to me. I never bought this mic because I looked at it and I'm like, yeah, that's a dick. This is like subversive to the mental state. They're all huddled around a dick, desperately trying to put their mouths on it to get the most attention. Man. Hassan still needs to fight Sam Hyde. Hassan is so terrified of Sam Hyde, he will not go into the same fucking area code as that man. Sam Hyde will look at Hassan over a table from 100 meters away, and Hassan will fucking crumple. That dude is like fucking scared of Sam so fucking bad. And you know what? I can kind of understand it, because Sam is a big boy. Sam is a big fucking boy, right? Not gonna be able to watch this one bedtime. Benji, go get some sleep. I promise you, your sleep is more important than anything else, especially since you work your ass off on your YouTube videos. I promise you, go get some sleep. It's more important. Nightmares of the Candyman. I forgot he called himself the Candyman in that one boxing fight. God, I can imagine that Sam would break bones on purpose if he fought Hassan. He would shatter him into a million pieces. My mic is a Samsung Q2U dynamic mic. I don't even know what that looks like. Let's see. Not a cock mic. That's just a standard microphone. Right? That's like maybe a Formosus dick mic, but it's not your standard schlong mic like this thing is. You gotta up your game. You gotta get more penis mics. That's how the pros do it, obviously. Should I be glad that I don't recognize most of these people with their names? Yes, nameless. Absolutely. You know, I'm feeling kind of gay, not homosexual. Gay, like really, really gay, the fact that I recognize some of these faces. Like, I should probably be ashamed that I recognize XQC, Hassan over there. I don't know who that is. I'm not sure who that is. No clue who that is. And I'm not wait, is that Soda Poppin'? I can't tell, but that might be Soda Poppin'. No idea who this is. No idea who that is. So it's pretty gay of me to have recognized half of the people here. And I don't mean that like homosexual. Homosexuals are fine. They probably recognize less of these people. I mean just flat out gay. You saw the video of Hassan where he crushed a watermelon with his legs? Yeah, but he probably pre-cut the watermelon to make sure he could do it.
Oh shit!
Like these guys are 30, bro. What you act like they're in like middle school, like, oh my god, you like smoking me, you like smoking me, oh my god. But apparently just like the top streamers on the website, and you see, I mean, it's just a bunch of weirdos, bro. These guys are just weirdos, bro. Just look.
Do you know? They are kind of weirdos, and what he said there is actually pretty fucking accurate about them acting like high schoolers. Does anyone remember the streamer awards that I think it was Ludwig here, over there, who hosted? That felt like prom night to me. That felt like the matric dance kind of thing, where they're handing out awards to certain people, and it really felt like some high school shit. I watched it and I regret it because I wish I could get that time back. I could have done anything else with my day and not wasted my time. Those awards genuinely just felt like they were reliving their high school prom night, because when they were in school they weren't the cool guys, and now they could be the cool guys, and they basically act like children. Though fair enough, maybe they do it on purpose because they're aware that most of their audience is underage, and so they know that by acting like children, they can more relate to their viewer base. So maybe it's on purpose. Don't you think they act like children because it's mainly children? Well, there you go, Landable. That's actually, I think that's probably why. Yeah, real men, real gay men. Watch me. They all peaked in high school. They turned it into a job. That's actually kind of smart if you think about it. Because it's like you've got nothing else after high school. Your life is in decline. You've got nothing else. So why not just keep pretending to be a high schooler and turn that into something monetizable? That might actually be like a 25,000 IQ move. Or it might just be that they're so stupid they don't register they're doing it. And I'm not sure which part of the spectrum they're on. You remember the Streamer Awards where Boogie won Best Streamer and pretended to be a Mr. Rogers analog? Oh my god, don't remind me, mortal. Don't fucking remind me. God damn. Where's BBC Wukong? Don't worry, Zerfrost, we're getting to that. I wanted to look more into the SKG stuff, but I also got baited by this video's title, and I needed to watch it to see what this guy was going to say. So far, he's been pretty on the money with everything.
What kombucha is? You have no idea what it is.
what the fuck is kombucha.
Come put your mouth on these.
Kombucha is rich people juice. Always gonna say, yeah, kombucha, put your mouth on these nuts.
Nuts. Come
Yep.
put your mouth on these nuts. Come put your mouth on these nuts. I got her.
Oh man. Oh man.
What a bunch of rice eaters. What a bunch of fucking rice eaters. Slant-eyed little fuckers. Can't even see their fucking computer screen. No.
Come on, man. Really?
Oh man.
Why would you say that?
Pussies.
I'm not a
That's
pussy.
what you are.
I would rather watch this guy than Ludwig any day of the week. And you know what? This guy's taking the wrong approach. What he's got to do as an Asian person, what he should do is he should fire back and be like, I have a job. I work in an office. I have to pay taxes. That's what he should do, is start fucking roasting white people back. That is how we come together as a community, is all the racists get along with each other, and then everyone else is just really upset. That's what we need here. We don't need him being offended. We need him to fire back. That's how we make friends. At least that's how you make friends in my country.
Computer screen. Without fucking half a dozen.
What is wrong with this guy's hairline?
There you go. Okay, that. Oh no. Fuck, are these people young? Okay, he is 1 year older than me. That's not a good sign.
Bro, just like look at you, man. Look at yourself. You guys are 30. You guys are in your 30s, man. Why are you?
Genuine racists are very, very easy to piss off. Yeah, but let's be honest here. Any genuine racist won't go outside of their little group of who they are, and they think they know everything about the fucking world, and they're like genuinely pathetic people. Whereas like people who just like making fun, like having fun and doing like racist jokes and shit, generally mean no harm to other groups. And what it actually means is if people get like hyper specific with racist jokes and stuff, they actually know your culture. They know more about your culture than the average person, and they know more about your culture because they're not actually a racist and they think it's interesting. That's what I've noticed. It's the weirdest shit ever. But like genuine racists don't actually know anything about a culture. They will like confuse a fucking Chinese person for a Korean person, or like a Thai person, or they'll confuse like a black dude from Central Africa with a black dude from America because they're so like they don't actually understand. Right? Most casual racists are great to get along with. You know what? I don't think casual racism gets you anywhere. I think you've got to move into full competitive racism, because you make the real friends when you get into competitive racism. That's when you find people of other races that you're going to get along with. That's where you find it, is because they already know your culture. They understand certain things about your culture that others won't. You would get along with Australians. Okay, now you're taking it too far, Chielde. Now you're taking it too far, okay? First of all, how dare you come in here and consider Australians people? And second, tell me I'm going to get along with them. God damn it.
Kids, why are you doing this? These guys really sat down as a collective group and thought this was a funny idea. It's like, you can't tell me if you were just some random pizza guy and you were to pull up to the house, you open a door and you just see all these guys just doing whatever. You wouldn't just run away or just even like pass out completely, like faint.
Touch the elbow.
Here we go, the titty streamers.
I'm trying.
Hold on, streaming is hard. Any other job you can clock in, and it doesn't matter if you don't look super happy. But with streaming, your attitude can affect literally thousands of people if you don't do it right 10,000% of the time. Huh? You are a busker on the side of a fucking street if you are a streamer. And if you're a titty streamer like this, All that matters is your tits. It doesn't matter if it's happy tits or sad tits. All that matters is that 13-year-olds have access to Twitch and they want to see your tits because their mom was smart enough to set up parental controls on the ISP so that they know in their Christian household their little boy isn't whacking their shit to Googling Big Booba online, right? That's all that's happening here. You are not that important. The levels of self-importance that any of these... Fuck. What am I doing? I'm fucking setting myself on fire like I'm a monk in a protest here. What I should be saying to all of you is that, yes, exactly. Streaming is so hard. You don't understand. Working on an oil rig, having your life in danger every single day, knowing that you might be going home with a missing arm, God, that's nothing in comparison to streaming. God, these filthy oil rig workers have it so easy in comparison to me. That's what I should be saying here. Instead, I'm fucking it up. This is why I can't be a proper fucking streamer, is I don't think about these things before I say them. Fuck, man. I gotta play the game more. I've really got to start playing the game. I can't believe the South African has been talking so long without ranting about his government. Look, I don't have a government. I have a fucking zoo that runs the country. And it doesn't matter if the chimpanzees are white or black, it's the same fucking zoo. They're all pieces of shit. They're all subhuman animals. Every single politician in my country. Doesn't matter if they're white, doesn't matter if they're black or Indian or anything else. You are considered a person to me until you become a politician. Then you're no longer a human being. That's how it works in my country. I could rant forever about that shit, but guess what? It's gonna change nothing. So I just give it up. Like the house is on fire. I might as well stay warm while it all burns down around me. I guess she hasn't heard of any jobs dealing with customers. She probably hasn't. But then again, she does deal with customers. She's probably like, you know, $20 for a picture of my tits. That's probably like her business model. So she's dealing with customers all the time. Why? Maybe she's not. Maybe she's just like letting people post to like her Instagram and Twitter and jerk off to her. And she just says nothing.
I'm trying. ¿Cómo lo hice la otra vez? Joder.
Fascinating content. Brilliantly fascinating.
Tell me, what color was her watch? Because I'm pretty sure it was black. This is even work? Like, this is, I'm gonna try it.
Oh, Christ. Oh, thick. Oh, fuck yeah, this Asian boy's got this. This bitch is on suicide watch after this Asian boy is going at it. God damn, look at him. Finally, some clappable cheeks.
Oh, so close.
World's thickest Asian.
Dude, what am I doing with my life?
Niggas ain't on nothing. Ain't on nothing. I'm on Yodi land for real. Really?
Oh man, what are you doing? Like, it's just,
just be careful next time when you point your camera at your Discord and you didn't link the conversations, which is okay. But you really are popular, huh?
Bro, why does this guy talk like an anime character? You really are popular, huh? You really... So these streamers have these big, crazy events, right? And all of them are sponsored by this one particular company.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the
Ludwig.
Mogul Chess Boxing Championship, presented by Fansly. My name is...
Of course.
What does chess boxing have to do with Fansly?
Well, you gotta remember, in the the streaming Twitch ecosystem, there are dudes who act cringe like they're in high school in order to relate to their underage audience. And then there are women who are excessively showing off their tits and ass. And if I remember this correctly, Fansly is kind of like OnlyFans, is it not? And so what you want to do is you want to move underage children over from the softcore porn site known as Twitch over to the more hardcore porn site, which is Fansly. Right? Fansly is exactly the same as OnlyFans. Okay, well, there you go. There you go. You're moving from the softcore to the hardcore, and all little Billy needs is his mom's credit card.
Are you bored of the same old content?
Yes.
See which of your favorite streamers are already creating adult content on Fansly. Additionally,
make sure to check out all the behind the scenes footage here. Fansly.com link. So do they all just get butt naked and start boxing? And as you can see, another event.
That's actually a genius idea that he just said. Imagine all the female Twitch streamers that have all these fucking simps just getting butt-ass naked and fist fighting. I would watch that. Hell, I'd get my wife and be like, babe, come check this shit out. It's wild. She would think that's funny as fuck. Fansly was made when OnlyFans was claiming it was removing porn. So it was a reactionary site. Right, so Fansly then has a good week or two before it collapses. Just like every other site that cops off of every other site. It's just going to be, it's like the alternative that no one cares about. Kind of like Kick. Remember when it was nerds playing games and making edgy jokes? You know what? We lost something magical, Jesse. We lost something beautiful along the way. We were living in a golden age when it was just some random autist making weird and stupid jokes while he played a video game. And now we just have people clapping their ass cheeks together. We lost something somewhere. I suppose you never know the best period of anything until it's over. We took it for granted. We took it for granted as well. I don't know if we took it for granted because, I mean, it seems most of the viewers on Twitch of female Twitch streamers are more rock hard than ever. So I'm not sure about that. You know what? I'm going to write Trump. Ask him if he wins this election, he gets a law passed where Twitch either stops introducing children to softcore porn sites or Twitch has to get reclassified as a porn site. A lot of the titty streamers would lose a lot of their audience if they no longer were able to have children access their streams. You know what? You're 100% right, Jimmy. And you know what what you just said there? If they manage to actually get rid of all these titty streamers, I think it would actually be most beneficial to female streamers who are actually cool people, who are fun and interesting. And they would be able to grow a lot faster than all these fucking titty streamers. Because just think about this from a female streaming perspective. And I know this because I know a few female streamers who are actually based as fuck and focus on the gameplay and are fun and interesting people. Every single time they stream, without fail, there's at least 5 or 6 different motherfuckers looking for feet pictures or being like, show us your tits, or why don't you stand up right now, and then clips their ass as they're walking away from the camera or some dumb shit like that. And I think if we got rid of these softcore porn pieces of shit who pretend to be streamers and pretend that life is so difficult, that actual female streamers who have a personality would actually start rising up. But there's no point in that happening until we get rid of the softcore porn. Because even if you're a normal woman just doing a stream, doing interesting content, if you show your face whatsoever, guess what? All of a sudden it's about the porn. That, or at least segregate them. Right? We need segregation. That's what we really need. We need to segregate off all the titty streamers into their own category so that every normal ass person doesn't have to deal with this fucking shit. That's what needs to happen.
And Fansly just plastered everywhere. The cardboard, Fansly, cups, Fansly, water bottle, Fansly, pants, Fansly, chair. SUC has his own cringy show, and boom, as you can see, presented by Fansly. Once in mother sucking again, right? Actually see how we could do this. So I was thinking, right, you know, why does Fansly sponsor all these Twitch events? You know, if there's no correlation, what did they gain out of it? And it just clicked, right? After like 5 seconds of thinking. Everybody on Twitch who watch Twitch type in chat all day are just losers. Slimy, grimy losers, right? Like, come on, who's genuinely watching this? Perfect opportunity to promote a bunch of, you know, to the audience, because all they do.
I think this is actually a money problem. I think this is actually a money problem. I think introducing monetization was a mistake. Because all these people do this shit for a paycheck or to earn as much money as possible instead of doing it because they enjoy it or think it's fun. I actually genuinely think that money is the issue here. Because these people stream not because they think it's fun or enjoyable or want to entertain people or have some level of connection with an audience. They're doing it for a fucking paycheck. That's why you take a sponsorship from Fansly or Bad Dragon or whatever the fuck. It's because you're looking for a big pile of fucking money, and that's all you care about. We need to go back. Loranity, Guild Wars 2 Final Fantasy streamer, is a decent streamer. I've seen the name on Twitter. Nameless. And I bet you money. I would bet you money that... Oh, wait, does Loranity show her face? Let's see. Let's look this up. Especially since we've got an ad now. Does Loranity show her face? Yes. Who wants to bet money that this poor girl, who's not showing her tits, who's not showing her bare naked feet, every single stream, she probably gets 2 or 3 fucking weirdos in there who type some shit like, I'm watching the stream and typing with one hand. I would bet money that she has had to deal with the weirdest fucking people on this platform because she refuses to do the shit that all these titty streamers do. And I bet, actually, she would probably be a bigger streamer if those titty streamers didn't exist, because in order to survive in doing what she's doing, she has to have a personality. That is the baseline assumption I have. You have to have a personality to deal with this shit. There is no way that she would survive as a streamer if she didn't have some level of personality, if she's not showing her tits or her feet, or bouncing toilet paper off of her ass. But because those people exist, they then jump into her chat, and they're just like, hey, show us your tits! I bet that happens. And I bet it's a common occurrence to the point that she no longer feels anything. I'm almost dead certain of that. Also, we'll wait until the ad's over to continue. We're gonna wait. Escape from Tarkov women are the only female streamers I watch, really. Are they good at the game? Or are they just a pair of tits? Got hit with a full 2-minute ads. Yep, welcome to Twitch. If you don't want to deal with the ads, go to the YouTube stream. I've purposefully made sure that the YouTube streams, when they are running, do not have ads on them at all. They are unmonetized because I fucking hate the idea that I cannot turn off Twitch ads. There is no way for me to turn off Twitch ads. So I'm trying to make them as less egregious as possible. And what that means is that you get 2 to 3 minutes of ads every hour, or you get 1 minute of ads every 30 minutes. Or something like that. And I don't know which one's better, but whichever one is the least egregious to people, that is the one I will do. Better than me. Okay, well, there you go. So they at least know what they're doing. She actually hooked up a Nintendo thingy to a computer to be able to do Clock Tower backwards. Okay, Rennie, fuck this person, okay? I don't need more people styling on me. I don't need more fucking people styling on me just because they can play video games and I'm retarded, okay? Also, yes, I do stream to YouTube. I specifically stream to YouTube so that you don't have to deal with ads. I very specifically do that. I think I've turned off pre-roll ads. I don't know if there's a button for that or not, but I know I have to deal with ads once every hour. That's all I have to deal with. But let's continue.
Do anyways is jerk off their schmalangalang all day. So it just all makes sense now.
Did you just send me $1 USD?
What color
What
is
am I gonna buy
the
with that?
background?
Don't be a pussy. You be first. Come on, let's go. Come on, Harge. Don't be poor. You don't sub right now.
Fuck
3,
me.
2, 1. You're getting banned.
The only correct response to someone saying that to you on Twitch is to say to them, kill yourself. Right? Eat shit. Imagine giving someone money and they yell at you. They tell you that wasn't enough money. Imagine someone being nice enough to go out of their way to give you something and you fucking throw it in their face. God damn. Man. You know what, Chill Day? I heard someone did something better where they donated to one of these titty streamers, right, directly, and the titty streamer like got mad at them, and so they then went to PayPal and got their money back, and the reason they got their money back was the reason they put was product defective. And I think that's probably the highest burn you could probably give these people. Clock Tower is hard enough for most people on regular mode. I never finished it. Okay, that Loranity person's mentally insane. Fucking doing that shit. No, that's an actual skilled human being. I don't want to hear about it. I already have low enough self-esteem having tried to finish Clock Tower and giving up.
Oh my god, 3, 2, 1, you're getting banned, mister.
10.
And she starts at 10, okay. See, now I don't know why this girl thinks she's like special or something. I don't know, like you can clearly just go on the streets and find a girl that looks exactly the same as her within the span of maybe 2 minutes.
First of all, you are white, you are Caucasian, you will never be nothing, you will never have no personality. Okay, maybe you're white, you're Caucasian, you never will have any fucking personality.
Hey, yo.
Don't you love that? Don't you love that when someone doesn't have like a loaded insult, or they don't have the creativity to come up with something? So what they do is they just rail off shit that they just always rail off at anyone. So any white person, they're like, you're white, you're Caucasian. Okay, you said the same thing twice. So obviously you don't have the fucking brain power to come up with an insult, right? Here's how you do it. Right? You want to insult someone who's white, you be like, you fucking pasty ass mayo monkey cracker motherfucker. I bet that you couldn't handle the barest of spices within your fucking area code because you live such a lily white existence that you haven't even seen a black person. The last time you saw one was probably on National Geographic because your parents put fucking parental controls to make sure that you didn't see anything over 18 plus, and it was the only way for you to jerk off to anything with an ass whatsoever because your life existence is so goddamn sheltered that you don't actually know what it's like out in the real world. That's how you insult someone, right? Off the top of my head, and that's not even the best. That's like maybe a 3 out of 10 insult. That like, fuck me, dude. You're white, you're Caucasian, you don't have a personality. Jesus, I would feel more insulted that someone with a single-digit IQ thinks that like would hurt me whatsoever. Right? Like, I would be more hurt by the fact that they couldn't insult me properly than the fact that they tried. I think making fun of people's nationality has more style, probably, right? You're not going to make fun of a Swedish person in the same way you're going to make fun of a German person, right?
Girls
so like
might be replaced by actual robots with AI.
Good.
China is making janky hookers, but it will hopefully improve. There is a market for this.
Yes, there is a market for this. China number one. China number one. I hope China wins at this point. They deserve to win. Fuck me. I'm 100% on the side of the Chinese now. They made Black Myth Wukong and it's fucking amazing. And if they're replacing all these titty streamers with robots, goddamn, I'm on their side. At least it'll dissociate most people from women being things that you gotta try and jerk off to online when you're an underage teenage boy who's just pent up because he saw like a boobs, like a boob shape on a tree, and that was enough to set him off. God damn. 5head play watch streams on YouTube and chat with Twitch on Dank Chat. Yeah, there you go. Welcome, Crystal Skull, to the worst place on the internet. I just remember that Japanese guy living with several sex dolls. He's living the life. I bet the sex dolls don't complain about him not taking them out every week. And as a bonus, women don't have to deal with him. Everyone's happy. Oh, fuck.
Ayo, ayo what? Ayo what?
How'd you hear me?
You will never have nothing. Your name is literally fucking James. Like, that is the most, like, no personality, no culture, no hairline.
No personality, no culture, no hairline. I mean, she didn't have to go after me like that. But goddamn, is that basic. Holy fuck. Man. I feel like insulting people used to be an art form, and ever since Xbox Live got shut down, we lost that art form. It's like the lost Renaissance painting art styles evaporated over time. The art of the insult has just gone to shit. Man. Someone needs to revive this art.
Hairline? Wait, what?
What a bunch of fucking race eaters. Slant-eyed little fuckers.
She's talking to that guy we saw earlier. So another freaking geeking stupid thing, okay, are these subathons, alright? And it's just the dumbest thing ever, and it just based these dumb viewers to just spend more money on these Twitch streamers.
Yes. Monetization was a mistake, I say it again.
It's like, what is this? So basically, here's the issue, alright? These viewers are paying these Twitch streamers. It's not to stream in the daytime, because they would just not normally. It's their job, right? That's how they get their money. So they're just paying these streamers to stream during the times when they wouldn't normally stream, which is just when they're sleeping. So next we got this streamer, Katamina, I believe, and apparently, okay, she became the most subscribed female.
I mean, based on that, she doesn't look too bad. Yes, literally who, Zerfrost, but I have no idea who this is. But based on that picture he showed, where she was like, she wasn't like flopping her tits out all over the screen with like just some duct tape over the nipples. That didn't look too bad to me.
No streamer on the planet, right? Crazy, because of this exact subathon right now. So, I mean, let's check out why she's so awesome. Let's see what kind of incredible. Why are people watching this?
Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Watching the DVD logo nearly hit a corner was top tier entertainment for me in the 90s. And let's be honest again. That was more entertaining than 90% of these top streamers. Come on. Come on. Let's just live with the fact that the DVD logo is way more fucking entertaining than most of these people out there. Guns was a vibe. Really hit different when you don't have 250 ping. I live on 250 ping, so I'll never know that. Man. Nothing actually beats the DVD logo, the more I think about it. Honestly, let's be honest. The DVD logo changed colors. It never bounced into the corner, but it always got close. And it was super interesting to watch. Every now and then you were like, oh, corner, oh, fuck, no. Again. And then you would sit there waiting for it. And it added more value to your life than most of these streamers. Fucking sleeping on stream, Jesus Christ.
This is a black screen, man.
I understand how he feels.
So are people just paying her to stream her chair? Like, so she's just gone. She's literally gone. I'm being serious right now. You can literally throw a dollar into a well right now, and it would be more impactful than this. At least you can hear like a water splash. A pencil.
Hold on. Oh my fucking god! What a pussy! What a pussy. Fucking 7 hours and 35 minutes and you fall asleep on stream. Snort some coke. Do something. Fucking can't stream for 7 hours. Pathetic. Disgraceful. Man. Fuck. Her Asian parents must be really mad at her. Because not only is she not doctor yet, she's asleep. She can't do 7 hours of work continuously. You know how mad an Asian parent must be at that? They're like, we're moving back to China. We're moving back to our Asian home country where you have to work 14 hours a day because you're a fucking lazy piece of shit. Fall asleep after 7 hours. God damn.
Impactful than this. At least you can hear like a water splash, a pencil, man, a piece of a shoe, anything is better than spending money on this. This is you're paying to look at a black screen. And I'm gonna take my pants off, I don't care.
It's pretty racist of him.
Bro, I cannot be serious.
Now we're 25 levels deep. It's not just a streamer sleeping on the stream. It is literally just an avatar of a character of a VTuber sleeping on stream. This person's not here, by the way. Whoever's dealing with this avatar, Iron Mouse, I don't know who that is. This person is not here. They're gone. They're living their life. They're outside. They're at the gym. They went out for a coffee. They fell asleep in their real bed. And they just left the avatar up. And they're coming back in like 25 hours. I'm almost jealous at how genius that is. I paid $200 for my first DVD player just to watch the logo. And Lucid Links, I bet you that money was better spent than if you'd spent it on a Twitch streamer. How can I fault you for watching the DVD logo and adding more value to your life than giving money to these fucking leeches? God damn.
Bro, you're just looking at a picture, bro. What? You're just supposed to be sleeping, man. What the fuck?
These people are watching an animated GIF and jerking off to it. She has a terminal illness. If she leaves the house, then she dies. I'm sure she tells people that. And then leaves the house anyway. The terminal illness she actually has is pathologically lying about shit. I remember seeing a clip where a female streamer puts up a piece of wood with googly eyes when going to the toilet and the views go up. She comes back, views go down. Imagine being outdone by a fucking plank of wood. I mean, I'm one to talk. Iconic styled on me a long time ago where I had like 3 viewers and he was like, hey, by the way, here's a stream about a jar of peanut butter, and the fucking peanut butter had like 200 viewers. And I was like, what the fuck am I doing? Why would I ever take this seriously if I'm getting styled on by peanut butter? Man, Iconic knows where to hit you when he wants to insult you. By the way, I heard sleeping streams actually hijacked a category of game. Sleeping. Yeah, I've heard of that, Nameless. I've actually heard of that, where they just hijack categories because it's got the same name, so they think it belongs to them.
You're literally looking at a picture for what, bro? Why are you paying money for this to stream live? There's just not even... This just shows, bro, this world...
I don't get VTubers. I'm gonna be honest with you. Maybe it's because I'm so fucking old that I was alive when the dinosaurs died. But I don't understand VTubers. They all look like new generation Pokemons to me. Every single one of them. I don't understand it. I really don't get it at all. If the 2D anime avatar can make you say she's just like me, then they deserve the money. You mean flattened dimensionless? That's fair. Viewers have the same illness, apparently. Yeah, no, I think the viewers have a different mental illness. I think the viewers are probably worse than the streamer.
World is really big, and you know, it's actually, I think, going towards a dark path if this continues, because I don't know, people might just start impregnating these anime characters.
2, 1.
Hey, he's like me, except he's got more hair.
That's a processing error. I'll let that slide because it was 10, like, seriously.
So the timer at 0 because he got no subs, so he re-added a time. Oh, processing errors, guys. Processing error, guys.
Yeah, come on, guys. 5 subs. 5 subs and we get 50. 50 with a 2-minute multiplier. You think this is begging? I'm telling you guys.
I was actually just thinking before he said that, this is begging. This is e-begging. This is exactly why I turned off the hype train, right? I don't like this manipulative shit where they try and get you to spend extra money for something as basic and retarded as a bar not ending. It's so baseline retarded, and it's so manipulative and twisted. I can't fucking stand it. It like upsets my autism that people do this. DSP strats. This is 100%. DSP is the pioneer who started all this shit. May he burn in hell. VTubing is more safe than regular streaming if you think of it from an ITSEC point of view. You know what, Joe? That's actually right. Because if you're gonna go and try and swat someone and dock someone, it's probably a little bit harder to do. If you're a VTuber. So from a security standpoint, that's fine and that's fair. And I suppose if you're getting a bunch of mentally ill children to give you money online for watching a PNG, then why wouldn't you, right? If you're here to earn money and you know that anime tits is going to get you views, then why the fuck wouldn't you do it? Instead of doing something fun and entertaining with your avatar, just make your avatar sleep and then go do whatever the fuck you want with your life and come back a week later. Could be worse. We could have TikTok NPC bullshit on Twitch where they do nothing unless people give them bits. It's coming. Shielda, you by saying that, you've now jinxed us all. It's coming. It's fucking coming. You said that. This is your fault, okay? I want you to remember, Chielde, because you said that it's coming to Twitch. Give it like a few months. It's fucking coming. Just like all the viewers who keep watching VTubers, it's fucking coming.
Guys how to save money. If I wanted to make more money, I'd let you guys drop the combo, and then I get 50 when it's worth a minute, and then we get more subs to get the.
Bro, what are these combos? What are these wombo combos he's done? So this guy's telling people how to save money by spending money. Like, it's so dumb, bro. And who is this guy? Some of these guys have 24-hour cap subathons. Like, so why does you stream for 24 hours and instead of making it like a sub?
Imagine doing a 24-hour stream for any other reason than maybe a charity you care about. Imagine doing a subathon where you leverage retarded people with too much money and then still cap the subathon. Holy fucking shit, dude. The meta has evolved. I feel like a Guild Wars 2 PvP, like I'm playing Guild Wars 2 PvP here, because I'm so fucking lost on how these people are earning money. How are these people earning money? I don't get it. You have people then genuinely trying to instead throw money to a damn GIF or a cartoon sleeping, or the most basic bitches on the planet, who quite literally have less value than both a cast iron frying pan. Hey, don't shit on cast iron frying pans, dude. Those things are bangers to cook in. Let me tell you, cast iron frying pans are top tier cooking material, okay? And a fucking Hoover vacuum combined. Yeah, fair enough.
subathon, you know? Like, well, what's the point? So do people just do like 12-hour subathons then?
Yes.
Yep, and here we go, a 12-hour subathon.
Oh, there we go.
And of course, the VTubers doing it. Like,
5-minute subathon where they get 1 million donations and the viewers beg them to continue, but they just don't. That's what's coming. Because in the TikTok generation, we shorten everything. The dicks are shorter, the views are shorter, the clips are shorter, the video is shorter, the attention span is shorter, so why not the subathon as well? I mean, to be fair, for anyone on TikTok, paying attention for 5 minutes is like really fucking difficult, so it's probably coming. Has to be brand deals or agencies that give them deals with the products or services. Oh yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Let's be clear, normies have no place on the internet. Everything went to shit because these automatons ruin everything they touch. I agree with you. Anyone who's not an internet power user should be ejected. We should gatekeep the entire internet to get rid of these problems. You know, I've been thinking about it a lot. I've genuinely been thinking about these things and like the shortening of the attention span and how much people suffer from these things now. And I think in the past, Germany had the right approach to dealing with these things because all these kids have trouble concentrating, right? They have trouble focusing, and we need something to like reset them, to help them back into concentrating and focusing. Something like a camp, right? Where you take these kids who can't concentrate and you put them in a camp and help them figure it out. Like, maybe that'll help. The Germans may have the perfect solution. Is a camp to help the TikTok kids concentrate so that they can watch something longer than 30 seconds. That might be the right idea. I heard they tried it once before, but it didn't work out so well. But you know what? Maybe second time's the charm. Who knows? Maybe they were targeting the wrong group all along and just didn't know it. I think I've earned the right to complain because I can't even get entry-level tech help desk helping boomers fix their most basic problems, but some fucker who doesn't know his asshole from the USB port, what the goddamn it, gets the job and doesn't get fired. Yeah, of course, it's because he looks okay. That's the problem. It's not about what you can do, it's what you can look like. What you look like in the professional sense. It's scary. Also, the ultra-processed food gets us the same way. Exploits humans' weaknesses. Of course, everything is there to try and exploit you as much as possible. We've optimized the royal shit out of everything we do these days. Because it works. You leverage and optimize the human psychology as much as possible, and that's what's happening here.
If you pay her 500 subscribers, she's gonna eat fruit. She's gonna eat fruit for 500, bro.
Wow, holy shit. I would do that for free. Let's see. 50 subs, painting stream. I suppose she's painting her tits. 100 subs, room tour. She's literally just gonna walk around the fucking room for 100 subs. That's what? Times by 2.5 for $250. She will walk around a fucking room. Man, I don't know what I'm doing on Twitch. I don't actually know what I'm doing. These people are geniuses. Imagine spending $250 just to walk around a goddamn room with someone. Fuck me. They don't even suck your dick. I don't know what the average price of a hooker is in the US, but it can't be more than 200 subs is, right? Holy shit. She won't eat fruit until she gets 1K. Oh my god, I didn't do the math. Oh! It's more than 1K because Twitch has a 50% cut and it's $2.5 per sub. My god!
200 subs and she gets to play and she gets to do a variety stream. Isn't that what you're doing already? So like
this whole subathon, she's
like crying.
I always fucking dream of. I'm just so thankful for all of you. I fucking mean it.
Okay, now I'm getting kind of emotional.
Hands up, I believe. Hands up, I believe. Hands.
What the fuck?
Maybe he's right. Maybe some of those are actually really good, man. Look at him. Look how much he.
Wow, holy shit, hold on. 22,741. Hold on. 741 times by 2.5. I'd be crying too for that amount of money. Holy shit. He's sitting there saying this and he's like, I'm so fucking rich now.
Maybe he's right. Maybe some of those are actually really good, man. Look at him. Look how much he's accomplished.
A civil trial ensued, and Michael was awarded $46,000 in punitive damage.
There you go. Sleeping stream once more. I don't know, sleeping streams seem OP. I don't know what the hack is with sleeping streams, but fuck, they seem to work. Doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, they just seem to work for some goddamn reason. Banana in mouth for 1k, easy clap. Oh my god, Crystal Skull. You see, you're thinking 5 levels above. I was thinking she was gonna like eat an apple or some shit. No, you know what the fuck's going on. Banana in mouth for $1,000? God damn.
Like, these are the moments I always fucking dream of. I'm just so thankful for.
Another thing, alright, is that these top streamers, right? They do nothing. Okay, that's it. They do nothing. Let me show you guys. This guy just.
You know what? To be fair, to be 100% fair on Hassan, I think Hassan is my favorite capitalist. Because he has single-handedly removed more money from the hands of communists around the world than anyone else in the modern day. He has single-handedly removed more purchasing power from anyone who agrees with him than anyone else. So instead of affecting change, they're buying that motherfucker a $3 million house or a Lamborghini. He is the top-tier capitalist. He has found a way to monetize communism. What a legend. God damn, that's impressive. Imagine finding a system that is supposed to be all about freedom and not relying on money, and you monetize it. Shit. That's so genius. And then just sitting there in a chair going, huh, at clips. Oh, brilliant.
Just sits here. So these guys are just willingly typing to a chair. Is this it? Is this how you make millions and millions of dollars?
Yes.
Just make cookies and not talk. Bro,
Yes.
what is this? She's not even saying anything. She's making cookies, bro. Oh my gosh, she's so cozy, guys.
Man, I have no idea how to Twitch. This is just proving to me I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm talking to you. I'm having a conversation with the people in the chat. Instead of like just staring at a fucking cookie, it's just like under my breath being like, I'm making so much fucking money. Oh my god. When I take these 25 kilograms of makeup off, no one's gonna recognize me. I obviously don't know what I'm doing. I don't know why the fuck all of you are here. What are you doing here? I'm obviously the wrong person to be watching when these pros, these absolute skill shot gods, are sitting here fucking asleep on stream, staring into the sun, being like, I'm gonna eat a piece of fruit for $1,000. My god.
Look at her, she's all comfy. Of course you want to be cozy when you're working, right, guys? So she just sat here for 6 hours and 30 minutes. You guys get the point. These Twitch streamers are all talentless, not entertaining, not funny, don't deserve to be where they are, ugly. Shut up. You're obviously jealous. Shut up. Like why are you talking? Shut up. No. What are you talking about? You're not jealous.
Oh, there we go. There's the comments. Right there. That's every single person who is now coping and seething because you just roasted their favorite live streamer who does nothing on stream. Talking with chat is your first mistake. Only talk to whale donations. Damn it, Jesse. I need to write this shit down. You people have better ideas of how to do this than I do. Why aren't you... I need to, like, get a book And every time one of you makes a comment like that, I need to like write it down and then just become a fake NPC human being who does all these things, and then I'll be rich and famous. I mean, I might have to go to Turkey and get a hair transplant and start talking about how much I love I don't know, anime titties or something. Not even, I don't even know. God, I need more advice from you. I need all of you to give me advice, because obviously I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. Co-work with me because it means I get a cut too. Wait, hold on. I like watching the stream because I like watching people do arenas in PvE. Fuck you, Lucid Links. Fuck you. Okay, first of all, how dare you? Second of all, you're right. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing in Guild Wars 2. I still don't. And I'm gonna keep it that way. I assume they didn't earn their following doing nothing, but they can afford to do nothing now. Tiny Kitty, you're probably right. Where they worked really hard in the beginning, they got to the top, and now they can just coast. Right? So that means they stopped caring, because they probably earned enough money that if everything crashed and burned, they'd have enough money to retire. So I don't understand why, if they're not going to make interesting stuff, they're not going to do fun shit, it's not going to be cringe, why don't they just retire and then they don't even have to coast. They can just do whatever the fuck they want. I'm missing something. I'm missing something in this puzzle. There's obviously something more going on here. Become a complete sociopath who only cares about money and e-fame. That's how you win. Yeah, but Jesse, you're forgetting a key component. I need to start DMing underage children on Twitch as well. That's like the final piece of the puzzle. If I can do those, then maybe I'll be famous.
You were streaming to 0 viewers yesterday. Of course you're jealous, man. Like what? Like why do you keep talking shit? They want they have more money than you. They have more fame than you, man. Like I don't even see them.
This man's more interesting than most people.
What's up, guys? Yo, what is up, stream? Yo, guys, let's go. Let's get hype, everybody. Get hype, everybody. Yes, sir. Hey, let's get hype, everybody. Let's go. Yo, no way. Yo, poggers, yes, let's go. Nah, no.
Let's be honest. Him doing that alone with no viewers is far more fun than every one of these people and what we saw before that.
No way. Yeah, man, but I'm getting super tired. Do I keep streaming or not? Like I think I'm done for today's stream.
No, that's when you gotta go to sleep and leave the...
No, stay, please. Oh, come on, chat. I'm like exhausted. Come on, man. Jesus. Yes,
I don't know why he had to launch this personal attack against me, but I'm appreciating it.
Oh my god. Okay, I guess, man. Alright, if you guys enjoyed the video, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more content.
Well played. Your video baited me and it was worth watching. Well played. Small Asian boy, congratulations. You did a great job. And you were more fun and interesting than anyone you showed there. True Discord grooming seems to play a part in this professional streamer stuff. You're probably right. There have been so many people who've been grooming children this year. Or at least been caught grooming children. They've been doing it forever. They've just been revealed this year. Want to be sick? Look up NPC trend next. Oh no, I know about the NPC trend, Childe. I know it's coming to Twitch. There'd be people standing there going... And then they say something if someone donates. It's coming. Now. Okay, now onto the serious stuff. Out of the baited video. Out of the video that was making me bait all the time. What I wanted to look at was something specific before I start playing Black Myth Hong Kong today. Right? And I wanted to look at this for one specific reason. Do you see this right here? Oh god, disgusting. I don't know why anyone would watch that. Do you see these fucking comments right here? You should react to Ross's FAQ video. Do you see this this shit right here? This is pissing me the fuck off. Do you know why it's pissing me off? Because they're right. That's why. I should actually look at Ross's FAQ video. I should actually look at the whole picture. Because the entire point of me looking at Thor's video was for me to try and figure out what the fuck was going on in my Discord when everyone was having a bad time. When everyone was shitting on each other, which I thought was pretty funny, and turned out to be a massive nothing burger. That's the long video you spammed. I know, Nameless. I'm aware. Which is why... fuck off, Jimmy. God damn. Now I'm not watching it just because you said it. I'm gonna watch this 40-minute long video so that I have a full understanding of Ross's perspective. Before I do, I have to give my unfiltered dog shit opinion. Just so that you're aware. This is the way I see things, right? Thor can think and say whatever the fuck he wants. He's a big boy and he can have his own opinion. I think, however, it is very hypocritical of him to pretend that he cares about video games and people who play video games, and then say things like anyone trying to preserve video games the way Stop Killing Games is wrong. And disgusting, as he put it. That's the words he used, disgusting and gross. My personal opinion is that he can do what he wants, Ross can do what he wants, but the SKG movement seems to have the right intentions, but needs to rework their shit. Because from everything I've seen so far, it is way too vague currently. I think they need to focus way more heavily on forming long-lasting positive effects for customers who buy games. But I think their heart is in the right place. To be fair, your take, without looking at the source, was more nuanced than most. Fair, Nameless, but that's because I'm too stupid to take a fucking side. If I was a genius, I would bait people with the dumbest take ever, and then play off of that, and be able to get away with it. But I didn't do that, and that's the big mistake here. So now I'm stuck down this path. I'm stuck down this path with a fence up my ass, thinking that the Stop Killing Games movement needs to be less vague, and agreeing with Thor on that point, and then disagreeing with Thor when he says things like, no one should tell video game players how to play games, and then immediately afterwards saying, but you shouldn't be able to play these games. And this movement is disgusting. I think he said that within the space of 45 seconds, if I remember, where he said video game players should be able to play a game however they want, and then saying it's not worth preserving online service games when there are already people out there willing to go through the effort and energy of building their own servers and stuff of a game that's been completely decommissioned. Something like maybe a good example is WildStar, or any other game that was live service. Work hard, get a big following, do nothing on stream, and people still subscribe. Earn money while apparently doing nothing. Maybe it's the popularity thing that cycles it up, Tiny Kitty. I guess it's the same way with money investing and getting interest. The beginning is hard work, but then your money generates you more. Yeah, you're probably right. I support the initiative. I can see some issues, but seeing people uncritically rush to sign is a little concerning. I'm of the same mindset as you when it comes to that, Nameless. I think people need to be assisting Ross in getting to a better place with this petition. I don't think it should be killed, and I don't think anyone who cares about video games and the preservation of video games should be like dead against this movement. and saying it's disgusting and gross. But that's my unfiltered dog shit opinion. You can think whatever the fuck you want. You're a grown-ass human being with a functional brain. You can do whatever the goddamn hell you want. That's up to you. I can only give my opinion. So, with that said... Hold on, I think I've actually got it open on a tab. I think I may have actually prepped this. I did. There we go. This is the man. According to Thor, this is Satan. This is the devil. Someone burn him at the stake right now for daring to fuck with devs. The gist of what he said is, you're not experienced in the game as it was at its height, so you shouldn't preserve it. Havish, that's actually a far more accurate take of what he said. And I think just before he said that, he said no one should tell you how you can or can't play a game. That's what annoyed me a little bit on thinking about this. Also, I don't, like, legalese-wise, I don't like the idea of getting emotions involved in something that should be purely logical. But, you know, maybe that's something to look at. You should prep the Joff Strife Hayes SKG video next. Chielde, you know what, I'll actually do that right now while we watch this. So let's see what Ross, the devil, has to say.
Hi, this is a video on the Stop Killing Games campaign I've been doing.
Hello.
Specifically the European Citizens Initiative. Now, since that's kicked off, I've seen lots of questions and concerns pop up. That's probably my fault. Honestly, there's hundreds of elements involved with this campaign, so it becomes a haze in my mind what I need to include in each video.
Okay.
So instead, this video is the whole enchilada. I'm going to try to answer every big question I've seen. I don't want anyone...
Okay, so basically this video covers everything that he thinks. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Ross. Not Jesus, Ross. Thank you, Bald Jesus, for making this video so I don't need to go to a million different little ones. Oh, you missed this piece and you missed this component. This is perfect. This is exactly what I needed. Now that I'm not focusing on my Discord drama that was caused by all this bullshit, now I can actually look at this and see what this whole entire movement is about. Thank you.
To be against this campaign because they feel like they don't have enough information. Now, if you're already on board with this initiative, or if you're completely against it, then you probably don't need to watch this. In fact, I don't recommend it. It's probably going to be long and boring. This is more for people who really want to drill into the details. Now, if you're watching this, I'm assuming you've watched one of these videos already.
I really loved it that he looked at me so sexually and he said drill into the details. That did something. I got a half chub as he said that while looking directly at me.
But if not, super quick recap, we've launched a European Citizens Initiative that, if passed, would allow customers to retain working copies of games they've paid for. Mostly full stop. It's more complicated than that, but that's what this and those videos are for. Oh, and one point that maybe didn't stick the first time, we're the only game in town on this. So if the practice of destroying video games bothers you and you're an EU citizen, this is your only chance to do something about it.
So that's pretty sad. That's pretty sad that he's the only one who's done this initiative. I wonder why he's been the only one to pick it up. Especially when, more recently, preserving games, at least in some format, whether that be digital or physical, has become like way more of an issue over the last few years. Especially with the manipulative shit that large companies do all the time.
You're waiting for something better to come along, you'll die of old age before that happens.
Yeah, probably.
It's this or nothing.
Yeah, and this, even if it gets somewhere, is gonna take like 15 years.
Maybe you don't believe me on that. Fine. But if this fails in 10 years, 20 years, you realize, oh, I guess Stop Killing Games really was the last stand on that, huh? Okay, I'm going to get to the questions, but before I do, there's a few core concepts that are going to come up again and again and might help frame all of this. Concept number 1, always ask, what's the alternative? I don't know if I've communicated this well, but I'm actually in favor of any solution that solves the problem of video games being destroyed.
Okay, so that's very open-minded of him. I think I think his best option currently is to use the Pirate Bay. I believe that's the best games preservation website we've got currently. I thought what he actually said was even more hypocritical than you made it out to be. I mean, look, you can have your opinion on that. I'm trying to look at this from the perspective of not attacking people on like a very interpersonal level. And I'm trying to give people the benefit of the doubt here. I'm trying to look at this from the perspective of Thor has his own opinions on it because he may know something we don't, and maybe he's I don't know, maybe he, just because he threw out a video where it was a talking head and he hadn't actually thought about it and laid his things out into a script, maybe he was just, you know, shooting from the hip and he said some things he didn't actually mean, and now he's too far down the rabbit hole to turn around and come back. And maybe, and because I haven't watched this, maybe Ross said something that is actually a bit fucky. Who knows, right? I'm trying to be give the benefit of the doubt when it comes to that. But I suppose we'll see. Funny is that the initiative is launched in Europe, as nobody is better in totally screwing you over. I think, Rennie, I think it's genius to actually focus on doing this in Europe, because they're the ones who took EA to task with the loot box bullshit. And I think the EU has the ability to force a regulation on gaming that will then be applied worldwide, because no one wants to use the lose the European market. You wouldn't be able to do this in America, because if you launch this initiative, all these big companies like EA, Nintendo, Sony, all they would need to do is put $5,000 in the back of the pocket of some bullshit politician who's going to immediately lobby against this bullshit because they've been bribed to do so. I wouldn't have stopped watching him if he didn't have the emotional outburst and called Ross disgusting and a greasy used car salesman. So I didn't know he called him a greasy used car salesman. But I think personally, this is personal, he can say whatever the fuck he wants, right? I think Thor is well within his rights to say whatever the fuck he wants, to insult people on the way they look or whatever the hell else, but that doesn't mean I or anyone else has to like it, right? Or has to agree with him, or think that someone who very much purports himself to be a professional in everything he does now all of a sudden gets to turn around and say this shit and expect people to agree with him because he's very biased towards devs as opposed to consumers. Also, my head's getting cold. I'm putting on my beanie.
So when I hear criticisms of our plan, my first thought is always, what's the alternative solution that saves video games? If somebody has an alternate solution, cool, we're on the same team. Then we're just discussing tactics. But if
So, I'm on his side. I'm actually on his side then. I want video games to be preserved. I want some format or form of an old video game that no one else dared to even bother preserving to be preserved. I don't want people buying shit, even if they're just buying a license to a video game. I don't want them buying that shit and then not being able to play it 5 years later because some fucking server got shut down. I think that's really goddamn stupid. If there is some NEET in a basement who is motivated enough to put that game back up online off of a personal server, he should be well within his rights to do so.
Somebody does not have an alternate solution, but they're against our solution, well then they're against all solutions. So deductively, that means they are in favor of perpetuating the destruction of games, which means they're the opposition. In which case, we don't really value their critique because they don't want to solve the problem. Like if a parent says to a kid, clean your room, I don't care how you do it, and the kid says no, well, then the parent might clean the room for the kid and throw out some stuff they didn't want them to because the kid refused to solve the problem. So anything about our plans you don't like, I encourage everyone to ask, what's the alternative? It's a fast way to figure out who's on what side.
Okay, so with him saying, what's the alternative? Keep that in mind. Every single thing he says, every statement I disagree with, I am going to rip it to shit throughout this video as much as I can, using my knowledge and experience working in professional fields as much as possible. Not because I hate the initiative, but because I think currently they are far too vague and could be doing a better job. But we'll see how this goes from here.
And some people may not even realize that's their stance until they go through that process. I mean, they might have good intentions, but good intentions and no action, what does that get you? All right, just a couple more. Concept 2. Most of what we're doing is about future games. For existing games, don't worry, we'll get to that. But the point is, this campaign is focused on games that don't even exist yet.
So that I don't like. That immediately I don't like. I think there needs to be a law that applies retroactively so that anyone who's hosting a private server of a video game from a company that's no longer hosting that video game, they should be left alone. The company, whether that be EA or Nintendo, has waived all rights to sue or attack them in any regard whatsoever. Right? They should not be able to go after this person legally. I think that should apply to old video games and future video games.
So when I see comments saying what we're asking for is impossible or we don't know what we're talking about, what I hear is somebody saying it is impossible or impractical to make an online game in the future with an end-of-life plan.
That's okay, so that's also another issue I have, right? Retroactive laws are tricky. They're always tricky, that's why you have to make them simple and broad. That's why when you're dealing with retroactive application of laws, what you've got to do is you've got to look at the retroactive application with the future use. Right? So the future use is that from this point onwards, no company can go and attack some dude in his basement who resets up a server for a game that's no longer being provided by the original IP holder. Right? This is also another point I actually disagree with on Ross. I don't think the onus to have some kind of sunset patch or sunset dev system is actually on the developers themselves. I believe that the developers should be able to produce their video game in any mechanism possible as long as they are not doing it in a malicious way that prevents people from setting it up in the future. So what I don't want them behaving like is Apple, where what Apple does is they very manipulatively make sure that people who are private repair stores and stuff cannot go and repair old Apple products because they make things in such a fucking strange and esoteric and manipulative way that the guys repairing the phones just can't do it. They like actively go out of their way to fuck over anyone who wants to keep their older product. I think it should be very simple. Dev your game however the fuck you want, as long as it's not trying its best to make sure no one in the future can set this game up as much as possible. You don't need a sunset patch. Gamers and people with the technical know-how have already proven that they have the skills and capability of taking games and running a private server. That's already happening. There's already a WildStar private server. There's already a WoW server. There's already like a bunch of private servers for games that are otherwise dead. So I don't think they need sunset patches. I don't think they need to do that. I think that's just creating extra work and pressure on the developers and maybe burning through resources that they otherwise wouldn't have. Because now they have to plan for it in the future with anything they make.
Now, I and many developers I've talked to think that's a pretty silly statement, but I've seen so many comments along those lines. I think a few out there have an almost myopic focus on games right now and how things can't change, and that's not where our focus is. Third concept, almost done. It is impossible to save games without some effort from developers and some disruption to the industry.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I think if it's impossible to save games without developer effort, what that means is that they've actively put systems in the game to prevent you from doing that. Or at least in the code. I think they should just have preventative measures that stop them from doing something manipulative like that. I don't believe this third concept because I've seen people already set up games, already get around all the issues. You can go, I'm not kidding, and I'm not going to tell you how I know this. If you do not want to pay for all the predatory bullshit that you see in Mass Effect through the entire series with DLC, you can go onto the Pirate Bay right now, and there's someone who solved all the DLC, cracked all of it, and you can get a full, complete game. From the first Mass Effect all the way to Mass Effect 3, where you're choosing between 3 different colored balloons. And also there's an ad now, so we're going to wait, because this is important. Only retroactively applicable part might be prohibiting lawsuits against private servers. That's what I'm talking about, Nameless. I think that's the most important part. Where in the SKG initiative is anything retroactive? Nowhere, but I'm saying there should be something retroactive. Very broad strokes, very simple to follow, something that's non-predatory, but there should be some retroactive application. So, like, let's say there's a private server up for an old game, and someone currently is in the middle of a lawsuit with a company like EA or Nintendo over their private server. The law should apply to the point that anything done by that person in the past is now immediately dropped from a legal sense. That they cannot continue the lawsuit and say, no, we started this lawsuit 4 years ago, and therefore this current law that's just been applied doesn't take effect. They shouldn't be able to do something like that. It should mean that any past lawsuit that is still currently in process gets thrown out immediately. Crack games have a high chance of being filled with viruses or altered files. Yes, Filter, and that's why we need a better system. That's currently the best system we've got, though. Ross is a preservation extremist and would want to save all games. He has more operations going than the EU initiative, but for the EU initiative, they have decided to not push hard for retroactive. I suppose from a strategic standpoint, that's probably the right thing to do, because the harder they push with a higher level of demands, the more difficult it's going to be for them to get anything passed, right? Keep in mind, Jesse, I'm talking about this from an idealistic standpoint. I'm not talking about this from the standpoint of the legalese or the strategical application of what's going to win you the lawsuit or how you win this fight. I'm talking about this from the super idealistic standpoint of how do we preserve as many games as possible. That's what I look at this from. Also, yes, fuck ads. Like I said, I want a button that gets rid of all of them. Now then, we can continue because the ad's over. I get you and agree all games should be preserved. Yeah, so, like, keep in mind, I'm being very idealistic here. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the law. I don't know the strategic stuff of what's going to work and what's going to actually win here. I'm just saying this from my idealistic perspective of what I would want to happen.
The video game industry has been going down the wrong road on game preservation for a long time.
Yes.
There's so much damage already. Mm-hmm. Some out there think that the second there's any inconvenience to the industry, no matter how small, then this entire plan is unfeasible. It kind of reminds me of car manufacturers in the 60s when they were required to add seatbelts to cars. Car companies protested that up and down and fought it every step of the way. And you know what? Adding seatbelts did add to the cost and work of making a car. Mm-hmm. But how much, especially now that time has passed?
I think that's a
games
poor
that are shut
comparison.
down and no longer being sold by the company shouldn't allow the company to boogaloo people's assholes over shit they are not selling.
I agree.
In addition, these companies that do try shit against servers for games they aren't selling should have the Thanos snap. Fine their ass and give some of that cash to operating costs of the peace servers. This second part is more me being vindictive and not exactly based on logic.
Yeah, that's a vengeful thing that'll never happen. Because you got to remember the people with the money and the high-powered lawyers are the devs, so they will fight tooth and nail to make sure that never happens. The first part you'll get past, maybe. The second part, not so much. Now, on to his example that he used here of seatbelts and cars. I don't think that's a very good comparison because seatbelts and cars is actually the difference between someone being dead and someone being alive, whereas a video game is not going to fucking kill you. Unless you have epilepsy, it doesn't have an epilepsy warning and that shit flickers in your face. And we already have rules and regulations around that. I think this whole idea that you can compare a life and death situation to video games is probably a very poor comparison. I think he could have done a better job with something there.
I would guess less than 1%. I think it could be similar for video games.
Also, El Shelder, you're right when you say it's not the devs who would fight, it's the publishers. I'm kind of using the word devs as like a catch-all term, right? But I should probably say companies instead. You're 100% right about that. It's the publishers, it's the company owners. Those people will fight tooth and nails. Generally speaking, devs are people who work within these companies, who are super passionate, who have their dreams and aspirations ruined by some bullshit artist in management who's told them to put a monetary system in their game that would otherwise be really good, but takes it from like an 8 out of 10 to a 5 out of 10 because of all the pay-to-win bullshit and other trash that they have to worry about instead.
Future. Remember concept 2. And the last core concept. The European Citizens Initiative is not final law. Something about it will change. It's inevitable.
Okay, so that's what I said in my initial video, is that this is not in a final state. This needs to be revised 1,000,000 times. And it's going to take forever. It's going to take 10 to 15 years to pass. And it needs to go through hundreds of rounds of people fixing and being hyper-specific with everything they deal with when it comes to this.
What we're trying to do is aim the arrow the best we can and hope it hits the mark.
Okay, and I think you can aim the arrow better than you currently have just from a logical standpoint.
Okay, questions. Will the law we're proposing be retroactive? No.
It should be, but it's a bad idea to try and do that and get the law passed because it just won't. It won't fly. That shit won't fly.
It couldn't be even if we wanted it to. Sorry if that wasn't clear earlier. Isn't your initiative too vague? There's a few layers to this question. Like, remember concept 4. And it's not actually supposed to be final law. Like, did you know there's a word limit to it? It's supposed to be a basic explanation and your reasons for it, and you have to cite which EU directives apply to show that the EU has authority for it. Oh yeah, that was a lot of fun doing that part. Also, have you looked at any of the other initiatives? This one, tax the rich. This initiative does not give a number as to what qualifies as rich. Or this one, creation of an environmental authority. That's talking about creating a new agency. Do you have any idea how many rules and regulations that would take?
So to his argument here, looking at this and him saying, ours is vague and so is everyone else's, I don't think that argument holds water. He should be better. If everyone else's is vague and yours is in a far better state, then yours is more likely to be more valuable and therefore worth the time to invest in. I think maybe they launched this initiative too early, and I think maybe they're attacking Ubisoft and the Crew too far too technically, and should instead be looking at a more broad scope but far more specific rule, because now comparing his to other vague things like this just puts him in the same pile as everything else. So maybe they need to revise now, start revising now, and then go through more revisions once people actually know what is and isn't vague. Thor just saw the early version and he hates it and got angry. That's the part that annoyed me. Chielde, is that his response was emotional and not very logical.
Yep, he is coping with his vagueness, and will be focused on being emotional. This will last long and ruin his movement for a while.
Yes, it will. This slows him down. If he had been far more hyper-specific out the gate, then sure, he would still need revisions, things would still need to change, but he would look different from all these other vague things that get kicked out the door. Or just thrown in a pile and be like, here's all this vague shit, it's all the same. He would have looked far better being far more, diving into far more specificity earlier, as opposed to now having to go back and revise it after this petition. He's supposed to be general about it, yes. He's supposed to be general about it, but I think there's still enough vagueness that it's a problem, if that makes sense. I think he could have still been general about a lot of things, but he could have been far more on point with certain issues and points that he's talking about and focusing on that would make his movements stand out amongst the rest of the stuff that's vague and difficult to understand.
Be books worth. So we could be more specific, but it wouldn't matter. That's not our job. That's the EU Commission's job. In some ways,
that's also a mistake. Relying on someone else to do the thing and say, this is not my job, means that the thing you might get passed is not the things you want passed.
Slide I posted is more important than the initiative itself, because this roughly reflects the views of the organizers, the people who will be going to Brussels to discuss this with the EU. Another layer to this is the law itself can be vague or broad.
Yes, and it shouldn't be.
Police officers, they have to have reasonable suspicion to stop someone, and they need probable cause to arrest someone. What does that mean? Yeah, see, you have to use some common sense because the law can't cover every last scenario.
Yeah, and how well is that working out for black dudes in America who keep getting gunned down? How well is that working out? I've seen the videos. How well is that working out? How well is that reasonable suspicion working out? For the people it's applied to, how well is that working out? Reasonable suspicion shouldn't be my skin tone is darker than a certain fucking chart that a police officer's given. I think it might have been smart to wait for the results of all the formal complaints against Ubisoft, taking away the crew, but who knows how long that will take. Well, this is already going to take forever. So he might as well have gathered enough information. What's 5 to 6 more months in a 15-year-long battle? Here's my vague idea. I will trust the politicians to fix it. Yeah, that's a bad idea. That's a real bad idea.
Like, say an officer sees somebody who he thinks has weed on him, but it turns out it's just a bag of oregano. Do we need to write a law saying that if you're holding a bag of oregano, then that counts as reasonable suspicion? Well, what if...
Only if you're black.
If we forgot to write a law for a bag of dried parsley? See, it just doesn't work. And it's the same for games. Like in the initial...
Yeah, but you see, this is the thing, is he's now being an extremist about this vagueness. Using his example, there's a guy holding a bag of oregano. The law could say reasonable suspicion means that something looks like a drug. The thing he was holding was a bag of oregano, but it looks like a drug, so therefore I can go and investigate. Did it look like a drug if he was holding a bag of water? No. Was he Canadian? Makes perfect sense. They put liquids in bags because they're all brain damaged. So then you don't go and investigate. Right? So there's a middle ground here that you need to look for in your specificity versus vagueness. And he's trying to lean on things being far too vague and then relying on someone else to fix that, which I think is a mistake here. Because what might get passed might be actually more viciously against people who are trying to preserve games than someone who isn't.
Some were asking what is meant by a reasonably functional or playable state. Well, if it's a racing game, I would think that means you race cars in the game world. If it's an arena shooter, I would think that means you enter game maps and shoot at other players. If it's an RPG, boy, that could mean fight monsters, talk to NPCs, use items, manage your inventory, lots of stuff. But what if we try to be specific and make the law race cars in the game world?
Yeah, but
well,
you
does
see,
that
now,
work for
so
the...
his excuse here is you can't get too specific. And he's right, you can't get too specific, but being too vague is just a problem on the other side of the aisle. You need to be vague, but still specific enough that it makes sense for your use case.
The arena shooter or the RPG? I mean, I guess a few of them, but not most. It just won't work. Same goes for technology. What works code-wise for an arena shooter probably doesn't work for an MMO. That's why we...
I mean, that's what New World tried with Lumberyard. I mean, look how well that worked out.
Leave it to the developer. Some were complaining about that. Well, the alternative would be to mandate exactly how every company writes the code that fixes their game. Not only is that unrealistic, nobody wants that. Specific rules do not work for all games, so you have to be broad.
Yes, you have to be broad, but that doesn't mean you have to be vague.
Doesn't your initiative still go too far? Okay, we just covered why we have to be broad and can't be too specific, but there is a 0% chance this initiative survives with everything we're asking for. There's going to be industry input.
Yes.
In fact, I'm kind of worried about one of them. One of our members found out about a lobbying group, videogameseurope.eu.
There you go. There you go. There it is. Let's trust the politicians, guys. They're uncorruptible. Oh, nothing bad ever happens when we trust politicians. You know what's really funny? The more I think about it, you know what's really funny about trusting politicians? They're all the ones who decide if your country goes to war, but none of those fucking politicians or their children are ever the ones on the front line. Strange how that happens, huh? Maybe I'm noticing a little bit too hard.
Look at all the fine members.
There you go. Wait, hold on. The thing to note about the initiative is that the organizers will build a working group with EU lawyers and lobbyists. Well, they're already doing it, Jesse, apparently. They're already getting ready to fight this shit tooth and nail. There you go.
Look at the membership list. There are a lot of companies with live service games on here. I would feel so much better if CD Projekt was on this list. You know, a major European game developer that gives a damn about preservation.
Yeah. You may notice that the people who actually give a shit will not be on that list.
Initiative, it's going to change. So we need to aim a little higher to hit the mark so we have some negotiating leverage. Okay, I am not speaking for the initiative members in this next part. It's not a hive mind. Some agree with me, some are more radical than me. But here are some
Okay, this is a filthy tactic. I just thought of this. This is actually a really, really filthy tactic. But they could do this. Right? They could actually do this and get away with it. What they do, in order to win, is let's say their target is to end up with the laws over here. Wait, actually no, let's put that lower. They're looking to target the laws over here. So what they do is they set a bunch of ridiculously unfucking reasonable demands in their outline and their brief, and they get it pushed through, and then as certain laws get peeled back, instead of aiming here and getting laws passed down here, because they've been ridiculously unreasonable, their negotiating tactic means that they get what they actually want, but they've been aiming up here instead of over here to get what they want. That might actually work. This is a negotiation tactic that's worked very well, is be as unfucking reasonable as possible so that on revision, it seems like you've come to a compromise, but you actually got what you wanted. That might work brilliantly well. It's shitty to do, but that might actually be the thing to actually do, is be as unfucking reasonable as possible so that on revision it becomes something actually practical. That's a good list to check regarding their tax subsidies. Yeah, it is actually. We need another Sweet Baby list. We need another list just like the Sweet Baby people. Hold on, now I'm getting Jimmy's typing out the entire works of Edgar Allan Poe here. You know what's funny here in the USA? With all the equality we have, if they start trying to draft guys from selective service because men are required to register for that shit by federal law, is that we can sue the government over it because of discrimination, since women do not have to register by law, and we will likely win. You won't win. You won't win because the government will just declare a state of emergency and say it's invalid. They'll just be like, no, bullshit, throw it out immediately, and then state of emergency, they'll just, they'll just push it through. They won't give a fuck. Basically, argument will end up being either everything is equal and women also have to register to be drafted, or women don't have. You know what? If women have to register for the draft, let's just be honest, right? There will be so many women in that country trying their absolute best to get pregnant as quickly as possible. The feminist movement will fucking evaporate, right? There are 3 states when feminism evaporates. The first state is war. All of a sudden, I'm just a little housewife. The second state is the bank account is empty. And the third state is you're getting treated like you're a dude. In any regard whatsoever. All of a sudden it's, I'm a lady and you as a man have to do this for me. That's why I think the fucking feminist movement is such a fucking joke, fully. Because it'll evaporate the second that everyone gets started treating equally. Because the honest truth is that men and women are not equal. They're just not. They're 2 elements with different that are meant to work together. We are literally a species that has a binary. We are not the same. We're not fucking hyenas where the females grow dicks that are like 20 inches long. They're already aiming higher than what they expect to and get in negotiations. That's probably a good tactic then. Ross has said that much in the podcast, though maybe not as extremely as you're suggesting. Maybe they need to aim higher then, but I suppose it's a balancing act, Havish, between do we aim unreasonably high and have it thrown out immediately, or do we aim just unreasonably high enough that it gets pulled back to what we actually want?
Compromises I personally might agree to. Instead of insisting that the game works on shutdown, have a best effort from the developers so that savvy users could repair the game. This could be server binaries, server source code.
So I disagree with this point. I don't think they need to make their best effort. I just think they need to not put bullshit in the game that prevents other people from making a server once the original company is no longer providing that service. I just think they need to not do extra shit that makes it more difficult. That's all.
Again, this is optional, guys. That would not be the only option. I'm not mandating that. Or if we want to be really generous, repair instructions. Here, I'll pull up my old slide from a while back. This would kind of be the bare minimum. Okay, back to...
Let's see, the bare minimum. Give notice of service shutdown. They already do that, that's fair. Release packet documentation. I don't think they'd need to do that. Compile and release client software without encryption, DRM, anti-cheat modules, and distributed servers. I think that would be fair. Because all of that in that third point is extra work and resources that they would have to put in to make sure no one else can put their game up online once they've shut down their servers. Option 2, notice of service shutdown, release packet documentation. I don't think they need to do that. I think data miners and people who know what they're doing will figure it out. Identity the type of encryption used for client plus provide private key for game if encryption is not a plugin. You see, that might be a copyright issue of security. So I don't think that point needs to... I think you don't need this third point. Or maybe... I don't know, I'm of 2 minds about this. I think they just need to not do shit that makes it difficult for others to pull the game back up, because you have a small but passionate community who really want to play their fucking car game from 2012 or whatever.
The compromises. Not include subscription service games. I'll get into that one later.
Okay, hold on. Compromises Ross might accept. Also accept a best effort from publishers. So again, I don't think they need best effort. I just think they need lowest effort, which means don't make it difficult. Exempt subscription service games. This I don't like. I don't think subscription service games should be exempt from this shit. Europe Parliament is basically the mob going legit, so final question will be, where's the briefcase with money? Yeah, but that's every system. That's every political system. That's not just Europe. That's everywhere. It's just some people are better, some countries are way better at hiding it than others. That's all.
And finally, grandfather in existing games. That would be a huge compromise. Nice. Because every game that's grandfathered in will die. Or 98% of them, something around there.
Yeah.
A higher percentage of those games would survive if they were not grandfathered in. So that's giving up hundreds of games there.
So this here, I don't like. I don't think they should give up on this point. Because that means you lose an entire era of games. And then it becomes a lot more easy for companies to psychologically manipulate people into thinking that a game that's actually 5 out of 10 is 10 out of 10. You take a bunch of young kids and you make them play some old games that are super fun. They start wondering, why the fuck is there all this predatory monetization stuff in the modern game I'm playing when they didn't need it? If they never see those old games that don't have that shit, they never have the idea or thought in their head that it doesn't have to exist. They don't get trained into the idea that these systems don't need to be there. They just accept it as the norm. So I don't like that. I don't think they should give up on that point. That should stay in.
It would be a devil's bargain. Hundreds of games sacrificed to save almost all games in the future. And this is about as far as the compromises could go. If we bargain below this, there's basically no point to any of this. Because then there would be so little protection, no games would be saved. So we have to have some buffer. Under your initiative, do all features need to work when the game is shut down? This is another point a few members disagree on. Me, I'd say no, but it's kind of a spectrum. We have that phrase, reasonably playable state. So let's say you have an...
So you see, that word right there, reasonably playable state, is incredibly dangerous. Because we already know that a company like Nintendo, in order to not give up the IP, will have an entire server for what was a game that hosted thousands of players running off of a fucking jerry-rigged goddamn Raspberry Pi to say that it's in a reasonably playable state because, see, one person can connect and play the game, and so therefore you can't touch our IP. That's a dangerous one. That's a really dangerous one. And you know immediately that companies like Nintendo will exploit that phrase to the fucking hilt as far as they can. They will put that legal dick up everyone's ass if it means that no one gets to touch their shit. They will make sure it's as hard as possible for people to understand reasonably playable state. That's the dangerous one. I think it's always good to remember who paid for the server, the game, the dev salary, and the publisher's yacht. At the end of the day, gamers paid for it all. Yes, they did. And therefore, they should expect that they are able to play the thing that they love because they paid for it. To have companies put in some effort isn't unreasonable. It's not unreasonable, but it may take away resources from what would otherwise be a good game, right? So think about it this way. A perfect example of this is the resources you use in a video game, right? So, in the past, let's look at this in ye olden days, when you made a video game, you just made a fucking video game, right? So, in the past, you want to make a video game. All your resources go into making the video game. Everything you do goes towards making the video game. The sound design, the actual gameplay, so on and so forth. Then, all of a sudden, we hit the modern age. We can monetize the shit out of this. So, what would otherwise have been all your resources spent on making a good video game, now you tell the devs to spend 20% of the time making some dog shit DRM or some predatory monetization system. And instead of getting a game that's all the way up here, you get a game that's quality is just around this region, and all of a sudden your resources are here, right? Then let's get to 2024. Now in 2024, Every single monetization system in all these games works so fucking flawlessly, so goddamn perfectly, that they're probably spending about 60 to 70% of their resources, and this is AAA industry, by the way, on the payment systems, the psychology of manipulating people into getting into a game, the loot boxes, all that bullshit, the 25 different currencies, and the actual game, they spend this much time. And you have a dog shit game instead of something that's worth your time. Now imagine, on top of that, you're telling devs, hey, we know you're a bunch of predatory motherfuckers, and you're spending this many resources on the game, and making it as dog shit as possible, and manipulative as possible, but some people still like the game, and so they go out of their way to play it. This is a very small and niche community, but it's enough that people still play it. Now we want you to spend some extra resources instead on making sure that the game is in some level of playable state. Do you really think that a company who has to do this here, in the middle, do you think a company who has to do that there is then instead going to spend extra resources and money to up the quality of the game again? No, fuck no, they won't do that. They'll just say, okay, well, the game's going to be even more dog shit than before because now we're wasting resources on that. You have to remember these people are subhumans. You have to remember anyone in management, anyone who's dealing with the money side of the stuff. They are not game devs who care about a game. They are subhuman pieces of shit who look at numbers and that's all they care about. It's why the words beholden to shareholders are so fucking dangerous when you're looking at big companies. And it's why they keep on making DEI fucking trash that no one wants to play. Oh, that's right. I forgot this as well. I actually forgot this. Some of the resources now have to actually be fucking spent on making sure there's enough black lesbians in wheelchairs who are transgender or whatever the fuck, instead of making interesting characters. So instead of your game being over here, it's now down here instead as well. So it just makes it fucking worse. That's the issue I have, is the resource drain just means even lower quality dog shit that no one cares about. Fuck. And I just thought of the perfect counter argument to that. Do you know what the perfect counter argument to that is? Good, I hope they do it. That way all these big companies will crash. These big companies will fucking collapse like they deserve. That's the counter argument. God damn it. I just argued against myself. What are we talking about? I missed the company name, and this applies to 90% of game companies. Yes, Ray Whisper, we're talking about the SKG drama. I'm kind of watching this in reverse, where I was watching Thor's video to try and deal with the drama that was happening in my Discord, and then I kept on getting comments saying, hey, watch the FAQ, watch the FAQ, and it pissed me off because they were right. I should watch the FAQ, so I understand Ross's perspective so far. And what I'm doing is I'm applying null hypothesis theory, where I'm trying to be as aggressive towards Ross as possible and try and look at this from how do I poke as many holes in his argument as possible, even though I think I like his initiative and I would support his initiative if I was someone in the EU. From what I understand so far. Live service games that don't exist do not apply, at least until a publicly available key is available for a price tag that is unreasonable to my wallet. Everything is going to become unreasonable to your wallet. Don't worry, just give it enough time. Couldn't they move the money and time it takes to implement all that crap?
Discord drama.
Yes, there was a whole bunch of people arguing in there, but what I don't think Super realized at the time was that Hyperion was just going full troll mode because he was having the time of his life just to upset him. No one got banned, and I'm not gonna ban people because I thought it was funny and it was a gigantic fucking nothing burger at the end of the day. Couldn't they move the money and time it takes to implement all the crap that makes the game unplayable after servers shut down to the end of life plan? That's still resource drain. They've still got to think about it from a long-term perspective of who are we paying to do this? right? So it doesn't matter where in the timeline you're moving it, it is still an excess resource drain that you now have to plan into your future games. I know this from project management. There are certain resources where it doesn't matter where it happens, you're just going to be draining resources to get something done, regardless of if it's at the beginning of a lifespan or at the end of a lifespan. And that has to be factored in. You have to have a positive case, an ultra positive case, a mediocre case, a negative case, and an ultra negative case for your game, and you have to try and survive all of those. And the funniest part about the AAA industry is that they never have an ultra negative case because they all think they're fucking untouchable gods, and that's why they keep failing. Double the entire bar because half the budget is usually marketing. You know what? You're right, Jesse. I should actually put another bar in there for marketing. I should have another bar in there that talks about how they fired a bunch of fucking game devs and then didn't credit them just before the game came out, and now they can't support it in a live service system because they thought it was all set it and forget it. I should have put in another bar for the programmers, or not the programmers, the fucking management team raping Susan under the desk and getting her to commit suicide. I should have put in a bar for a whole bunch of other shit. Man, I could rant about this shit forever. Also, what's up, Danicole? How you doing? There's my favorite Swedish twink. Has it taken you 2.5 hours to watch 10 minutes of a video? No, and it's disappointing that it hasn't. It should take me 2.5 hours, but I was watching something else earlier about a guy dunking on Twitch streamers. I need my video game to be as diverse as the NYU campus. Pff, fuck me. I imagine you'll just control the robots and you'll never actually be the operator. Yeah, pretty much. Make all characters gay, trans, BIPOC, and spend nearly none of your budget on making a good game. This would fix the gaming industry. You know what? Maybe we need to be accelerationists. Maybe we need to support all this trash so that all these gigantic companies collapse through the fucking floor and then we never have to worry about it again. Because they'll all be dead. Maybe accelerationism is the correct path to go down here, as opposed to all this bullshit where we try and say, like, don't do this. We're fighting against the tide. What we should be doing is pushing for the apocalypse as hard as possible. That's what the aim should be.
Online arena shooter, it shuts down, the company releases an end-of-life patch, and everything works except for achievements and matchmaking. Well, I think most people would say, yeah, good enough. The game's saved. It works. But then let's say you had another game, it shuts down, and you can technically start it, but all you can do is get into the main menu and nothing works past that.
What he just described is some of the PlayStation games where you've got the disc, and if you're not connected online, it won't download some of the things beyond the tutorial. I can't remember which game specifically did this to me as a kid, but I remember being incredibly pissed off that I bought a full version of the game, I put it in my PlayStation, and the fucking game told me, you cannot play anything more than the tutorial until you hook us up to the internet so we can download the rest of the game. Shit like that should be illegal. Tony Hawk. I don't think it was Tony Hawk for me. I know, if I remember right, my friend loved the Tony Hawk Pro Skater shit, and he complained about that exact same issue, but the game I had wasn't Tony Hawk Pro Skater. So I had a friend who loved the Tony Hawk Pro Skater series, and he bitched about that, and I bitched about something else to him. It might have been one of the SSX games. I can't remember.
Well, in that other game, I think most people would not consider that a reasonably playable state.
SOCOM. No,
So
I don't think it was
that
SOCOM.
game might face a higher chance of receiving complaints to the Consumer Protection Agency in that country. So I can't tell you exactly where the dividing line is, but the more the game works, the more it's likely to be an acceptable solution. Do you expect companies to keep running servers forever?
No.
No. They can end support and turn
That's 100% unreasonable.
off servers whenever they want. But they have to do it in a responsible way, like Gran Turismo Sport, Knockout City, Duelist, and so on. What about games that don't require a connection to the publisher or DRM servers, etc., when support ends to work? Nothing. Those kinds of games would be exempt from all of this. And that actually is most video games. Are any people involved with this initiative developers? Yes, a few are game or...
Well, Thor's involved. Thor's involved, and he told you you're all disgusting and gross. He's definitely involved. He's just on the other side, but he's fucking involved now. 11 users here, and it sucks. 7 was peak. Downhill from there with pretty much everything Microsoft. Yeah, it's because Microsoft is a gigantic company that only cares about bottom line.
Server software developers in the initiative. I've also had a lot of game developers reach out to me in support of this, mostly indie ones. I think our highest profile game developer in support of this might be Running with Scissors, the developer of the Postal games.
Hi there.
Oh,
Would you like to
shit.
sign my petition?
Oh shit, the Postal games. Oh, of course. Oh my god.
I imagine they understand the madness we're facing better than most. And finally, there's been a couple of
fucking based Postal devs. God damn. Those are some old school motherfuckers. They need the Jason, 20 years in the industry, whole elite hacker, and man who basically created WoW by himself. Yes, they do. Was a bitch. If he had the nuts, he would debate Ross directly instead of bitching around. Login, there might be a reason Thor wouldn't debate over this. And it's not like he's a bitch. It might be that he realizes that debates don't work and don't solve anything. Debates usually devolve into a verbal match of two chimpanzees flinging as much shit at each other as possible. They don't come out agreeing with each other. No one's minds are changed, and it's just another scenario of people are being mad at each other, right? No one is willing to move from their position or change their mind about anything. So maybe he did it. I'm trying to be generous here. Maybe he won't debate people because he realizes that it just does nothing, right? Keep in mind, Thor is a furry whose persona is a goddamn rodent. I'm not being called gross by someone like that at all, seriously. So I don't think any of that matters. I don't think any of that matters. I don't think him being a furry or whatever the fuck matters at all. And I don't think him calling anyone else gross really matters at all. I just think it's really fucking stupid to get emotional over something that needs a logical perspective. That's all. And that's my personal opinion. Do whatever the fuck you want. You want to get emotional? Get emotional.
Developers at large companies that wish to remain anonymous, so they will. I'm a developer with an online-only game. What will happen if this initiative passes? Okay, first off, I can't answer this question 100% because back to point 4, things will change. So
Thor said he would never interact with Ross because he considers him a greasy car salesman. Hold on, I just gotta... Considers him a greasy car salesman. Hold on one second. Something just broke. Oh God. I mean, let's be honest. No one here in the MMO space looks fucking fantastic. I mean, maybe he looks like a greasy car salesman, but he doesn't seem to be acting like one. He seems to have thought this out pretty well. I mean, barring the hairline that's still better than mine, he's not that bad. I wouldn't call him a greasy car salesman. I would say he's I'd say he's closer to that guy who's at the rock concert who's a little bit too old to be there because he's got a wife and kids and he's got to be in bed by 9. That's a personal attack on myself, by the way. I echo. Yeah, I know. I know, I'm still working on that system. It's still in the beta testing phase. I'm still figuring it out, okay?
A lot of this depends on what the EU decides. We'll start with existing games. You may have several options, though most of them are not ideal. But remember point 1 and point 3.
Wait, point 1 and point 3.
Though most of them are not ideal. But remember point 1 and point 3.
What's the alternative? And is it impossible to save games without some... Yes, it is. It is possible. But as he's kind of pointed out, there's not really an alternative. Can I pay $120? Fuck! No! Oh, Bob. I just missed out on a great opportunity, Bob. I should have charged you all $120 to see me eat a banana in 4K on my testing stuff that I'm still figuring out. This is why I will never be a famous streamer. Also because I don't shut the fuck up and I've got no filter. He's gonna hate you later. He's gonna be so mad about the audio. Oh, that makes it even better.
Option 1. You can come up with an end-of-life plan to keep it working after shutdown. Though that may not be possible. See, you could have licenses and middleware that you don't have permission to distribute. Or, you know what? Maybe you just don't want to work on the game anymore. I get it. Option 2. You could shut down the game before the law went into effect. Yes, that sucks. But you think it doesn't suck for the consumer every time every other game gets shut down?
Mm-hmm.
And the quick-to-react people out there might say, oh, look, this proposal is going to kill games. You mean games that were on death row and were going to get killed anyway? So, yes, this would move the timetable up, but the aftermath would be everything gets saved. Option 3, maybe. This one depends
on... Hold on. I think I actually broke something. Hold on. I think I may have broken something. You're saying... Okay, so you're saying that this is double audio. When you're hearing it here. I think I might know what that problem is. Nope. No idea what it is. Oh well. Good luck, Yogi. I'll fix it later.
on the EU.
It might
you
be
can move to a
both mics, but
subscription
we'll
model
see.
instead. Now, this is probably a losing proposition in the long term, we know, but then at least customers are informed how much time they have left at any given time. Option 4, another maybe. Make a best effort to let the customer repair or run the game after shutdown. So this could be server binaries, maybe server...
Like this is the thing, is I don't think they need to give server binaries and all of that shit, because motivated people will figure out a way. We already see that happening.
Source code, again, not mandatory. Releasing packet documentation, I'll bring up that slide again. Removing DRM and so on. Something to give users a fighting chance. And option 5, another maybe, all games get grandfathered in and none of this applies to existing games. This would kill the most games, but this is probably the option most developers would want. Now that's for existing games. For future games, it's everything I just mentioned, which have multiple maybes, except for grandfathering and shutting down before the law is active, obviously. I realize this is less than ideal, but remember point 3.
Again, like you said, this is less than ideal, but it's like you said, who the fuck else has a better proposal than him? Like, genuinely, Is there anyone at all who's doing anything aside from him? And I don't know of any initiative aside from his that I've seen or managed to find out.
We have to break the loop of games being designed with no end-of-life plan. Otherwise, this excuse gets perpetuated forever and progress becomes impossible.
Like I said before, I disagree with that. We don't need an end-of-life plan. We just need devs to not be predatory fucks who make things in such weird and esoteric ways using encryption that prevent people from pulling the game back up after they've kind of sunsetted into the distance. That fear when eating fruit at work. Does this count as making streamer money? I mean, only if you've got your tits out. And if you don't have big juicy tits, then you've got to at least eat the fruit with your butthole. That's when it's valuable. Because most gamers are poor, lazy, or don't care enough to go and do all this work. You're right. You're right. They're easily manipulated. They don't do a lot of work. This guy's gone out of his way. It's obviously causing him to have a hairline like mine by doing all this work. Real rough. No one wants to lose their hair like me.
Now, one thing I think some developers aren't considering is if this passes and it becomes a known requirement, I think there's going to be a gold rush for middleware developers to come up with easy solutions to create an end-of-life build for your game.
That I didn't think of. Yeah, there'll probably be like a middleware dev who figures out a way to have a strap system, as the terminology goes, a strap-on that they can just buy and peg into their game.
The market forces would be enormous. I'm trying to keep it real. This is not an ideal situation, and we actually want this to be as easy as possible on developers. But remember point one, what's the alternative that still saves games? I don't know how this works without some compromise from the developers. If the initiative passes, what would developers have to change for future games while the game was being supported? Well, visibly, absolutely nothing. Though you really should have an end-of-life plan. Other than that, it's business as usual. You can still have microtransactions, loot boxes,
It's still a resource drain, so devs are against anything that costs extra resources that won't earn them extra money. I'm saying devs again. I should be saying companies. Companies and management are against anything that is not increasing their bottom line. And this is something that's not increasing their bottom line, so they are immediately against all of it. Even if it's $10 lost income, they will fight tooth and nail to make sure that you don't. These are the kind of people who, you know, they walk down the road and they see like a homeless guy with like a tin cup and a few dollars in there, and then they lean over and be like, here you go, buddy, this is for you, and then they take all the dollars out the tin cup and leave with the money. That's the kind of people these AAA developers are. You tell me a Ubisoft manager wouldn't do that to a homeless person, and I'll call you a fucking liar to your face. By the way, we know that security on old games do get power crept by hackers, so time will eventually break their encryptions. Yeah, they will, but it may take too long. How about a simple copyright adjustment for games, say 5 years? That'll never pass. They'll make sure that you can never get a hold of their IP. Piper, you're doing this thing where you're thinking logically, you're thinking rationally, and that's not what you need to do. You need to enter fucking clown world and realize that these people are money-grubbing fucks who will do everything in their power to make sure that no one can use their shit. Also, yes, copyright, Jesse's 100% right. Copyright is this entire eagle's nest monster that you can't untangle because the laws were written when Noah's mom was falling off the fucking ark. They're too old and outdated to be used in the modern sense, but they refuse to update them.
DLC, whatever. Would this initiative affect subscription games? Well, that's another question that depends on what the EU says. Personally, I think it's very unlikely because that doesn't fit well with other existing consumer laws. I think the only way you could even make that argument would be that this is necessary for preservation. And most governments don't seem to care about that at all. However, I don't think this is a huge loss since only a handful of games operate that way today. So if we can give up those, but then save 99% of other games, I'm willing to make that bargain. Won't lots of games turn subscription only if this passes? Well, first, I think that's very doubtful, but if this were to happen, I'm not sure you could even blame this on us. The thing is, we've been here before. In the 2000s, lots of publishers were trying to cash in on the success of EverQuest and especially World of Warcraft.
Yes.
There were MMOs popping up left and right with subscription fees.
Yep. Rift, Ion, Final Fantasy, fucking EverQuest 2, like there were a bunch of them. It was like, pay us a monthly subscription, fuck you. That's what they kept on doing. It's quite literally the reason I got the very first job I had was to pay for a WoW subscription. I dealt with the most hideous creatures in existence, being a teenage waiter at a fucking fancy restaurant, dealing with the biggest pieces of shit I've ever met in my life, just so I could play WoW. And you know what? It was worth it.
Dozens of them. Almost all of those either died out or went free to play. It turns out a lot of people don't like having to pay money every single month for several games. The market's only so big. Now,
yeah, usually what'll happen is people will do what's called subscription hopping, right? So what they'll do is they'll pay for one game. And I mean, I was no different. So I played the shit out of WoW. After beating Illidan in the Burning Crusade, I eventually started getting bored. I was farming for the Nether Drakes, and I just got tired of it, so I cancelled my WoW subscription, used that same money, hopped over to Rift, got bored of Rift, hopped over to Ion, got bored of Ion, hopped over to another game, and I kept on hopping because I only wanted to keep one subscription. Also because money was limited. So I didn't want to keep like multiple subscriptions because that's just mentally insane. I'm going to only be able to play one game at a time because I'm not a small Asian boy with 4 eyes and 25 fingers capable of playing like on dual screens and shit. Also, back in the day, you only had one monitor. It was the CRT monitor that you would stare into and get cancer from.
Nowadays, it's mostly just the old guard that survived. Like World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy games, EVE Online.
Yep.
The market for subscription games is only so big, and publishers know this. Otherwise, they'd be cramming these subscription games down our mouth. Speaking of which, this is already happening, or trying to. EA and Ubisoft have
Hold on, talking about WoW, will you be checking out the War Within? Or never touching WoW again? So, log in. WoW has lost my faith entirely to the point that I won't bother with the War Within until I hear enough good shit about it for me to be pulled into the game. But I'm so tired of WoW acting like a digital girlfriend where it's all on and off all the time. And 90% of the time, she's shit. And 10% of the time, you get something memorable. And it's the 10% of memorable fun stuff that pulls you back in. And then you realize, oh wait, I have to deal with the 90% fucking garbage again. And you either become abusive and fist fight this woman into the floor, or you leave. And then you're the bad person for doing that, and you're the one killing the game. Because they fucked up.
subscription services. PlayStation Now, Game Pass. Stadia died, thankfully, and it had exclusives. Well, what happens when these other subscription services decide, hey, we should have exclusives too that you have to rent to play? We're already on this trajectory, so there's not a lot to lose here. But I don't think we're going to lose much on these lines anyway. You're talking mostly about live service games. Isn't it unreasonable to expect to own a service? Oh boy, this is going to be a lot.
Why would it be unreasonable to expect to own a game that is a live service game when it is marketed to you almost non-stop like you are buying a game? Right? That should, at least regulatory systems, they should be forced to say this is a service with an expiry date, or you are buying a game and a product. There should be a legal distinction there and an uncrossable wall, and at any point in time, if they market the game as a product you are buying, and it's actually a service that you are buying, it should be considered fraud. That needs massive regulatory clarity.
Long answer. This one gets into the weeds. First, let's talk about the legal answer to this. In Europe, the United States, forget it.
Yeah, it's never happened.
Subscription-based games, I don't think we have a leg to stand on in regard to commerce law. So that's World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, and so on. These games tell you exactly when they end, and that's what normal services do. So yeah, I don't think there's anything in the law that gets us there, and as I mentioned earlier, I also think it's a hard ask. But what about other live service games? Ones that you buy once, then that's it. So games like
Like New World.
Crew, Destiny, Overwatch. It is not clear in multiple countries if those are goods or services.
Yeah,
you
that
pay
needs to be
a
cleared up.
one-time fee for a product with no stated expiration date. That sounds like a good. But it depends on an external service, except you're not told how long that lasts. So that doesn't really meet the full definition of a service commercially either. Now you can...
I suppose you could clarify this by the fact that you are buying products within your service. If you're buying a loot box in Overwatch and you manage to get lucky and unlock the legendary skin that puts Tracer's ass back on her body, technically speaking, you've now bought a product, and therefore someone should not have the right to remove that product from you. This might make it easier, actually, this kind of law, that would prevent like gaming companies from putting all these bullshit products within their service so that they can't actually take it away from you, or they're forced into the situation where they can't sell these products within a service game. I would love to see the PR disaster that would be marketing of live service games as an actual service and not a product. I would love to see that as well. Also, we're going to wait a little bit because, again, it's another ad. Man, I'm speedrunning this video. It's only taken me an hour so far. God damn. Hey, folks, you can now buy a license to play World of Warcraft for a month. Can you imagine them trying to justify buying, purchasing a box price for something and a subscription service? Because that makes things so fucking obscure. Because now you're buying a product and a service at the same time. They won't be able to do that. They've got to pick one or the other. Either it's a subscription model, or it's a product you've bought as a once-off purchase. That would be beautiful. I would love that. And you know what? I'm actually going to use this time to see if I can solve this issue. Tell me, quickly, if I do this. Well, we'll do some troubleshooting while the ad is up, right? Tell me something. Oh no, that it. No! Fuck. Test. Oh shit, now I've got... I fucked something up. But now my wife is calling me, so just give me a second. I'm gonna be right back. 1 second. Sorry about that. Hold on. I'm getting weird audio mixes here. And I'm hearing myself. Fuck. Okay. No, that didn't fix it. Fuck. There we go. Okay, I can't hear myself in my head now. YouTube be pushing ads hard. There 100% better not be fucking YouTube ads on my goddamn stream over there. I've specifically set up the YouTube ads to make sure that it's unmonetized when it's live, so that no one's getting those goddamn ads. Also, thanks for the follow, Kwanzaa Specialist. I don't know why you did that while I was gone. Okay. I'm still going to do some troubleshooting, just to see if I can get this right. And you can tell me if there's double audio when this is happening. Also, thanks for the follow, Piper. You didn't need to do that. Let's see. Weird shit's happening here. I'm gonna try again. Oh, I know why. I know why. Because I didn't press this button. Now tell me something. If I do this, are you still getting double audio? Is there still an echo going on or not? Okay, so I know exactly what it is. I just don't know how to fix it exactly. So that's at least progress. Like I said, this right here, this part where I can come over here and start rubbing against Ross's bald ass head and pretending I've got hair because I'm wearing a beanie, right? This is a beta feature. This is beta testing right now. I'll be selling beta keys very soon for the low price of $25,000 a key, just so all of you can give me your fucking money. And then I'll just run away with it and never stream again. Kill yourself, it'll fix it. I mean, that's fair. That's fair, Wojciech. That'll work. But I can't be a problem on the rest of humanity if I do that. And now there's double audio. That should take it away. Now it should be single audio. Okay, let's continue.
You can buy lifetime memberships to things, but those are associated with the business operating. So if I bought a lifetime membership to a gym, then it's canceled after 4 years, but the gym is still operating and trying to sell me a new lifetime.
If you bought a lifetime membership to a gym and it's cancelled after 4 years, the only true way for them to cancel it is for them to hire a hitman to come and kill you.
Plan? I'd be pissed. I think you could sue for that. The Culling 2, a one-time purchase, lasted 8 days before shutdown. Guild Wars, also a one-time purchase, has been going for over 19 years. So how can customers make an informed decision with that kind of spread?
Well, I mean, it's fairly obvious to make a decision there, right? Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars, at least, is a game with some nice tits in it. Based on the box art here, in the culling, you got to play as fucking Andrew Tate, and that's about it. So not worth it. You should have known which way that was going when they were advertising fucking Hustlers University on the cover.
Shut down. Guild Wars, also a one-time purchase, has been going for over 19 years. So how can customers make an informed decision with that kind of spread? Consumer laws can get picky about that sort of thing. If I bought a warranty for a dryer and the company refused to tell me how long that warranty lasted, maybe it's a week, maybe it's 5 years. We're not going to tell you. How the hell would that be legal in other industries? So just because they call themselves service games doesn't mean they fit the legal definition of a service. So that's the legal side, but let's move into the philosophical side. I am not aware of any live service game that couldn't be converted to something you couldn't preserve forever if customers had access to the code. Okay, now this here is just my outlook, but with the service game, there's stuff I consider a real service and an artificial service. The real services take real people doing something. So that would be player moderation, creating new content, bug fixes, technical support, and the cost and convenience of running company servers. There's more.
I feel like there's something else that's supposed to be here, but I'm not sure what.
Or the point is, this all takes real people actively working. If they stop, so does the service. Now, the artificial service is being able to run the game. The only reason it's a service is because the code is being withheld. Unlike the other column, no human even needs to be alive for this part to work, because the work was already done. The second the customer has a copy of the service software, it ceases being a service. Yeah, I might need some custom hardware, but preservationists will jump through those hoops.
Yeah, preservationists are already doing all of that shit, so even without all of that, people are finding a way around these systems and making their own private servers because they would rather have their private server that's janky and half-fucked rather than nothing. Is the culling 2 about human trafficking? No, it's called the culling 2 because all you do, just like Andrew Tate does, is you run around pretending to murder pussy. But you're not actually doing it.
And it's not like they're freeloaders. The customers have already paid the company money for the game. Sometimes a crap load of money. And it's insult to injury that many games will just give you the server side as part of your purchase. So even on a conceptual level, we are really stretching definitions to call this part of the game a service. And let me tell you a secret. Any game can be made into a service game.
Yep.
Like take Super Mario Brothers. You can remove the Goombas and the power block locations, hold that data server side, and then lock you out in the menu until you authenticate. Now, Super Mario Brothers is a live service game that will brick if the company shuts it down. Hooray!
Fuck. This man doesn't realize he's giving Nintendo ideas for their single-player games. Nintendo are the most predatory motherfuckers out there, and they get away with it because they actually make good games.
All this crap that prevents you from playing the game is artificial. Now, of course, it makes sense to keep running it as a service because you can make a lot of money that way. Plus, all those real service aspects I mentioned improve the quality of the game. And we're not trying to stop any of that. Companies can keep making money as long as they want to. We're specifically talking about cases where all the services have shut down and the company is no longer making money. Now, of course, there can be many.
Where the company has shut down. I disagree with that. I don't think the company needs to have shut down. I just think the company needs to have shut down operation of the game. If the company is still alive, they shouldn't be able to go and attack people or pretend like they give a fuck when they won't provide the game itself. I think leaving it to the point where the company shuts down means that companies like EA will get away with the most venomous shit in existence. So I disagree with that. To be frank, why fight so hard for something like an abusive ex-girlfriend? Make it derivative. They made you pay too much, ignored the balance request, and live through woke/bad writing. Maybe, but those won't be the games that are preserved. It'll be like, you know how EA absorbed Bullfrog Games, and Bullfrog Games made some really cool shit. But then, theoretically, it's under the purview of EA. So you're not trying to fight for an abusive ex-girlfriend. What you're trying to do is you're trying to fight your abusive ex-girlfriend to get the goddamn woman you wanted to date out of her fucking basement, so she stops like torturing her and chopping off her fingers, putting them in a box and sending them to you in a mail. That's what you're trying to do.
Legal reasons, the company doesn't just release their server software to customers once they're done making money. But guess what? That's why we're trying to get the law changed, so these barriers don't need to exist.
That would be nice.
And this next part, I don't know if I can even explain to everyone, but art has innate value to me, which includes games. I think destroying good art is awful. Games are code. They can be preserved, but we're creating systems where destruction is the only option possible, and it's preventable. Every time MMO emulators get leaked or reverse engineered or released by the devs themselves, it just shows this is all possible. I would like to see...
That is true. It is possible. It's always been possible, and some motivated autist in his basement will get this right, even if there are a million hurdles and hoops he has to jump through. The difference between him having it working and not working is just time. Taking IPs hostage should grant lawyers capital punishment. It should, but that'll never happen. It'll never happen like that, unfortunately.
All games people care about saved, even the subscription ones, even though I know I don't have a legal angle on those. But other live service games, give me a break. At this point in time, it's not even clear if those are breaking the law or not. But even if they're not, customers hate having their games destroyed. This is not a hard concept to understand. The mindset here is aspirational, to try and make art and gaming better than it is now, because there's so much obvious destruction. Why settle for an awful practice that might be illegal when a better way hasn't even been tried? If you don't get it, I don't think you will. Isn't there a chance gaming will get worse because of government involvement? I think there's a bigger chance it gets worse without government involvement.
To be fair, it might get worse because of government involvement, but it'll just be a different kind of worse than what we currently have. So if governments get involved, you might have a bunch of companies bitching that they can't do X, Y, and Z, and making up a whole bunch of excuses as to why they can only put 4 fat black lesbians in their game instead of 7 fat black lesbians in their game. And they'll use this as an excuse to be like, oh, these laws, we need to repeal them, so on and so forth. But is that really better than the idea that these companies can go out of their way to find some motivated dude who made a copy of the game, put up a server for free or just to cover server costs? Is that really better?
We just need competent and not prehistoric candidates for politics.
Okay, well, Filter, when you find a politician that's not a subhuman piece of shit, let me know. Regardless of age, you find one of those, you let me know. Because it's like a fucking white rhino, dude. There's one of them. There's one of them, and it's gonna die next week because it accused Boeing of something. That's just how it is.
Now, could they misinterpret things or apply this in a clunky way? Sure, but we don't have much to lose. From our perspective, there's nothing worse in gaming than having games you like destroyed. This practice has already destroyed hundreds of games. We can see where this is going. What if in the future 90% of games are online only and they just keep killing them? They're coming for all your crap. The industry refuses to solve this problem. It wants more of it. Government's the only option left. You think I want to be doing this? Any of it? Government's the last resort. Why don't you just not buy games that require an online connection and vote with your wallet? Well, for starters, we prefer to vote with our votes. We think it's more democratic. But the main reason is this doesn't accomplish our goals. I mean, our goal is to save games we like. So if we buy the game, it gets destroyed. If we don't buy the game, it gets destroyed. So
I don't like this argument. I don't like this idea of vote with your wallets the more I think about it, especially in this case, because it's like saying we've made something you really like and now we're going to strap a bunch of horse shit to it, and you can get this thing nowhere else because we've strapped an IP to it and a copyright and so on and so forth. So I'm with him on this thing. But I also think voting with your wallet is a very useless strategy, because all it takes to reverse your vote with your wallet is some oil baron or sheikh or whatever to decide he's going to drop 1k on a game, whereas you're just not going to play. Guess who the game companies value? It's not you. Yeah, Caligulov gets it. It's ineffective.
I mean, why don't you not listen to music you like? Or why don't you
you
not
go.
watch movies you like?
Yeah.
What exactly are we doing then?
Yeah, sit in a dark room and do nothing.
Of course, the real answer is, why aren't we boycotting games that do this? Well, that's
because there's a bunch of shit-eating retards out there who will always suck the cock of a developer and keep that shit propped up as hard as possible, even at their own detriment and everyone else's.
It's easy. To the best of my knowledge, I'm not sure a boycott of a game has ever worked, ever. And if it has, then when
Has a boycott of a game ever worked? I can't think of one that's worked. I can't think of a single one that's worked. Wales counter boycotts, ask Genshin Impact. Exactly. Because whales want to have sex with underage children, so that makes sense. These companies have money to push out ads that make the game look good, so people always buy COD. Because of that shit. Redfall, dead. I don't think Redfall died because of a boycott. I think Redfall died because it was a dog shit game. Same with Suicide Squad. Dustfall dead because it's a dog shit game. Not because of a boycott. It's just purely, it's such a trash piece of garbage. Why would anyone touch it? Playing Suicide Squad, Redfall, or Dustfall is the same as opening your mouth and asking someone to shit inside of it. Right? If you're doing that, you know what you're getting yourself into. You've got a problem. Mentally, you are unwell and need to see a therapist. Boycotts make more games more popular, like Hogwarts. That's fair. That is fair. They tried to boycott that, but here's the thing, Chelde. Hogwarts is an unfair way to look at it, because the people boycotting the game weren't people who actually play games. They're people who are so involved in some social movement or whatever that they don't have time to play games because they're too busy waking up in the morning trying to figure out, how do I be the biggest victim I can today? They're not playing video games. They're saying they'll boycott the game, but they don't fucking play games at all, because the only games they're playing is with the 4 other schizophrenic voices in their head.
what I'm really sure of is no game that's enjoyable has ever had a successful boycott. Like, I think the one for Modern Warfare 2 is a meme at this point. And boycotts have been tried. This is advocating for something with a 100% failure rate. I would bet money on that not working. What we're doing is trying something that has never been done before, so it might work. Won't this go nowhere because customers signed a EULA that says companies can do this? A few things. Straight from the EU itself. Directive 9313 EEC prohibits unfair terms causing a significant imbalance in the parties' rights, and
this is what I was talking about in the last video that's been uploaded to this channel, to my channel here, is that a EULA, terms of agreement, NDA, all of that shit doesn't mean anything under a legal system if it's unfair or predatory. So if someone tries to get you to sign some predatory shit, it invalidates the terms of service or whatever contract you've signed, right? Because it has to be within reasonable application of the law and something that has to be considered at least a fair agreement. And this applies both across the US and EU, so that doesn't change too much there. Wukong is supported by Chinese community. Look at the Steam. Yeah, because they've got a strong, unique, homogenous community who love the game. Of course it's going to take off. And also Journey to the West is something all Chinese people grew up with. Even in the US, EULAs are flimsy at best, like forced arbitration. Yeah, it's also because they make them so fucking unreadable. No one read all those pages. Like, there was a software, I remember this, there was a whole story about a software where they had, like, a cash prize inside of some software terms of service, and so many people didn't read the terms of service that it took, like, 11 years of millions of people installing the software before one fucking guy phoned in and was like, yo, I saw this cash prize thing in the terms of service. It took years of millions of people before someone saw that. So no one's reading the terms of service.
Obligations to the detriment of consumers. Yeah, that's probably 95% of all game EULAs ever written. That's being investigated as you watch this. Plus, the initiative itself says it would supersede the EULA on this issue. What we're doing here is trying to take removal of your ownership off the table entirely.
Which would be
Would
nice.
this initiative affect free games? Well, that depends. Is the game...
It should. It should if you can purchase a product within your free game.
Truly free, as in freeware? If yes, then no, it would be exempt. Do anything you want. But if it's free to play and has microtransactions sold as one-time purchases with no expiration date, then you're not entitled to the game, but you are entitled to those purchased microtransactions.
Okay, so counter argument to this. Do you think these ancient lawmakers are capable of comprehending that concept? Do you think that these absolute ancient piles of dust, who if you farted hard enough in a 25-meter radius of them, that they would just like turn into a puff of smoke and have to reconstitute at their necromancy phylactery, do you think they're able to understand that concept? Because I don't think they will. I think that law will fall apart real fucking fast. Also, thanks for the follow, Captain Hallers. So my pushback is not against the concept, my pushback is they're not going to understand it. Australian consumer law is great, but we're small fish, so we don't affect the entire gaming community. The problem is it's overreaching in Australia. That's the other problem, is you can't have certain games in Australia because some fucking guy in government has decided it's bad for you. That's the other issue in Australia. So yeah, you've got great consumer rights, but they overreach and then say certain video games are banned because they think they know better than you.
Which need the game to function.
It is a complete separate issue, but it is still tied together, Chelder. It's tied together because it's the same people deciding what you can and can't play who are deciding what is good and bad for the community, or at least the people who play games in Australia.
So, yes. Doesn't this initiative intrude upon developer rights and freedom? That is a valid argument to make, and we respect it 100% for free games. But once you start taking money to...
Hold on, well, that's wrong. Steam implemented refunds because of a lawsuit in Australia. Wait, so people purchased the game in Australia. The game was banned in Australia. And Australia and Steam gave people their money back. That's what I'm understanding from what you said there, Havesh. Which means people still can't play that game. They're still incapable of accessing that game whatsoever. Which means there's still overreach. That's the issue. Is it goes from something that protects customers to something that overreaches and prevents customers. But the effect was we have refunds across all the board. Okay, so it only fucks over Australians and everyone else got the good end of the stick. I'm okay with that. Maybe we should try out all these laws in just Australia. That's cool.
Sell or lease something, you enter the world of commerce. And taking people's money means you're assuming more responsibility for your actions. Every nation has rules on this. So technically, yes, but that's the balance with buyer rights and freedoms. If a health inspector tells a restaurant it needs to follow certain procedures...
Hold on, no, I'm saying Steam literally implemented the refund feature for everyone because of a law in Australia. Okay, so that's a good thing. That's a good law. That's fantastic that they did that. Now can they be able to play the games that are banned? Are they able to do that? Or are the same people who got the refund law implemented the same people who prevent Australians from playing certain R-rated or X-rated games or whatever games that are banned in their country? There's the issue. So you had something good, and then you had something bad come with it. And maybe it didn't happen at the same time. I'm not saying all X-rated games are banned, Gelde. I'm saying that certain games of a certain inclination are not allowed in Australia. So something like, I don't know if this is still in effect, but I know for a while GTA was banned. Manhunt is a good example. Ashura knows it. Yeah, Manhunt. The one where you play as an edgy incel who goes around shooting people. Banned. You're not allowed to experience that. Because they've decided they know what's good for you, and you're too much of a child to make a decision about the difference between reality and a video game. That's the issue. So there's overreach that comes with the good shit.
Procedures. Does that intrude upon a chef's rights and freedoms? Yes, but as a society, we generally think that's worth it. Now that's about safety. This is about preservation and consumer rights. Under your proposal, when a game shuts down, does that mean everyone gets the game for free? No, only existing customers will be entitled to their copies. Now, that's less than ideal for preservation, but to have anything else would have to upend copyright law, and forget it. Besides,
Yeah,
you
you're not
never
gonna
know.
fix that.
Some companies just release old games for free anyway, but it would be their choice. What about people who are banned from online games? Well, as long as the company's still supporting the game, they still stay banned. However, as a customer, they would be...
Company supports game. Wants to shut down game. Moves entire server onto a Raspberry Pi. Just before this happens, everyone gets banned for racism. Therefore, technically supporting the game for the low price of $2 a month in electricity costs. Everyone's banned for racism. If you don't like it, you shouldn't have signed the TOS, and then no one can play the game. Interesting.
entitled to an end-of-life patch whenever that was. So it might be a year, it might be 15 years. Could be a pretty long ban. To have anything else would create a loophole for developers where they could just ban all customers at the end of life and skirt around the requirement that way. So, wouldn't this make cheating rampant in games? You know, I've seen this
only in games where they don't give a fuck about regulating cheating. I've seen private servers do a better job at regulating that shit than some actual games themselves. If it wasn't wrong, he could be a greasy car salesman. I don't think he is. I just think he looks like your average gamer. No hairline at all. He looks like he's been in the shit for too long. Banned for racism. I'm black though. We can't be racist according to other people in the USA. Well, you see, this is the problem, right? You've interacted with a white person, which means you must be a self-hating black person, and therefore you're racist. Or they can just say that you specifically are anti-Semitic. They'll put you in the same category as Kanye in a heartbeat.
This question before, and I'm always confused by it. So maybe I'm not getting something here. Nothing would go into effect until the game is shut down. So I don't know how that would change anything compared to now. Online games are under assault by cheaters all the time, even without this initiative. Now, if you're talking about the potential to cheat in games post-shutdown, then yes, cheating could be very rampant. But why would that matter? Because the alternative would be a completely dead game. Usually what happens in these cases is small communities emerge and they kind of self-police to keep cheaters out.
Yes, and they tend to be better than the actual original game does, because games these days implement an automated system, which means that you've just got some fucking AI that you're talking to in an endless loop whenever you're trying to deal with cheaters or report any motherfucker, and nothing actually happens. Because it's cheaper than hiring some fucking guy who's actually got some brain power to figure this out.
But yeah, I might be confused on this question. I still don't quite get it. What if players purposefully try to...
And yes, that's fair, Ray. In the modern day, you can't be racist towards white people, but you can be racist towards Jewish people. So that's how they'll catch you. If they can't catch you on racism because you're black, they'll catch you on anti-Semitism. That's how they'll get you.
Tank a game knowing they can get an end-of-life build if they do it. Well, again, only paying customers would be entitled to an end-of-life build, so they would still have to pay for that privilege. But I think most people who buy a game want to play that game, and the experience tends to be a lot better while it is actively supported. So there's an incentive to keep it going.
Yes.
But this is already a risk of online games. I just mentioned earlier, they're constantly under assault by people trying to force cheats or exploits or whatever. I guess if it gets really bad, you can sue. Bungie sued that cheat maker and they won. Plus, isn't there an entire anti-cheat industry focused on this?
There is an entire anti-cheat industry, and I encourage every single game studio with an online service system or multiplayer to use easy anti-cheat, because it's the easiest shit to get around, and it's hilariously annoying playing any game like that and watching some guy fucking no-clip through anything, murder you from underneath the map, and then vanish before you can even see a nameplate. And then the companies make excuses like, no, but we've got anti-cheat software in our game. This shouldn't be happening. Yeah, just strap something to your game that makes the performance worse. I love it when they do that.
I think what might happen is you might see an increase of attempts of that at first due to the novelty of it, but then incentive will probably drop to where it is now already. What about console games? Are they covered? This one gets tricky. The answer is yes, but it's another one that depends on what the EU says. It might not be possible to release the server on the console also, so what they would have to do is release the server software for another platform that you could host elsewhere, and then be able to point the console towards that separate server. But where it gets
console players get fucked again.
Muddy is when you need to pay the console maker just to have that internet access in the first place. So there could still be liability, but it would be off the game publisher's shoulders at that point and onto the console makers. And it's not clear to me if the console maker would take liability when that game shuts down or when they discontinue the console.
Console players would have a rougher time, because if they wanted to get around that, they'd have to build like an entire separate like clone OS system to get around the official servers and paying for some online connection to Sony or to Microsoft or to Nintendo, and then it becomes really difficult, especially for console players from that perspective. So I 100% agree with him. It's really, really difficult for console players, because how are they supposed to get any of this done with their heads so far shoved up their ass? Like, it's not happening. So I think the people who get fucked the hardest here are console players, and this might actually lead to the death of console.
I think the latter would be more likely, so the console maker would just have to make it so the console's not bricked from the internet once they discontinue it. So you would get your game back, but it might take a while. What about mobile games? Would they be affected?
Fuck mobile games. They're not real games.
I don't see why not, though the sheer quantity of them might lend more weight to the grandfathering argument. I think it would be a similar situation as consoles. It either gets hosted on the mobile device, or it's released for a separate platform that it can connect to. How long would companies have to host patches or end-of-life plans? I don't know, just long enough so users have a chance to grab it? 90 days? Could be less.
Usually people grab it on release. The people who are interested in preservation usually grab it as quickly as possible, knowing that gaming companies are less trustworthy than a naked Harvey Weinstein alone with him in a hotel bedroom and a locked door. So that's not too much of a concern from my side. I wonder if some of these huge gaming companies simply hire a hitman to shoot him in his huge forehead simply because he's threatening to cause so much trouble for them. Remember, gaming is huge due to money following it. I don't think gaming companies have the balls to do that. I think those fucking nerds at the top will send death threats and bot someone to death, but I don't think they have the nutsack to execute on an actual murder. Though I might be wrong. I mean, Bobby Kotick did threaten a few office workers with the unalive stick if they said anything. Though he's out the game now, but that he also set the precedent for what you can get away with. So all you need is time for someone else to take it one step beyond that. Stellar Blade is a good example of release editions being for preservation. I wouldn't know. I haven't played Stellar Blade at all. It's weird to me that my phone is more powerful than my PlayStation was back in the day, yet I have not a single game on it because it's also degen. Yeah, you gotta remember, Joe, that mobile game players are housewives cheating on their husbands who need an excuse to pretend that they're not on Tinder, and people with mental disabilities, because no one's on a phone pretending like they're playing a real game. It's only kids and borderline retards who need to spend money on something because they have an addiction who play mobile games.
Won't this mean companies stop making MMO or live service games in the EU? I think it's a complete bluff from any major company saying this. The population of the EU is 450 million people. It's a huge market. The industry...
But mobile games are part of esports. Yeah, but that's like saying the Special Olympics is still part of the Olympics, dude. Yeah, sure, technically. But come on, let's be real. Jimmy No Legs is not beating Usain Bolt. Let's be honest.
The industry stands to lose billions by doing something like that. And remember, this doesn't exclude microtransactions, DLC, even loot boxes. So companies could keep the money rolling in. Now compare that loss to the cost of an end-of-life plan from the design phase onward. I still think it could be less than 1%. Companies tend to do what makes the most money. But fine, let's say they pulled out. You think other companies wouldn't rush in to take their market share? The rules would have changed a little bit, but the demand wouldn't have left. Even smaller companies, I think, is also unlikely, especially as middleware solutions for this would emerge. However, point 3, the in-between phase could be rocky. But to think that they're going to go away?
I don't think point 3 is as valuable as he thinks it is. People will always find a way.
But what is the extent of time for the end-of-life plan?
Do you mean for mobile players? Filter? Because if you mean for mobile players, the extent of the end-of-life plan is pulling out the life support plug, because it's a mercy that you get to get rid of them off this plane of existence. Oh, you mean for all games? You see that you've got to get into specificities with that. Currently, it's too vague for us to tell.
Yeah, I guess if companies suddenly stop liking money, wouldn't it be a security risk for companies to release their server software? Mostly no, but there are some cases, yes, this is a valid argument. Particularly when a company shuts down a game, but they have a new game that runs on the same engine.
Mostly no. I disagree. I think it's mostly yes as a security issue, because look at Bethesda, who made Fallout 3, and then used the same thing that they used in Fallout 3 for Skyrim, and then used the same fucking thing for Fallout 4, with some updated nice bells and whistles, and then used the same thing and the same systems in their retarded space game, and then used their same systems in Fallout 76. So that collapses their entire company. So that's a massive security issue.
So if users find exploits on the old engine, they have them for the new one potentially. I swear I'm not trying to be dismissive, but I have to call on points 1 and 3 again. So the question is, are these outlier cases where this is a problem a good enough excuse to destroy all online-only games? Of course, I'm going to land on no. The cost is too high for everyone else. Is this only about single-player games or multiplayer too? I'll answer that question with the...
It should be about multiplayer as well. Fallout 4 running on Elder Scrolls 1 engine. Yeah, Ray Whisper, we don't need to try and improve the game, okay? It's already out. I don't think anyone's playing Fallout 4 and then just looking for an updated, better engine, okay? I'm pretty sure people have already decided what they think about Fallout 4.
Question. What does Destiny 2, The Crew, Need for Speed 2015, and The Division all have in common? Are they single-player or multiplayer games?
Both.
Yes. So even if we didn't care about multiplayer at all, which isn't the case, the industry has forced our hand. So in order to save single-player in games like these, we have to save the multiplayer also because they've merged it all together. Otherwise, they would just get exempt on almost every game.
Or you'd have to have it in a percentage functional state where you've only got the single-player experience and then fuck the multiplayer online stuff.
Plus, an arena shooter with 8 players or 12, you can't have an end-of-life plan for that? Give me a break.
Wow, I can't believe Overwatch still has 12 players.
Now, MMOs can be a tall order, but we've seen both legitimate and illegitimate emulators emerge to know this is possible. So it's both. The industry's given us no choice. Would developers be required to convert multiplayer games into single-player games? Yeah, this one kind of confused me. I mean, nothing about the gameplay would have to change. It's all about running the game, period. Like, I'm thinking of a case like Star Siege Tribes, where that's a multiplayer-focused game. There's no bots, campaign, or anything. But you can technically enter a level and run around by yourself.
Theoretically, you could bootstrap bots into the game to replace human beings.
Fine, mission accomplished. I guess you could have a weird case where you have a game that's meant for co-op or something, and the game won't start unless both players are connected at the same time. As long as it's possible to run it for those 2 players or however many, then yeah, it still works. So I don't see any reason they would really have to change.
Ilgi, this one has to go up on the main channel. On this channel. It has to go up. And yes, I'm still on this fucking video because it's that long and there's so much to say about it. Okay? This has to go up with the comments that are under the previous video. This fucking has to go up. Good luck with the audio.
Wouldn't more clear labeling fix the problem?
No.
Well, the problem is games being destroyed. So I kind of don't care how clearly the game is telling me it's going to destroy a game I paid for. I don't like that being on the table to begin with. Now, the exception is a hard date when the game stops working. Like subscription games. You stop paying after 30 days, that game ends for you. So I think if people saw on the box or the store page that this game expires on January 1st, 2026, I think that would wake people up and change their buying habits.
Game devs maybe normalize the idea that this game is alive for 1 month. They give it a 1 month expiry date. They get everyone to believe that the expiry date is bullshit and they will always continue beyond that point, so that whenever they do shut down their game and people get mad, they can always point to the original expiry date saying, well, this game lasted 6 months or this game lasted a year, but we said it was going to expire in a month. There you go. More malicious compliance.
But I also think anything less than that would not. This becomes a very psychological thing then, and it's a way riskier route to saving games than what we're doing. How will this be enforced? I don't know, ask the European Union. I mean, how does it work now if a business does something like false advertising? Do they get fined? Maybe a percentage of their earnings? I don't know. That's not our job. I do hope the penalty will be big enough to be a deterrent, however. Why don't you just petition companies doing this instead of making a new law? No offense, but how naive are you?
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
I mean, I guess that might work.
Yeah, petition a company. Yeah, I'm sure the CEO won't just look at that piece of paper and wipe his ass with it.
Work 1% of the time. I mean, the companies open to that idea tend to do it on their own. I mean, right now we're facing hundreds of games at risk. So what makes more sense? To petition...
How long does an MMO should say to be clear? It is a service. We last 10 years. And your subs only last for renting our service for a month.
How long does an MMO should say to be clear it is a service? I don't think length matters. It's all about the girth. So it's the fact that the statement is made and it's made clearly that it is a service, and they can't change it then. They can't alter that factor.
Every single company behind those games, or to do it once to the government? What versions of the game will the dev have to release? This is another one that's hazy. I personally would argue any. It just gets so muddy otherwise. For most games, the latest version tends to be the best one, but not always, and a few games tend to have big differences in content between versions, so I can understand people wanting to go back, but man, that might be a bridge too far to ask
it's
on
too
this.
much.
I guess I should have
That's
added...
too much different versions and variations on it. That's way too much. Unless some motivated motherfucker out there just wants a very specific patch to a game and nothing further, that's you know, a step too far.
This to the compromise list. Won't games get more expensive because of this?
Yes, but this is just an excuse to make games more expensive anyway. I mean, they quite literally called something a quadruple A game so that they could like get people to spend more fucking money on it. They will lie to you about what the price of something should be anyway, so this is just another excuse on top of the pile. So yes and no.
I'll keep it real. It's not impossible, but it's probably not why you think. Okay, for sake of argument, let's say it costs 1% of the total game cost. And let's also say a new $70 game just breaks even, so 1% of that cost. That will put it at $70.70. But what's to stop a company from saying, hey, we have to conform to end-of-life plans now, so why don't we really push the price to $75?
Yep, they
or
will.
$80?
They
Hell,
will.
let's try for $85.
This is another excuse for them to do this, without a doubt. You can shoot down your MMO after a week, but don't sue people who create private servers after you bail. Yeah, well, that's rational, and that's logical. This is why I keep on saying that the ideal system would be that if you terminate service of your game, you should have no legal recourse to go after someone else who throws up a private server. It should never happen. I've been saying that the whole time, and my opinion still hasn't changed on that. And I don't see a reason why, if a company has just stopped, that some fucking guy who knows what he's doing throws up a private server, why he shouldn't be able to do that.
And yes, some companies could do that. And this sort of thing has already happened outside of games. Like after the pandemic, we had a lot of inflation. Let's just say it was 10%. So instead of raising their prices 10%, companies looked at that and thought, why not raise them 50%? Or 100 or 200%? We can make a lot more money then, and we can blame it all on inflation.
Exactly.
So there was real inflation, and companies jacked up the price. But the thing is, you either have to own the market or do that collectively with other companies. Because
collusion. Man, collusion never happens, guys. Businesses don't collude. Yeah, CEO of Ubisoft never talks to the CEO of EA. That never happens, dude. Never in a million years would that ever fucking happen. You gotta be really coping to think that large companies would work out a deal where they figure out how to do this in coordination so it looks normal and people just have to agree with it. I feel that this won't work for online only because it costs so much to keep the servers up, and it'll only cost him more than what the game will make over time, that it will cost and take way more to make an online game and change it to offline, basically remaking a dead game. But that's why I'm saying this is why I'm saying the onus of altering the game after they've ended service shouldn't be on the devs. It should be on the guy who wants to build a private server or do this in some other way. That should be on him. The onus of changing the thing to function after the end of life should be on him. It's simply that the company itself should not have any legal recourse to go after this guy whatsoever. IP rights should still have the right to dictate on how it is used, though. It would be unfair if we say only corpos should be the only ones affected. IP rights should still have the right to dictate on how it's used. I've been thinking about this. I think if it's in a private server state and it's not generating any monetary profit, no one should be able to go after it. I think if you're making some level of monetary profit beyond a certain percentage of your cost, then maybe you should be able to get some level of royalty. But I know that large companies will just use that as an exploit to pull percentage profit without doing anything after killing a game, and then pretending that they give a fuck. What are you talking about? Skull and Bones was the first true and real quadruple A game title. Okay, we're still on the quadruple A games thing. Alright. Collusion is a far-right extremist conspiracy. Yeah. It's brought to us by the Anunnaki and the fucking lizard people, and it's not real, and anyone who believes that large companies who own massive spaces of corporate-like interest, that they never collude. That never happens. Gotta be mentally ill to think that. It's gonna be real sad when you commit suicide with 4 bullets to the back of your head because you thought such crazy things. Man. What about mods for a game? Maybe even custom expansions. Would payment be allowed? Well, I mean, if they're developing a mod and they've developed it from scratch, as opposed to just copy-pasting someone else's work, then that's their own work that's being bootstrapped onto a game.
Because as soon as one big company breaks ranks, then they can kind of get away with more market share because they're selling their game cheaper. I'm honestly not sure if there are price-fixing laws on this sort of thing. Isn't Sony being sued over jacking up their prices? The thing to remember is they're going to try and find ways to increase prices on you anyway.
Yes.
So is fear of a price increase, which they may or may not do, which may get them into trouble with regulatory boards anyway, worth the cost of destroying all online games? I'd say no. What if a game company goes bankrupt?
Then fuck them.
The most likely penalties will be financial, so if they're bankrupt, then it's kind of moot point.
Yeah, if they're bankrupt, fuck them. They killed the game, they fucked up, they screwed things up, and some random neat in his basement can do a better job, then eat shit, they deserve to die.
Yeah, the game would still die, but then the company would have more skin in the game. There wouldn't be a financial incentive to kill the game the way there is now. I would think most companies are very motivated not to go bankrupt. Hey, if every time a game had been destroyed in the past, the parent company had gone bankrupt over it, I wouldn't have even started this campaign. Won't big companies just make shell companies so they bankrupt the company every time they want to shut down a game? Again, it's not impossible, but remember, companies...
Hold on, I need to hear that again. Won't big companies just make shell companies so they can bankrupt the company every time they want to shut down a game? Yeah, so bankrupt the company, game shuts down, they no longer have any legal recourse for the guy who puts up a private server. They will do this, so make sure they can't do it and profit off of it.
They want to shut down a game? Again, it's not impossible, but remember, companies like to make money. So is the cost of shuttering an entire studio and cooking the books to make them bankrupt and spinning up a new studio for the next game more than having an end-of-life plan? Plus, this...
Yes, if they make enough money off of it in a short enough time period. Yes, they can get away with that.
So make having a good reputation kind of impossible. What about games that are so huge?
Also, it means that you can get rid of a bunch of workers. You don't have to deal with the services. You don't have to deal with paying a bunch of people. So you could do it that way. Get a bunch of temps, make them work their asses off for as little as possible, and then throw them to the curb once they've made the game. Get as much profit as possible. Transfer it to the primary company through some bullshit legalese thing of ownership, and then shut it all down and then move on. They could get away with it.
Huge in scope, they can't be hosted on home computers. Well, I think this leads more credence to the best effort solution. I can think of 2 examples. One is EVE Online. I believe it can host up to 500,000 players simultaneously. Yeah, no customer system's gonna be able to do that. But if they had to shut down, does that mean they can't release an end-of-life build where maybe 100 could connect? Or maybe they just release the server code, let the community figure out, and they decide how many custom resources they want to throw at this for how many players.
This might be a future problem where current systems can't handle that, but future systems might not have an issue with this at all. as computing power gets more powerful on the personal side, this may be an issue that evaporates over time. So this might not even be something that needs to be considered.
Another case I'm thinking of is Microsoft Flight Simulator, where in order for that game to look its best, it has to connect to Bing Maps, which has 2 petabytes of data.
Fucking Bing Maps. Oh man. Oh man. Bing fucking Maps. Oh, I never knew that Flight Simulator was doing that. There's another ad. I know there's another ad. These fucking ads. We're nearly done. It'll be a while before I can host 500,000 retards on my potato system. You might not need to. You could just rent out a server. Or you could build a server stack on a bunch of hard drives and then just keep that in the back. Connect that to your PC. Over time, processing power goes up along with cost. And then cost goes down over time with that processing power. So it'll be something that balances out over time and you could get away with it. If you slightly fuck up with the shell company, you'll have to pay big fines. Yeah, if you slightly fuck up, but they can probably get around that because the issue is, are the fines going to be large enough that there'll be something that disincentivizes them, or is it just going to be the cost of doing business? Because a lot of the time for companies, getting fined is just the cost of doing business. And they'll do whatever the fuck they need to do. Because it'll get them what they want. You shouldn't expect developers to release server code, just don't sue someone who can do it on their own. Exactly. If someone's going to do it on their own, they should be left alone to do it on their own. But only after a game is killed by the main publisher. While the game is still alive, it gets into weird legal issues and spaces, and that's never going to be solved because there's already a precedent that exists, and even if you disagree with it, which I personally do, it's not something that's going to change anytime soon. That's just going to exist as is. There was that one bank in the US that was literally caught laundering money for drug cartels. They lost a couple weeks' profit. Yeah, there's banks that do this when it comes to drugs. There are banks that do this when it comes to the CFDs that surround gold. There's banks that do this where they play both sides of equities, and it's like literally the fines that they're charged don't even dip their profit for a day. They make like 3 billion in a day, and then they get fined 2 million. That's literally just the cost of doing business. That's it. Unless it's a percentage basis fine, they'll never fucking stop. And the percentage basis fine should be 110%. It should be something that eats into what they've got in reserve. But they'll never do that because something like a bank or a large company props up the economy, and if that collapses, well, then everyone's fucked. And the average person on the street is the one who suffers, not some motherfucker who's a CEO who gets up in front of everyone and says, guys, I'm taking responsibility. I'm gonna have to resign now. I'm gonna go disappear onto my yacht with some suspiciously underage children heading towards Epstein Island 2.0. So the people inside don't suffer for this. The average person does.
Data it's accessing. So if that game had to shut down, I think it would be reasonable for them to say, okay, here's all the data. We'll keep it hosted for 90 days or so. Good luck trying to download it. You're on your own now. As long as it's possible in some capacity, that's the main point. The players can deal with all the rough edges. Don't some games deserve to die? Actually, yes. But one man's trash is another man's treasure. So that's a subjective assessment.
That is true.
If you've paid money into the game, then you should have a voice on whether you get to keep it or not. If all online...
In some senses, we should preserve the most absolute dog shit games in existence so that we can always look at them and laugh. They should still be preserved so we know just how bad things got at one point.
Games were awful, then yeah, this initiative wouldn't be necessary. But that's not reality. How does Ubisoft and the crew relate to this initiative?
Yeah, that's what I want
That's
to know.
completely separate from this initiative. That was about reporting to consumer protection agencies, and that's
Okay, so then why was that strapped to your petition instead of being something completely separate?
largely underway. So those are two different things. You don't have to be connected to the crew for any of this. What are the chances of this initiative passing? That's a hard question to answer. I mean, for
In the next 15 years, about 20%, I would say.
getting the signatures, you tell me. I don't know. I would bet if we do get the signatures, this solves problems. But that's almost not the way to even look at it. It's like I said at the beginning, the initiative and Stop Killing Games is it for action on this issue. If we fail at this, we fail for life. The industry's only going to get worse permanently on this issue. I feel like the Dutch boy with my finger in the dam here. If this goes, that's it. There's no round two. It's over. Okay, that's it for questions.
If this collapses, you've got like maybe another 30 years before something like this is pulled up.
How will an IP owner ensure the public image and moderation in a private server isn't acting like Dr. Disrespect?
How will an IP owner ensure the public image and moderation in a private server isn't acting like Dr. That's not their problem. That's not the IP owner's problem. That's the server owner's problem. Private server owner's problem. They take the onus of that. Right, they should be taking the full brunt of the responsibility of that. Because they're allowing that shit to happen. If they're allowing illegal shit to happen, they're the ones who get fucked the hardest. It should be like that. It would ruin the image of an IP regardless. I don't think people are stupid enough to look at an IP that's being run on a private server and then... Maybe I'm overestimating people here, but I don't think that someone who's running a private server who's not attached to the original company has the ability to damage the IP itself nearly as much if they're running a private server. Like, I think people will look at that and be like, wow, this piece of shit on this private server is the issue. But the IP owner doesn't want their stuff attached to Dr. Disrespect. The news headline will not say... Yeah, well, what news headline does say anything that's truthful? Most news headlines are lying bullshit anyway. So what you're telling me is nothing changes on that point. In these cancel times, everything will fuck up. This is basically saying if someone mods swastikas into Super Mario, Nintendo's public image will be tarnished. Yeah, it seems to me that's a private server issue. That genuinely seems like a private server issue. If the onus of responsibility of being sued is surrendered by the original IP holder, then all other responsibilities are now on the back of the server holder, the person who's strapping the game up. You cannot go and take an IP and then mod swastikas or, I don't know, a fucking rapey shit into the game and then blame the original IP. You've got to go after the person who owns the server and is allowing that shit to happen from a legal perspective. So, like, I don't see how that becomes the only IP person's problem when we've already got headlines that are just lying non-stop, that are just complete horseshit anyway. So nothing changes. The IP holder don't want to give up their IP, it's locked behind copyright, and they will use courts to make sure. There's also, like, is there not the legalese around if you're doing something disingenuous or you are actively damaging the reputation of an IP, or a company using disingenuous things and pretending to be them in some fraudulent sense that you would face any legal recourse? Does that not already exist? Is that not some form of defamation? Here's an example. I get my Tesla and mod it up and then crash it. People will think Tesla sucks, not me. Yes, but the second that Tesla says, hey, this guy modded this thing in a most unsafe way, then guess what? It doesn't matter about the fucking headline. It matters what happens in a court system, and they will go public with it and make you look like a fucking idiot. Now, will the general public know this? No, but it doesn't fucking matter, because they can then sue you for damages and loss of future profit. They will make sure they can go out of their way to do that. And guess what? That already happens. So you're telling me that the system remains the same because the system is currently occurring. That's what you're telling me. Public perception is already fucked. All you're saying to me is that things remain the same. If the private servers gain the power being granted by the SKG movement, okay, they do legally have to protect their intellectual property in order to still own it. That's a hurdle. Right? Maybe you can get around that by saying things like the private server owner needs to put up a thing that says that they completely dissociate with the original IP holder who surrendered this IP into the public space, and that needs to be made clear from step 1. I think it falls under some kind of defamation insider trading combination. Same with allegations of anything. Whoever pays attention to anyone being corrected. Yeah, but you see, that's exactly what I mean. Nothing changes then. So that's already the status quo. So nothing's changed, so it should be fine. Right? It's not making it worse. It's also not making it better. If you grant IP holders the rights, they could shut down any mod that removes pronouns or removes changes annoying NPCs. They don't deserve those rights at all. Yeah, it gets into very dangerous states when you've got people who now have the control to go into a private server and say what you can or can't do, because what someone like Nintendo will immediately do is they say, okay, we've surrendered this IP, but we still have the power to decide what they can or can't do with our game, so we're going to strip it to the most bare bones state and make everyone fucking hate the private server. And then when we revamp the game and do a remake 10 years from now, everyone will think we're amazing and suck our cock, despite us just releasing the exact same game. And we'll make a ton of profit off of deceptive practices. So, yeah, giving the surrendered IP, now we're getting into like layers beneath layers, where it's like this hasn't even occurred. But giving a surrendered IP, the original owner control over what happens on a private server is very dangerous. And it's going to go malicious very quickly. So sure, headlines are always going to be fucking lies, but guess what? That's a problem of why the fuck is anyone believing a subhuman journalist instead of just pointing and laughing at them. So, yeah, that's a journalist issue.
I have a few quick corrections. First, I made a mistake on this video with counting, where I said your votes don't count unless they pass the threshold. No, they do, so don't worry about that. Just get more votes. The second is, for some countries, you can use EID. The way it was explained to me is if you already have one of these, you don't need our guides. So we left it out just to keep it simple, but you can use it. Okay, well, there are probably literally endless questions, but I hope I answered enough to clear up where we stand on this. I have put some thought into this topic. This video hopefully got rid of some fence sitters. Which side they landed on, I have no idea. For those on board, go sign it. All right, that's it. See ya.
All right, not bad. I think he explained things quite well. Like I said, I was trying to poke as many holes in it as possible. I still think they could have done a better job before they posted the petition and got a bunch of people to sign it. I think they're confusing vagueness with generality and with aiming at things in a more particular manner, but not so particular that it's unfeasible to change it at a later state. I wouldn't say anything in here seems like Thor posted as being gross or disgusting or disturbing. Most of this seems pretty above board, and this convinced me more that this is the correct kind of initiative where their intention is good, but all they need to do is continue to refine information, right? They need to continue to refine what they're trying to get past, and that's going to take another 16 fucking years, 15 years, something like that. Since this was so short, you should look at my boy a harmful opinions video. God damn. Oh, fuck me, that took forever, right? That actually took forever. That nearly burned me out because he was going through so many goddamn technicals. I would say it was worthwhile, though. That was definitely worthwhile. It didn't change my opinion much. Like I said, I think Thor can think whatever the fuck he wants. But at the same time, don't pretend to care about consumer rights in games and then have no viable alternative, not try and help these people or fix their issues. That it still seems very strange to me that the guy who's acting like a consummate professional is going out of his way to attack the shit out of these guys and get very emotional about it. Like, my issue is not with him not wanting to support it. My issue is, it seems odd. It seems off in my head. Like, why did he get so emotional? Why did he get so viciously emotional? I still can't figure that out. I really hated the statement, it's vague, but the politician should fix it. Yeah, I think that's the dumbest fucking thing that Ross probably said, is this is vague, but don't worry, we can trust the politicians to do the right by us. I think that was probably the most borderline retard thing that he said out of everything in that video he made. So, we'll do a quick Josh Strife Hayes.
What is my take?
Hold on. And then we'll be on our way. I don't think this is going to change much. This is not going to change my opinion. I don't think. And I don't think this is going to change anything, but it'll be interesting to see what he has to say. The most fun Thor rabbit hole is digging into his whole spiel about who he was in EVE Online. Yeah, I'm not personally interested in that, to be honest. Because I think honestly people are going to get into like this downward spiral of emotional shit and emotional attacks against Thor and emotional attacks against Ross, and they're going to like take sides and then pretend like they're right and everyone else is wrong instead of dealing with the issue. This is still like this to me, this whole thing between Thor and Ross seems like a zookeeper poked one chimpanzee with a stick. And so the other chimpanzee lost its goddamn mind and started flinging shit everywhere. And now every single chimpanzee in the enclosure is having a shit fight with every other chimpanzee in the enclosure, and nothing is changing. And all the zookeeper's doing is laughing and eating popcorn, thinking this is the funniest shit ever, and that the chimps are never escaping because they're too busy at each other's throat. That's what I see. Right? I think Thor had some valid points about this being vague. I think it was really stupid to look at this and be like, he hates this, fuck these people, blah, blah, blah. And I think Ross needs to focus down more on this initiative instead of thinking that someone else is going to fix it for him. Because if he's done all this work, he needs to keep doing work, because unfortunately, no one's going to do as good of a job as him if he's looking for any regulatory clarity without someone else purposefully and maliciously fucking things up. Now let's see what Josh Strife Hayes has to say about this. I think if Thor really cares about consumerisms, he would actually give constructive criticism. That's what I was hoping for. That's what I would expect out of the guy who acts like a professional about everything all the time. That's the persona he's built up. And then he just goes and gets emotional. It's very strange to me. Jason's history of lying. I don't know who Jason is. I don't know which Jason. Of lying and his fragile ego are well documented. He started multiple online fights with multiple people. Jason will be where Yandere Dev is now within a few months. Yeah, I'm not sure who Jason is. Ross has been on this for at least 5 years and started openly talking about it 10 years ago. Jason is Thor's actual name. Jason Thorhill. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna keep calling him Thor because everyone knows him as Thor. So here we go. Another 20-hour video for Ilgi to edit.
What is my take on the Stop Killing Games initiative? I think it's great. I think it's fantastic. I think Ross is doing a really good job, and we absolutely should be able... There was a thing where... who was it that was against it? Was it Thor? He was like, oh, if you keep doing this, you know, you'll kill live service games forever. And I'm thinking... I'm already on board, mate. You don't need to sell it to me anymore. You've
based.
Got my vote. This just seems like a little cherry on top. If this passes, there'll be no more live service games. Stop. You know, I can only be convinced so much. The idea, essentially, is... if a company are going to make a video game, many people are going to love that video game. And in the future, that company might not be able to maintain support for people to enjoy the video game. If the game requires a download, there may not be download servers for it. If the game requires connection to a server, there may not be servers hosted online for it. And the initiative is basically saying, make it possible to play these games once the companies have stopped providing an official way to play them. We're not asking for ownership of the games. We're not even asking for the ability to monetize them. It's not a case...
They should be asking for ownership of it, to be honest. In a limited state, but they should be asking for ownership, I think.
Of, hey, you've finished with your game, now let me make money from it. It's a case of, right, you no longer want to pay the cost to maintain your game. That's fine. I would like to host a private server for it and allow my friends to play it.
Yeah.
Which is great. You think about Stop Killing Video Games. I've got a Sega Master System. Classic old original Sega Master System. If I plug that into a TV that can take it, put a cartridge in, I can play the game. I've got a PlayStation 1. You put a CD in...
You know what the hardest part of doing that is finding a TV that can take those systems anymore. You have to go to like a fucking junkyard and be a mechanic and fix that shit.
You can play the game. Purchasing those games did not give me copyright exclusive holder rights to them. It didn't make me the owner of them. What it did give me was the ability to play them for as long as I have the hardware and the software needed to play that game. The Stop Killing Games initiative is essentially saying, hey, once the company that make the game and owns the game and has made money off the game, once you stop supporting it, give support to the give the community the ability to support it themselves, which is fine.
Yes.
Like a personal example, Otherland. Have any of you seen the saga I did where I played the MMORPG Otherland all the way to the end?
Yes, seen that.
The end that existed there. I was only to play Otherland because I was able to download the files from Steam, and there was a server being hosted.
Yeah, essentially, Soulman went through the same thing when he was dealing with WildStar. The only reason he could play that game was because there was a server that was hosted privately. Right? This is not new. This is something that happens, especially with MMOs.
That game is now offline. Forever. You can't play that game anymore. You can't log onto the server, you can't get the files. Will it ever be playable again? Probably not.
No.
Because who owns the game? Well, it's kind of caught up in a legal battle between whether it's owned by the original developer, the host of the server, the person that wrote the books. It's an absolute legal nightmare. But the loser isn't the legal rights holder. The loser is the person who says, hey, I'd like to play Otherland.
He's right about that. And you know what, I've changed my opinion on this, or maybe I didn't make this clear enough. Thor said this thing about how if a game is played in a state where it's not as massive as it was before, that something about the population alters the state of the game and therefore it's not worth preserving. Something along those lines. That was one of his arguments. I don't think that actually matters. I don't think population matters. If there is still one person who wants to go and play that game, it is still worthy of preservation. Case in point, once upon a time, I went in and played Hellgate way after its death on a private server. And I enjoyed playing Hellgate alone, by myself. I was the only one fucking playing it. But, or should I be robbed of that experience because there's not a bunch of other people who want to play it? I don't think so. So if there's one person who does still want to play it, that, you know, I don't think player count matters.
The loser is the person who says, hey, I'd like me and my friends to play WildStar. The loser is the person that says, hey, wouldn't it be cool to get a 5-person group together and try and run through Terra? The loser is the person that buys The Sims that requires an online download for it and then can't play it. Here's an interesting fact. I think it was Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5. Correct me if I'm wrong on this. It's one of the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater games. But I think it's Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5. When you purchased the disc for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5, is that the correct one? The disc contained the first level of the game. And when you put the disc in, what it then did was download from a server the rest of the game. And the reason they did this was because they weren't able to get all of the data printed to the disc in time. They didn't have everything ready for the print date of the disc.
Or at least that was the excuse they used.
So instead of delaying the game, they printed what they had on the disc, effectively the first level, and then they gave the disc the ability to connect to a server to download the rest of the game. That server is now offline, which means if you purchase, even secondhand, the disc of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5, you will get the first level and then nothing else. You can't download the rest of the levels. You can't download the game because the server that it will connect to is offline. Provided you've even got a disk drive. When I was lucky enough to get a PS5, I specifically bought the one with the disk drive because I very much value physical media. The Stop Killing Games initiative is basically...
I wish I valued physical media as much as I should have when I was younger. I didn't value physical media because what would happen is it would always be removed from me. So a good example is I had a PlayStation 1, the OG PlayStation 1, not the one with the rounded corners, the actual blocky one. And my thought process was, I'm going to keep this forever. I'm going to keep all my discs in a CD space, like a CD case, and it's going to go into like a safe, and I'm going to keep it until I'm an old fucking man. And even then, I will pull out one of my discs and play it, and I'll play Crash Bandicoot and Need for Speed and all this other shit. And guess what? One day I went on a school camp and I came back and my mom had given my PlayStation and all my fucking games to some kid in a hospital with cancer. And I was so mad. At the time, I was so mad because I was like, you didn't even ask me, and he's gonna die anyway. Why did you do this to me, Mom? He's gonna fucking die. No! And I was so mad for like a good month. I was like, fuck them cancer-riddled leukemia kids. Get that motherfucker out of here. Get my game back. But at that point, I registered that I had no control over the things in my life. And so I stopped caring. I just shrugged my shoulders and decided everything physical that I have no longer matters because someone's going to come and take it away from me, right? And so that's the mindset I had when I was young and going into the future. And I should have cared more. And what I should have done instead of knowing that my shit was going to evaporate because someone was going to take it away from me without me knowing about it, what I should have done is find a goddamn hiding spot for all of it. I should have like hollowed out a component in my mattress, or I should have like shoved it, like I should have buried it like a fucking time-logged chest in the backyard, and then when we moved, pulled up the chest like I was hiding a fucking body. That's what I should have done. So I didn't care about physical preservation as much as I should have. If I did, I would still have my Game Boy, my OG Game Boy, beginning Game Boy, in a working functional state. I would have all my console games, and I would still have all the discs from all my old games. Do you know what I have now? I have a bunch of empty fucking discs in a box because I didn't give a fuck because I really thought that it was all going to be taken away from me at some point. That's what I thought. Continuously. Also, this is kind of funny actually now that I think about it. I wasn't exactly the most normal kid. And I would piss my dad off all the time. And every now and then, one of the punishments I would get is I would do something and I'd have a video game I really cared about. And in order to punish me, my dad would literally just walk in, poke my PC, take the disc out, and just snap it in half in front of me. He'd be like, yeah, you want to behave like that again?
Who would have thought
like,
you weren't fucking
well, it's
normal?
too late now for me to decide if I wanted to behave like that again or not. Because I don't have the fucking game anymore. So what do you want me to do? Eventually I thought, you know what, at some point he's going to run out of discs to snap, and then I can do whatever the fuck I want. If you, Bob, you ruined my life giving my PS to a cancer kid. She fucking did. You have no idea how that triggered my fucking autism. I lost my goddamn mind when she did that. I must have spent a few months mad about it before coming to the conclusion that it didn't matter at all, that nothing physical mattered. She enlightened me to a state of the Buddha where no physical object could upset my feelings because, well, it's all temporary anyway. Why your parents like burning their own money as punishment? Yeah, pretty much. Childe. And you know what? The problem is sometimes it was my money because I worked a job as a waiter when I was like 16, and I bought my own shit half the time. To put this into perspective, at the time when my dad's mellowed out, he's fine now, but when I was a younger lad, my dad was not exactly what I'd call stable emotionally. To put it into perspective, this wasn't just video games that taught me this. This was a chip maker we had in our house, right? Where we had a thing. We had like a machine, kind of like the proto version of an air fryer, where you would dice up a potato, throw it into the machine, press the button, and it would make chips, right? That you could eat at home. I loved this machine. It was wonderful because after a hard day of going to school, going to sports, I didn't feel like making food, and usually food was left up to me to make after the age of about 14. So I would dice up a potato, throw it in the machine, and just do whatever the fuck. Now this machine had one problem with it. When you used it, it gave off a scent, a smell, and not like a bad smell. But like for about 15 minutes of the day, everything would smell like the little bit of oil and the chips that you put in it. This drove my dad mad to the point that one day, while making chips, he walked into the kitchen with a hammer and smashed the thing to fucking pieces right in front of me. And yes, I still ate the potato chips out the machine. They were only half cooked, but I was determined to have like some kind of defiance. But what that taught me was to not care about physical objects whatsoever, and that was the wrong idea, because now the thing is the idea of a video game is tied to the physical component. This explains so much. I suppose it made me a better person because now it's really hard to harm me physically, or at least emotionally. But yeah, we now know why you are. Okay, so that's just like, so physical stuff I didn't care about nearly as much as I should have. Next time you speak to them, point out how much all that stuff would be worth now if they, oh, don't worry, Childe. Don't you fucking worry. They know. Okay, so my mom's dead, so it's not her problem anymore. But my dad, the other day, I was like, hey, you remember all those Pokemon cards you took away from me? I had the full set. I had a shiny Snorlax. I had Articuno, Moltres, Zapdos. I had Charizard. I had multiple shiny Charizards. I had every single card of the original 150, and I had duplicates of the super rare ones. At one point, my parents took away my Pokemon cards and said, you're too old for this bullshit, and I never saw them again. and at some point, this was like years ago, I went to my dad, I was like, Look how much a Charizard is worth. Look at that, huh? It's real weird that happened. Oh, damn. Do you want to see the price of the 3 legendary birds all together in mint condition? You know, like I had them because I put them in sleeves? Huh. Oh, it was real funny looking back at that. I think I had like 3 or 4 shiny Charizards. I had 2 Articunos, only 1 Moltres and 1 Zapdos. I'm trying to think what are the rare ones I had. I can't remember. I just know I had all the shinies of the starter Pokemon. What was your dad's response? Well, he kind of didn't say anything. He didn't. When I pointed this out, he just kind of stared at my phone with the price tag beneath it. And he just looked at it. And then he went, And he didn't say anything else beyond that. But I had some fun. I had a moment of entertainment that was probably worth the price of those cards to me. To just watch him go like, what the fuck did I do? It was the funniest shit for me. Post-nut clarity. It was a version of post-nut clarity, I suppose. He was saying, he's never going to acknowledge anything he fucked up when I was a kid. That's just never happening. This is what happens is at some point as a parent, if you're like a fucked up parent, there's like some cognitive dissonance that appears where you pretend that the things you did just never happened. And that means it's okay because you're never going to bring it up and your kid's never going to bring it up because they're like, I don't want to deal with the shit of trying to make you remember something that you've decided never happened.
Hey, companies, we absolutely understand that you are not going to keep this service online forever. When you take it off, give us the ability to host it ourselves. Not monetize it, not own it, not take copyright from you.
Hot take, you should be able to monetize it if they're not going to host it at all.
But at least host it. And hey, if you ever come back and want the official servers back on, we'll take all the private ones off. Not a problem. That's fine. Yeah. Like a game that needs a day one patch that's 40 gigabytes. That's not a patch, that's the rest of the game. So I very much agree with the Stop Killing Games initiative. I think,
so do I.
Personally, from an artistic point of view, video games, when they have been created, should be able to be played for a long time. And now it's evolved into we only put on Epic Steam Hook. Yeah, pretty much. You download it from there. I mean, I've got Morrowind on disc. If I stick a Morrowind disc into
lucky bastard
a computer and install it, I get Morrowind. What happened with Warcraft 3, Reign of Chaos? Remember when they made Warcraft kind of reforged?
Yes, and they fucked up the original Warcraft because they forced an update on everyone.
The upgraded, remastered version of Warcraft 3. And in doing so, they actually completely removed the ability to play the original version. Remember that? So if anyone's not sure about this, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, Warcraft 3 is a very good game. The expansion, what was the expansion called again? It was, the original was Reign of Chaos, and the expansion was it the Frozen Throne? Because that was what set up the whole kind of Arthur's storyline. Those games were great. I liked the graphics, I liked the style of them. When they brought out Warcraft 3 Reforged,
they mobile graphics.
Updated some of the I don't say upgraded, I want to say they updated some of the graphics and some of the gameplay.
And it looked like shit. Hello, are you a reaction channel now? You're going to react to Acolyte? Listen, okay, Mr. Murrah, this is not a suicide prevention group, okay? This is... If I was going to commit suicide on stream, I would at least make it interesting instead of something that's boring and drawn out and doesn't work for everyone. Why the hell would I kill myself by watching Season 1 of The Acolyte? That's the most boring, dull death you can imagine.
But they didn't just update it for the reforged version. They went back and retroactively updated it for the original version as well. Which means if you connected to Battle.net at all and you had the original version of Warcraft 3, it would effectively forcefully update your game to look like the new version. Which means if you liked the old graphics and the old gameplay style and the old balance, and
Then
screw you.
eat shit, yeah.
Who cares? You're not allowed to do that anymore. The only way to get the game as it originally was is to own the original CD and to install it onto a computer that does not have connection to the internet, which I think is a shame. So the Stop Killing Games initiative is kind of a, hey, maybe if you're not gonna let me officially play your game, you could give me away. I mean, think about it with books. Imagine if you went to a library and purchased a book, or you went to a shop and purchased a book. Or
You see this thing that he's doing here? I think this is the mistake that we all make. This is a mistake I made multiple times, which is trying to make video games analogous to something else. And I think it just needs to be regulated as its own thing, because we're trying to find something that's similar, but there's nothing quite like video games.
A library and borrowed a book, and then 3 or 4 years down the line, the publisher of said book stopped printing it. And what they then did was go around and collect every version of that book and take it away, saying, hey, you can't read this anymore because we're no longer making money actively off it. Imagine if a band released an
Coming in 2025, the new book salesman tactic.
Album that you listened to, and then eventually they decided, you know what? We don't really want people listening to that album anymore, so they took it away from you. Now, if the band was hosting the album on an online hosting site, and they were paying, the hosting fees, and you were paying the rights to access the album, god damn it, and you were paying the rights to access the album, and they said, hey, we're going to take the service.
You see, he's thinking too hard, and now he can't play the game. He can't do both at once because now he's processing shit, so he's just falling off cliffs and doing dumb shit like that in the game.
Offline. Customers would rightfully say, hey, maybe we could just download the songs so we could always listen to them. And then the company went, nope. No, you can't do that. That's not allowed. Because the executives aren't making money off it anymore. If I had, there's a famous saying, if I had longer, I would have written a shorter letter. That's because if you want to write a concise...
Yeah, that's because if your dick's longer, you don't need to think about it as much. You can just put a print on the page and send it to her in the mail, and she'll know what's up.
Focused thing, it makes sense to work out what you're going to say in a concise and focused way. So my thoughts on the initiative right now are...
Oh, he's talking about writing, never mind.
...neither concise nor focused. It's more of a stream of thought, a stream of consciousness. So I'm sure I'll be saying things that many people will disagree with. I'll probably say things that I myself will disagree with when I go back and listen to this back. But in general, I think we should be able to find a way that we can access games even when their official servers go offline. I hate this game so much.
Agreed. I 100% agree with him on this. I don't see any issue with anything he's saying.
If you paid for access, you must have access. Everything else is nonsensical. That's the argument as games as a service. Games as a service. Remember when they tried to do it with DVDs, when they had that thing where you could watch your DVD like 5 times and then it would implode? That was, I swear to God, that was a thing.
Oh, fuck, that wasn't a fever dream I had. Shit, that actually happened. Fuck. I was convinced that, like, I'd made that up, and there was like a thing that had never happened, and I just made that up in my head. And there was like a false memory. Shit.
There was a thing, there was an initiative for a while where they printed DVDs that had a built-in play limit on them. Because the companies thought, hey, you're not buying the rights to this film, you're buying viewing rights 5 times, and that's it. And that didn't take off, because that does not serve anything other than corporate greed. And this whole, you can't play the game because the servers are offline, that's just corporate greed. That's all it is. There is nothing of any benefit for the gamer there.
Yeah, that's all just manipulation. That's all. How do we get people to spend more money? That's just all that is.
And I will very much be in favor of gamers Because I am one. You got old Dead Space game on CD after 3 installations. Yeah, there was a thing with install games as well. There were a couple of games that actually said, after you've installed this X number of times, you can no longer install it. Like, you had the data on the disc.
I'm thinking of Autodesk software, where it'll only allow you to install on a certain set of PCs, and after you've done it like 3 or 4 times, they tell you to fuck off and buy a new license.
Physical disc that said this disc may only be installed X amount of times. So, if you had a computer and it broke and you bought another one and then you borrowed another one and lent the game to a friend, they were like, nope, you've installed this too many times. Too many installs. You can't do that anymore. Tell me who this...
Yeah, this is not just gaming. They do this everywhere.
...serves apart from corporate greed. Seriously. No one. It serves no one apart from corporate greed. That's literally it, and that's why I hate it. Anyone who complained that gamers no longer own the games they buy are okay with the game end of life... Yeah, I think that if a game has an end-of-life plan for its official support, that's okay. And
that's okay, but it shouldn't be enforced.
Then let us unofficially support it.
Yes. 100%. I agree with him. Good take. Good hot take. Okay, I am now burned out on this bullshit, on this SKG bullshit. I have looked at it for far too long. I have lost my mind going out of my way to think about this and focus on this. So what I'm going to do now instead is just crash out playing Black Myth Ding Dong. That's all I'm going to do because I think it's a fantastic game and I've been wanting to play it. And somehow this turned into 5 hours of me looking at a fucking 40-minute video, having my opinion not changed nearly as much as I thought I would. The only thing I can think to say is I think Thor shouldn't have gotten emotional, but then again, that's an opinion, and he can actually do whatever the fuck he wants, right? So, the things I have to say right now is that before we start with Black Myth Wukong, I think that the Chinese gaming studios are the future. I think China #1. I think that if we need to think about anything, it's the idea that China's going to take over the world. China's going to be ahead of everyone else when it comes to video games. And all we need to really think about at the end of the day is what can we do for Oh no. What? What? Okay, I'm not sure why my webcam suddenly has the Chinese national flag on it. But I suppose we'll just leave it there. I'm sure it won't be too much of an issue. It should be okay, right? It shouldn't fuck. I'm not sure why that happened. I have to find a thing. It's somewhere. I think that needs to go off. Give me a second. I feel much safer now. I don't know why that happened. Don't know where that came from. Let me plug in my ancient ass controller.
I award House Rose 50,000 social credits.
That's better. I'll be able to finally afford noodles at the store. Have fun on Monkey Game. Yeah, if you got shit to do in your life, you go do it. I'll keep saying this until I'm blue in the face. Everything is more important than any stream online. Anything you have to do in your life is way more important than any of the bullshit you see online. Go and do it. Sperma logo. Now prepare to wait 10 minutes for textures. I mean, you might not be wrong about that. Let's continue our journey. We're in chapter 2. We beat a few bosses, not very many. I think everything gets better from here on out for Black Myth Ding Dong. This is the second time I'm playing it, and unfortunately I won't be able to go for like 9 hours like I did the first time around. Yeah, you only paid her $5, dude. You should have paid Amaranth $25. Then she might say your name. And as you're gooning, you'll just start coming in your underwear. Ooh. Ooh, look at that screen tearing. Ugh. Disgusting. Hold on. I wasn't having this issue before. Where is VSync? Let's see if that fixes it or makes it worse. Or is that everything just loading in? Ugh. Ugh. Still there. Oh, I think it's just this area of the game. Terrible performance. China, your fucking game is treating me like a Chinese worker in a lathe factory. Please don't do this to me. Not the brew. I wanted to craft. I wanted to make medicines. That's what I wanted to do. Amplification pellets. Crit chance. Increases damage for a long duration. I wanted a few of those. What's up, Yogi? Welcome back. It only took me 5 hours. What else do we want? Anti-miasma? No. Body warming? No. Damage reduction? Yes, please. DR is going to be super important to me. And we'll do as many of these as we can. Now let me just make sure I've put them in the right place. Body cooling. Amp pellets. None of this is what I wanted. So DR is that one. And then this is increasing damage. So up and to the right is what I care about. Time to spread monkeypox. Fuck yeah. Goon has a different meaning to me. Goon is cheap cask wine. So you're gooning all day. Goon of Fortune has a vastly different meaning if you don't use that one. Yeah, oh yeah, it fucking does. So am I getting this right? That this more of an adventure game rather than a Souls-like. I would say it's a mix between a Souls-like and a Devil May Cry game. Just because it's very linear in a lot of ways. Whoop. Nearly got me. Oh, you got a big health bar. I need to rest. Oh shit. Okay, fuck this guy. I need to rest. I have no mana. I can't use magic spells on him. You wait right there, motherfucker. I'm coming back for you. I'm just not fully ready. I need to goon a little bit more. There we go. When is the part of the game where you get the ability to fling shit at your enemies? That part of the game is in the Steam reviews. Ow! What the fuck? He one-shot me. Motherfucker. Oh my god, I've got so much screen tearing to deal with here. I'm gonna have to turn the graphics down. What the fuck? How did he... Oh my god. But now I at least know that's a one-shot kill. Just turn the graphics down because magically between today and Tuesday, somehow it's gotten worse. We'll go to high. See if that makes it better. It does mildly. Yeah, let's see if we can trick this guy into... Ow! Fuck's sakes! You hold still, you old piece of shit, rat. A little bit out of practice. Cool. Hit that rock. See if I can. There we go. Oh shit, he was a unique enemy. Cannot absorb spirits without guidance. I need to goon a little bit more. Keep the shit on this pot. This rat is not trans. I know, 6 out of 10. I agree. You know what I just realized? There's 2 ways to take this. Currently, we have not seen a single woman in this game. Based. But what I've noticed about that means that you can take this one of 2 ways. Right? The first way you can take this is that, obviously, the Chinese devs absolutely hate women to the point that they can't stand to see a single one in a game and believe it'll ruin the experience. Which, I mean, fair. The second way to look at it is that they don't want you beating women. Which, I mean, then it's definitely a 1 out of 10 game. Oh, shit! Dark Souls enemies that charge at you out of nowhere. Also, this is very graphically demanding. I don't know why I'm getting so much goddamn screen tearing. It's ridiculous. I heard there are women in this game. Ah, fuck. Experience ruined. I thought this was supposed to be paradise we lived in. Well, maybe that explains why everything went to shit. Today in clips that get me cancelled. I've heard there... Okay, so because there are women in the original story... Yes, there are women in the original story. I believe the concept of them was to fuck up everything, if I remember correctly. Hope you're using satire in your female disgust. Never. Should be fairly obvious that I am. But you know how life is. Oh shit. Okay, I suppose we're playing a snowboarding game now. There was no need to over-sexualize them. Well, I mean, what are you gonna do in a game about a goddamn monkey? Are you gonna have hot monkey sex with a bunch of women? That's bestiality. That's the territory of Baldur's Gate 3. Okay? This This guy sings well for not having a head. Oh shit, it's an ad.
Easy, easy.
Also, the screen tearing is killing me. Oh. Are you seeing the screen tearing, or is it just me? Is it just my old-ass monitor that's doing this to me?
This befits you grandly. Aye, luckily I've kept it close for its rightful owner.
And now there's fucking Scottish people in here. Maybe it's my monitor. Hold on. Let's just do some shit here. Let's press some buttons. See if this helps it. If it doesn't, I'm fucked. Just have to deal with it, I suppose. Oh no. It put it put the game on my second monitor. It put the fucking game on my second monitor when I did that. Fuck. And Windows Right doesn't seem to work. So let me just restart this. Does it look better there? No. The second monitor I have is even older than the first. It's got like a yellow tint on it. So when I look at this monitor to my left, as opposed to the main one over there, everything just has a yellow faded look. Guy pulled a hair out of his armpit and had it fly into your ear. Listen, some people pay good money for those kinds of sexual experiences, Chialde. Who are you to judge? Who are you to judge what gets people and monkeys off? Chinese filter. No, then I have to squint harder. Nameless. Babe, come look at my viral. Yeah, let me just call my wife when I'm denigrating women and fucking saying the most fucking rancid shit possible. I'm sure she'll love that. Have a nice day. Okay. Well, thanks for stopping by, Malone. Go have a good day. Instead of the one you had here. She sent me right to bed. She'll just physically abuse me. Takes me right back to my childhood. Did you check out that Terrorize the guy that raided you? Yes, I did, King Sasquatch. I actually watched some of his videos. They were pretty cool. I kind of got lost in the experience where I started watching his videos and then I started enjoying myself and then I kind of forgot that I was watching his videos. He seems like a pretty fun guy. My concern for him is still that his level of edgy is a little bit low in comparison to some of the shit I say. Also, he's like, this is his actual job. So all it's gonna take is me to make a character called Grower of Knees, but in a more abbreviated format, and then he's in trouble. All it takes for me is to play a game with him where I go out of my way to make a dark-skinned character and name him George Floyd or something like that, and his career's over. Should look at the meme channel in the Discord every day. I mean, Chinese-Irish exists, why not Scottish? It's because Scottish aren't really people. Plus, I mean, I'm not sure how native Scots can survive outside of their own country when they need a solid diet of cigarettes and alcohol. That's like their base standard for existing. So how are you going to do that outside of Scotland? Oof. Screen tearing's so bad, but I'll just deal with it because it doesn't seem to be showing on the recording at least. It's back here. Nothing. Okay. Time to play the snowboarding game. Okay, now this guy's gonna give us our ability again. Deja vu. I can focus on his old ass nipple.
Easy, easy.
This is the guy who died in a Chinese factory. Oh shit, I know why things are going terribly. I don't have my proper Chinese gaming setup on. Could uncapping FPS with VSync help? Probably not. Not with the age of my monitor. There we go. That should fix things. Much better. Suddenly the screen tearing went away.
Fits you grandly. Aye, luckily I've kept it close for its rightful owner.
Much better. Pluck of many. Blowing strands into the air creates duplicates. Oh, this is so he can jerk himself off, but it's not gay because it's really just him. I remember that ability from the tutorial. Okay. None of this matters. But we should rest here because I lost a little bit of HP skiing down that cliff. What's this? Requires keenness of tiger. I have no idea what the fuck that is. It's like going into a Chinese store and you don't read Mandarin, so you have no idea what the labels are for. Go in there looking for cutlery and you come out with sex toys. Eat shit. Oh shit, and we leveled. Twice. 3 times. Okay. What level am I? Am I high enough? No, that I can't get that. Okay. I wanted to go for base stats because that's what's been keeping me alive. Dodging no longer interrupts light attack combo. This also applies to perfect dodges. Ooh, yes please. Massively reduces the stamina cost of jumping. Each talent level moderately increases focus gained from perfect dodges. No, doesn't sound valuable. Hold on, let's go to survival. Reduces the duration of the Banes. Increases critical hit. Okay, the Bane shit is starting to get really annoying, so I'm gonna start increasing that. Did you go to this secret area yet where you fight a boar? There's a secret area where you fight a boar? I may have missed that.
When you play this
fight
game,
the neighbor's dog and
you
kill
must
him.
constantly squint your eyes and replace the letter L with an R.
That's only for pro gamers. I'm not at that level yet. I'm not there. That's gonna take me some time. Your NSFW sucks. Wear them titties. Yeah, it's you gotta remember, my NSFW is not for titties. It's for disgusting shit. Oh, fuck. Bro. What the fuck? Don't put your AIDS blood on the floor. This guy's got a lot of health. If you came to my Discord for titties, I'm sorry to tell you, the only experiences you're having in there are homosexual ones. Jesus Christ. Ah, fuck, I thought I got out of the way of that one. Fuck this guy. Don't tell me this guy's gonna fucking kill me. Oh, fuck that! What bullshit was that? Oh, that was bullshit. What the hell? You fight a boar and get a new area. Well, what chapter and where? I have not seen a boar. I have not seen a Californian woman to fight yet. God damn, that guy was way more powerful. I'm actually way more scared of the smaller enemies than the large ones in this game. Okay, so take this guy seriously. He's not just a mob. That's what I've learned. Ah, fuck. Now he's gonna do some magic blood bullshit. Fuck you, dude. Okay, heal, 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 heal. Fuck that. Maybe if he bent the blood into his dick instead of at me, he'd have some bitches. But apparently not. Yeah, this is where he does that stupid bullshit explosion stuff. I just registered this as a boss and not just a fucking mob. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna fucking die, aren't I? Okay, fuck that. I'll use my extra health bar. I'll cheat. I'm not above it. I'm not above doing bullshit. If I'm gonna have to deal with bullshit, I will do bullshit. Fuck that guy. I still have no idea what guidance is and how I get that, but sure. Fine. Okay. Suppose we're not sucking the soul out of this man. Oh, fuck you! Oh, fuck you! That was bullshit! Oh. Oh, this is just like being on a Chinese escalator. The moment you think you're safe, it's over. Ah, fuck. God damn it. There's more deaths occurring here than the one-child policy when you have a girl. Fuck me. Okay, everything here is fine. Oh wait, that's the guy who hit me before and aggroed. So let's just take him out. Then we'll go back for that other bullshit plant. Find the perfect music for this. Well, hold on, let me take a look. Aha! The most beautiful Chinese song ever. I remember this. I know this song. I know this song. Bullshit first hit, but cool. Oh, it's sung by Trump this time. Even better. I expected I'm a Ninja. Oh, the I Can Be Ninja 2 song works as well, I suppose. We have to find the broken fence near the shrine. I don't know which shrine. Ow, fuck you. Oh, no, no! Fuck this little guy, he's making things worse. Man, I'm out of practice and it's only been a day. The one you spawn at when you get killed. So there's a broken fence somewhere around there. I'll go back and look for it when I die then. Because that's fucking inevitable at this point. What's down here? That's better. I see you, bitch. Get the fuck up. Ah, that's better. Oh no, it's another one of these bullshit artists. Ah, fuck you. This music fits so goddamn well. Assassin's Creed 37. I don't know. Wukong's not black enough. You see, they need some white European historian to go over to China and implant a story about some black guy who was actually the emperor of China, and then they can make that Assassin's Creed game. That's what needs to happen. Next song. Okay. Okay, you asked for it. Okay, next song.
Sneak peek.
Aha, of course. These are probably so fucking copyrighted. They are. I can't play this one because it's copyrighted. It'll fuck everything up. I know exactly which one that is, but that's actually a copyrighted song, believe it or not. I don't want to pay $42,000 in a potential lawsuit because I decided to play I Can Be Ninja 2 by culturally insensitive white woman. Should respec into full pillar stance and just keep swinging big pole around. Yeah, I know, but then it's too much of a fantasy game because this is China. Pole is short. Pole must stay short. Pole is always short. Pole is only big when you send it on iPhone to girlfriend. Oh wait, this is the dad. I aborted his son.
A life for a life. He must pay.
I'll take a look now, Jimmy. If it's copyrighted, I'm not fucking playing it. Prince of the Flowing Sands.
Son, your brother's gone. Help me and atone.
What are the odds?
No.
What are the odds that some left-leaning journalist compares these rat people to Jewish people? Like they did with the goblins in J.K. Rowling. In Harry Potter. What are the odds? I'm just saying. They seem to have a habit of looking at, like, you know, black people as orcs. And then, like, Jewish people as, like, creatures like this. What are the odds they do that? I think it's pretty high that Kotaku writes an article about how they think this is some representation of some fucking group. You don't go anywhere. This is the first time for me fighting you, so we're gonna fuck this up big time. Ow! Let's see what your abilities are. Okay, he doesn't seem to be much of a threat. He seems pretty sloppy. But I say that, and then there's gonna be a phase 2 that beats my ass. Oh, fuck's sakes. Oh, eat shit. First time? First time? Is this gonna be a first timer? Ah, fuck. So close. Ow! Fuck! God damn it. It turns out that this time the monkey was the chow mein, not the rat. Okay. I wonder, Japanese Assassin's Creed gonna ruin Japanese mythology. Amaterasu will be a fat Karen with autism. I mean, yeah. Of course. You see, you've got to ruin other people's history. That's how you feel better about things. Now, let's see what Jimmy sent me. Is this copyrighted? Oh no, it's the same song. It's literally the exact same song as the one I played previously. Trump doing the Jue Piao Piao one. It's the exact same. Fucking quite literally. Now apparently there's a broken fence and a dog here. Can't go down there. So it's not in this direction. It's the very flat area. Of Fright Cliff. Okay, well, we'll see if we can teleport there. I don't even know if I've got to Fright Cliff yet. I haven't been looking at the Asian names of every area. I've just been progressing non-stop. No, we've got Black Wind Mountain and Yellow Wind Ridge. Actual Chinese singing monkeys. I swear, if this is black people, Ashura, I'm outing you as a racist. Okay, no, that's just... Okay, and it's copyrighted. Okay. That's singing monkeys. Okay. Okay, I see what that is. The Chinese government will come after me for that one. So it's past that area. Okay. So it's past here. We gotta get to a flat area. Find a broken fence. It's definitely not here. That's a fence, but I broke it. That's back where I came from. Summon you mod for... Yeah, go enjoy yourself. You can do whatever the fuck you want, killing you love. You don't have to be here. There's no requirement. You gotta do whatever you enjoy the most. And what fucking song is this now? Oh, this is the best one. This is Black Chinese Man enjoys this. Oh, fuck yeah. Now we're getting into some bangers. Fuck that up. But why am I fighting this guy? Why am I bothering? Is there a broken fence here? No. Maybe it's up there. Ow, fuck. Okay, so he's big and sloppy. So the idea is probably going to be to dodge the dumb attacks. And then get the fuck out. angle. That angle. No, 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 no. Drink, 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 drink. Oh, that nearly went wrong. Ow, fuck. Come on. There we go. There's my opportunity. Up, or not. Maybe I should have used the medication before I came into this fight, because I've been ignoring that shit. I've been ignoring consumables this entire time. Let's get away from him. This is probably going to be a fuck up of a fight. Yep, there we go. Beat my ass. Beat my ass like my dad. That looks like the girl that isn't taken right when the local bar is about to close for them. Yeah, that's just because you're not drunk enough yet. Put a few more shots in yourself, and maybe she'll let a few shots get in you. To be honest, that rat looks like the girl who's like, you know, there's always an attractive girl at a bar, and she has like the fat, like bulldog of a friend, and you try and hit on the hot girl, and then she's like, she's not interested. She's not interested. And so what you need to do is you need to go to a bar with a buddy, and your wingman needs to take one for the team. And by one, I mean he needs to fuck a mid-sized planet to give you a chance to not have to do that. And then next time round, it's your turn. But instead you bail out on him because you don't want to die when she rolls over in the middle of the night and kills you. Also, it kind of feels weird stroking her mustache. Hold on. Someone's throwing something at me. It's this motherfucker. Okay. Now let's go fight that boss. Now we're getting somewhere. Let's try out our new ability. Fuck yeah, we got the boys on him. Ow! There it is. Oh, he fucking beat up the boys. There we go. Okay, that felt unfair. That felt kind of like a non-consensual gangbang. Come on. fuck, I'm getting greedy. Come on. There we go. Rose masturbated too much as a teen, so Rose's dad snapped his dick. Fuck you. I'll have you know I jerked off as much as possible as a teenager. Just like everyone else. Every given opportunity. That's how it works. Teenagers are nothing but hornballs. And hormonal problems. Okay, grants more focus. Don't need that. Each talent level increases focus gain from dodges. Massively reduces the stamina cost of jumping. That's crit chance. Maybe we do need to level some staff stances. After a successful hit with Resolute Strike, performing another heavy attack consuming a focus point executes Skyfall Strike. A follow-up. To Smash Stance. How hard is it to respec? Not hard at all. You just go to the bonfire. But I don't want to respec. I have limited capacity to remember how to do shit. I'll fuck it up if I respec. I'll be starting at square one. There's still a shit flinger somewhere around here. Oh, hello. How do I get to that? Oh, there's my problem. There's the special needs kid flinging poop at everyone. There he is. I was wondering where he was hiding. Maybe I should stop hiding the porn games in my Steam library. Maybe I should just embrace it and go full T-pose with it. That depends on how much you're planning to intimidate your parents when they come over and look at your Steam library, I suppose. Those ages I jerk so much my dick had rashes. Dude. You know how you can tell a boy never became a man? It's because he never developed the calluses he required on his hand from jerking off. If you didn't jerk off that much, you know he was low T. There's a point in your life as a young boy where you're so like caught up in your hormones, you see a weirdly shaped tree with a few too many curves and you start getting it up and you're like, God damn, what's wrong with me? Well, better rub another one out. So story time. Since we are on the topic, as a teen, when I couldn't find lotion or Vaseline or whatever to jerk off with, I got so desperate I used shampoo. What would happen is that the shampoo would dry my skin and my dick would look like a snake shitting. Well played. You know what? Let me recant the story of the RuneScape player in my school. And explain to you exactly why jerking off at home when you're a kid is so goddamn dangerous, right? So in my school, the biggest Kumas were always the fucking RuneScape players. I don't know what it was about that game, but it's like, because it's like a game where you can just click around, they always had another tab open where they were jerking off. Now, one of the Kumas, who was a RuneScape player in my school, had figured out, I don't know how he figured this out, but he figured out that he could jerk off, almost come, and then dunk his balls in ice water just before it happened, and then continue on jerking off, right? This was like proto-gooning, right? This was before gooning became a thing. He had figured it out. He was a pioneer of the space. So, what he would do is he would have an entire day, an entire session where he was playing RuneScape, jerking off to porn at the same time, and every time he was about to finish, he would dunk his balls in ice water and restart the cycle. Now, after a long and hard day of doing that, he left a glass of water that he'd been dunking his nuts in continuously the whole day on his desk. And it's about that time he left his room to clean up a little bit. When he came back into his room, his sister had come home and entered his domain. And the glass of water was empty. And so his sister had downed his fucking bowl water. And she had just been like sports, and she was like, look, I saw a glass of water, I drank your water, and he couldn't tell her that his sister had drunk his salty fucking bowl water. So this fucking Kuma had to learn the lesson of don't leave your bowl water unattended, or your sister might drink it. So he had the time of his life trying to explain that at school, because he was like, I'm quitting RuneScape. This was a while after he'd done this. But yeah, the fucking RuneScape players were the worst. They were all the fucking worst Kumas in my school. Oh, this thing's got a health bar. It's not a boss, apparently. But it does have a health bar. Can we take that? Or do we still not have guidance, or whatever the fuck that is? I see that we have Blackface Monkey. It's not blackface. It is a traditional mask that just so happens to look like blackface. In other words, it's blackface but with excuses. The worst kind of blackface. Got a good video. Hopefully it's copyright free. Okay, well, we'll try. We'll see. Doesn't appear to have a copyright on it.
China, I love them.
Just have that playing in the background, since we all seem to love Trump so much.
Let's say China, 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 China,
Not bad. It sounds like he's saying China to me, not China. Oof, nearly died. Very nearly died there.
China. Let's say China, 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 China.
Celestial Memory. Fuck yeah, that's more stamina. This is the Chinese national anthem, isn't it? I'm pretty sure this is the national anthem.
My college used to have a couple of people on the spectrum. One was named Turbo Spanky, who was obsessed with Power Rangers Turbo. He used to go up to women and ask them to be his Pink Ranger. Allegedly, he asked a black chick to be his Black Ranger. One day, he got horny looking at porn in the public computer lab.
What?
So he went to the back room to jerk off. He got caught and was suspended from public areas on campus. He got expelled after he threatened to hit a teacher.
Did he at least threaten to hit the teacher with his dick? Crouching Tiger Temple. Looks like I skipped the ball, boss. It was not meant to be. Also, he was adopted by Christian parents who kicked him out at 18 years old. How loving and considerate of them. They also burned his Yu-Gi-Oh cards every time they found him. Oh, because Yu-Gi-Oh is satanic? Or because he just wasn't a very good Yu-Gi-Oh player. And they didn't want to be disappointed and sent to the Shadow Realm. What's over here? Yeah, we're gonna have another boss fight in here. Or are we just gonna be picking up items? There's a bunch of centipedes in pots here, which makes me think that at some point there's gonna be a centipede boss. What's this? 4 centipedes. I mean, autism, technically speaking, Zofrost, autism is an art. It's just not a well-recognized one. Ooh, a level. Let's see. Fuck, maybe I should look at yeah, I should look at stance stuff. I'm like heavily behind on this. Increases damage reduction upon a charged heavy attack. I should be focusing on that so much. Damage reduction. My god. What am I doing? Oh, this is another one. This is Biden's turn now. Ah, shit. Let's skedaddle. Okay, cheers, Ashura. Thanks for stopping by. Go live your life. Be free. Be free as Biden sings this for us. Oh no. Fuck!
Bloody hell.
It's lunch!
What's up this time?
It's the chicken chow mein we ordered!
And go breed more rats. If you dare to muck up the king's practice again, I'll serve your dimwit son up for supper. Myself. Ain't you that old loser? Where'd you come from? You bird-faced mug.
Fucking Garfield in this game.
I'll gobble you up first.
Oh, I need to take pulls.
Running to you. Your destiny's right here.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Freeze him. Ow. Ow. Wrong time to heal. Drink, 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 drink. Come on. Come on, motherfucker. I'm not scared of Garfield. Fuck. Maybe I am scared of Garfield. Ow. Fuck. I thought I dodged that. This motherfucker hits hard. God damn. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. Okay, it's fine. It's a practice run. That's a practice run. Jesus Christ, the chicken chow mein was spicy and it fought back. I fully believe that the black albino could have absolutely wore his ass out because people tried to jump him in high school. The thing is, he had what I call Todd strength. He also knew boxing. Very effective. Yeah, no, Todd's... You see, people confuse Todd strength, right? People think Todd strength means that they're way more powerful than another. But you gotta remember, Todds are kind of like pit bulls. They don't feel damage and pain in the same way that normal people do. And so they're almost invincible because they don't feel the pain and suffering until this shit's way over. Go for that one. Okay, cool. Bunch of pellets.
What's he running to you?
Yeah, fuck you. Ow! Drink, 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 drink. It's coming for me. Oh, I avoided it. Ow! Ow! No! Get out of there! God damn it! This guy hits so fucking hard. Fucking bullshit moves.
Take this.
Oh, fucking, okay, he can do that around corners. Mr. Bendy Dick here. Fuck things around corners, I see. Drink, drink, drink. Now he's gonna do some bullshit and dive towards me. Come on. Come on. Ow. Whoa. Fuck. 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 No, I lost it. Oh, God damn it, I lost it. Fuck. Hope this game doesn't defeat... wait, doesn't awaken something inside me. I hope it doesn't awake something inside you either, aside from maybe the need to go order yourself some pork chow mein. May the age of AGI come sooner. For fuck's sakes. Literally getting beaten up by a big pussy. I know. Listen, there's nothing more dangerous in the world, Devilus, than pussy. Okay? It controls the world, it destroys the world, it creates the world. Nothing is gonna beat pussy, okay? So don't be too surprised by that. Ow! I didn't even take my pulse yet. I froze him in the exact wrong place. Oh my god, how did he hit me from behind? I need to get away when he does that shit.
Lay waste! Lay waste!
Fuck. Oh my god, I'm already fucking dead. I've already burned through all of my abilities. I don't know how to deal with that slam.
Take this!
Oh, fuck. I'm fucked. I'm fucked. Fuck me. I can't time these dodges correctly. Okay, this fucking giant pussy is definitely a step up in difficulty in comparison to everything else. Oh my god. It seems I'm back in game journalist mode, where it takes me a fucking eternity to get this right. My monkeys do their work. Ow. Ow. Okay, it didn't work. Okay, now he's gonna do some bullshit blood off. Fuck. Okay. Getting better at the dodges. Okay. Getting better at that.
Take this.
Fuck. That didn't work. Ah, for fuck's sakes. God damn it. But unrelated, but are you going to try out the next WoW expansion when it's out? No. I'm so fucking tired of all the bullshit of dealing with World of Warcraft pretending like it's gonna have some return to its golden age. I would need to see so much positive shit about War Within for me to even bother or want to care about it at this point, that I'm beyond even thinking about World of Warcraft. It's gone from being my absolute top tier favorite MMO to being like, what is this fucking shit that you're feeding me non-stop? There is so much I'd need to see from the WoW devs for me to even think that their game is worth playing. Ow. Started off the wrong move. Okay, while we're far away, we use that. God, I hate that move. I don't know where I am. Fuck. Okay. Don't get on the staff. Don't get on the staff. God damn it. Fuck. I'm getting somewhere at least. What do you think about Lathe? God, fuck. Which one's that? Is that the Naru or is that that one priest legendary weapon that was hiding a void god in it? I can't even remember anymore. Sad part, we're not living in the 2000s anymore where we don't have much of a choice in MMORPG. I'd say give it time. Oh yes, that's a priest's art. Okay, yeah, that's the apparent dark god who's so fucking weak that somehow she's a weapon, but she's stronger than all the other dark gods magically because she's got a pair of purple tits. Yeah, no. Blizzard writing's in the fucking shitter, right? Why is it that they keep on trying to make all these empowering feminine characters, but they're all bullshit? They're all just goddamn bullshit and hacks. You take Bolvar and you turn him into the bitch king. I'm still mad about that.
Fancy running together.
Here it comes. Come on, come on, come on, come on. fucking karate monkey. Fucking tiger. Ah, fuck you.
Watch me, fool! Quit with your rubbish tricks! Get out there!
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. I thought I dodged that. And dodge. No. Or just get killed. Or just get fucking killed. That's cool too. Oh. Thanks for the... Holy shit, you subbed. Well, thanks for that, Killer Chris. I appreciate it. You didn't have to do that. But I'm sure Jeff Bezos enjoys the money. Thank you for the sub. Welcome to the worst place on the internet. This fucking bowl of chicken chow mein in particular is beating my ass non-stop today. And I got him stuck in the wrong spot. Bad start, bad start.
Take this.
Ah, fuck, I thought I dodged that. My dodges are too slow. Fuck. God damn it.
What's left is the king's to have.
Thanks for the follow, Luna Beans. You've also made a bad decision. And also, Adelayu. God damn. Thanks for the sub. You didn't have to do that. I promise you.
Just keep dodging.
This
or we
bullshit
could
on
build
the
a
internet
wall
is
around
free.
it where it can't kill you.
But thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Hey, what the fuck? Hold on. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, no, no. Stop right there. No, no, no. I turned this feature off. I turned hype trains off. Why the fuck are there hype trains on my channel? I very specifically turned off hype trains because it is a manipulative feature that I fucking hate. I want no one to continue a hype train because it's such a bullshit manipulative feature. I appreciate the subs, but I don't want you to feel like you ever have to do that on purpose. Or like to keep some random meter up. Oh, hold on 1 second. My wife's here. Let me go talk to her, then I'm going to turn those off. I'll be right back. Okay. There we go. I just had to help put my daughter in bed and also take the dogs so that they don't wake her up. That's better. Oh shit. We have to complete the Chinese gaming setup here. I've got it all in the wrong order. Let's just fix that up quick. It's almost like playing Kill Twist. I know. This is fucking bullshit. Chicken flaps. This is horse shit. Throwing the fucking chicken chow mein enemy at me right now. So what was you telling me? You don't have to suck my dick while you're in here. Don't worry, Killer Chris. Now let's see if this works. This feature is still in beta testing, like I've said before. Let's see if this works. Let's see if this functions as intended. See now this right here, that right there, all the way down there, that thing over there, is what we like to refer to colloquially as a bullshit enemy. Because what's happening is it's got a bunch of flippy fucking attacks, and the problem isn't actually the chicken chow mein down there that still needs to be skinned and put on a Chinaman's plate. The issue is actually the final boss of this fight is the goddamn fucking camera. Because I can't keep track of that motherfucker all the way down there, because he keeps on doing a bunch of flippy shit that screws the camera, and I feel like I'm having a goddamn stroke. That's the issue we're running into here. Eventually I'll defeat the final boss known as the camera, but until then, I'm fucked. Now, hopefully that worked properly. Otherwise, I just sounded like a complete idiot. And you saw none of that. Because I can't monitor it while I'm doing it. If it was too much success, you'll be noticed and cancelled. Yeah, I get cancelled real fast. Yeah, there's an echo. I'll deal with it one day. It's just not today. Okay. Here we go. It was scuffed. That's the way it's meant to be. God damn it, I caught him in the air again. Fuck. Ow. And he's gonna fuck me.
Fancy running, do you? Destiny's right there!
The sword swings. Fuck.
Quick with your rubbish tricks! Get out
Okay, he's gonna fucking... Oh, of course he was gonna do that. Drink. Oh, fuck. I don't have anything else to drink. I'm screwed. I'm fucked. Yeah, I'm fucked.
Monkey brain could be a
Yeah, I saw that coming. I was fucked. That was a bad start. Bad start. Ginger losing to a tiger. Yeah, I'm losing to a Chinaman's fucking lunch meal here. This is some bullshit. Camera angle's the worst thing to deal with in this fight. Because the motherfucker doesn't hold still. Try that again. Ow! Drink. Okay, we can't escape this. This is really annoying. See that shit? How are you supposed to track that with a camera angle? God damn it! Come on. Come on then. You big fucking bullshit artist. Here we go. Here we go again.
Take this.
God damn it, I hate this fucking fight.
Quit with your rubbish tricks. Get out there.
Ow. Fuck's sakes. Yeah, I don't know. This cat's been switching from fucking Scottish to I don't know, sexually frustrated American. I don't know exactly what voice they were going for with this guy. All I know is this feels like bullshit. I wonder. Fuck. Too far away. Ow! Ow! Come on, drink!
Let's see what it do ya. Your destiny's right here!
Drink. No, I'm stuck in a corner. Fuck's sakes.
Take this!
Come on. Oh fuck, I hate being stuck in this corner. I'm doing fucking nothing. Oh, that was bullshit. Ah, okay. This one's a loss. I might as well learn the moveset while I can. No, never mind. You need to increase your APM to Asian levels. I do. I need to channel my inner Asian little boy who can play Beethoven in front of his disappointed father like it's nothing. That's what I need to do here. Problem is, I chose the rice Asian hat, like the rice field Asian hat, instead of the warrior Asian hat, and that's kind of fucking me over here. Because rice field Asian wasn't built for combat. Not the warrior Asian. Too many of these games now, it's just like epidemic of survival horror crafting. Yeah, I think it's because it's just a formula they're trying to emulate, but they don't realize that they're actually just competing with Minecraft, and they're always gonna lose that fight. Oh, for fuck's sakes. So where's the third hit?
Quick with your rubbish tricks!
Oh! Okay, we're gonna do this early. Ow! Or we can just die early. That's cool. That happens too. Fuck me. Ah. Yeah, Ricefield hat only gives you stamina boost. +5 oppression. I can take a beating, I just can't give one back. God damn it. Okay. So what I'm gonna need to do, I think, is I need to, like, get as far a fucking away from him as possible. Jump in, hit, get the fuck out. And I hate it when that happens. That feels like bullshit. So now we wait for him to do some bullshit. Ow. Let's time that.
Take this.
Let's time that. And I fucked that up too. Fuck. So when he pulls out the sword, I'm fucked. Yeah, this is not even the fucking rice fields. This is just the blood fields, dude. Oh my god. This motherfucker just keeps beating the fucking brakes off of me. Okay, I'll get it eventually. Eventually, after 3 million tries, I will finally exit game journalist mode and be able to beat him. I feel like this is my best option, is to just spam this attack.
Quit with your rubbish tricks! Get out here!
Eventually I'll get this.
Let's see what it do yet. Your destiny's right there!
Come on. Ow! Drink, 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 drink. Okay, I'm out of mana. We know that this is a bad corner to be in, so I need to get the fuck out of here. Ah, fuck, I always fuck up that blast dodge on that swing. I always fuck up that last dodge because I'm anticipating the swing of the sword so fucking fast, but it's actually a 1, 2, 3 pause 4, not 1, 2, 3, 4 attack. No, you don't understand, Jesse. That's a Scottish female that we're fighting here. This is the average Scottish woman. You gotta remember, it's only the males that are dwarves. This is a woman. You just don't know it. Less hairy than the average Scottish woman, but just about the same. Ginger as well. Fuck's sakes. Never seen that move before, that's new.
Quit with your rubbish tricks! Get out here!
Fuck, I hate that attack. Drink, 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 drink. God, I hate that attack so much. That was bad. That was a wasted move. Every time. Every fucking time with that sword swing. A deep black male voice would be more fitting for this character. What you doing, Mahut? No, you're thinking of the Monkey King himself. Don't take that the wrong way. Fuck this boss. Is this like one of those things where I have to level up 1,000,000 times and then come back for this motherfucker?
For the past 30 minutes at least,
Fuck you,
I
Jimmy.
have been watching game
God damn it.
journalist Rose MMO getting filtered by a giant tiger wearing a diaper and wielding a sword. Just the pinnacle of what furries want to see in a video game. I would say get good, but only the tiger seems to be getting stronger.
See that attack? Fuck that shit. Now he's gonna do some bullshit blood off shit. Oh no. Oh no. And my dog's losing it because there's someone outside my door. And I can't fucking pause. Shit.
Take this.
Alright, well, give me a second. I will kill this fucking target. This tiger. God damn it, I can't even speak anymore. This massive pussy will go down. I actually wonder if I should respec. God damn it!
What's left is the king's to us.
God fucking damn it. I will get this bitch. I'm attacking too much and not figuring out the dodges. I don't think there is a way to lower difficulty in this game. Even if there was, I don't think I'd take it. This fucking tiger, man. Oh, I got something stuck in my teeth. Give me a break for a second. Okay, I'm not gonna go in with a freeze initially this time because that seems to fuck me up. Now I'm gonna freeze. Okay, that was better. Okay, that worked out better. That didn't work out better at all.
Quick with your rubbish tricks! Get out here!
God damn it.
Take this!
Fuck. Drink, 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 drink. Come on. I still can't time that one right. Fuck.
They all meet in the end.
Yeah, look, I might be playing like a journalist, but I'm not going to behave like one by lowering the difficulty, even if I could. All I've got to do is get it right once. You can fail a million times as long as you get it right once. That's all it takes. Is a one-time win. Okay, so he's gonna dodge to the side, then he's gonna jump at us. Then we do this. We get the 2 hits off.
Quick with your rubbish tricks! Get out here!
We immediately do that. Immediately fuck that up. Still can't get that test. That fucking. God damn it! That sword swing is such a fucking filter. That sword swing's fucking me up so much. I will get this. Hint, don't get hit by a sword, fuck you. Yeah, don't get hit. Good advice. Now, if only I could listen or read. Help!
Quit with your rubbish tricks.
See that bullshit? I hate that. That's such a bullshit trick.
Take this.
Drink. Drink again. Fuck, again. Keep on getting filtered by that sword strike.
Once you run into you, your destiny's right there.
Fuck. Okay, that was closer.
What's left is the king's to us.
That was closer. Listen, I could sue the developer, but I don't think they'd listen to the Guaylo. I don't think they'd listen to me. But maybe if I wore this hat, things would be different. Give in to your journalist side and go online and cry about how hard the game is. And it requires an accessibility mode. Yeah, you know what? The accessibility mode, it just removes all bosses and you don't fight anyone at all. Okay, that was bad.
Quit with your rubbish tricks.
Fuck. I'm getting fucked up there.
I'll break you.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Free health bar. I shouldn't waste it. Ow, that was fucking stupid. I wasted everything there.
Once you run into you, your destiny's right there.
Ow. Come on. God damn it. I could have still healed and I didn't. Oh, I could have won that. That was player error. Still don't know how people think you wearing a hat would be racist. What's okay for professional comedians to be? Yeah, it's personal sensitivity. It's basically you get it so far up your own asshole that you think you're morally justified in telling people how they can or cannot act. It's the dumbest shit, Jimmy. To be fair, even it was a VN game. if it required people actually listening to the story to make choices, then that would be harder than this. Yeah, but that's because the only worthwhile VN game is probably Doki Doki Literature Club. It's really fun, especially for kids, that game. Super kid friendly. I recommend anyone with a child lets their kid play that. Outside of that, all VNs are just bullshit. It's just a book in disguise. And who reads those anymore? Ow.
Quit with your rubbish tricks.
Come on. And bullshit attack number 1. Come on. There's bullshit attack number 2.
Take this. Fancy running, do you? Your destiny's right there.
See that? I hate that bullshit attack. Drink, drink, drink. Come on. Come on, bitch. God damn it, that's still such a fucking filter for me.
Quit with your rubbish tricks. Get out there.
Okay, here we go. Bullshit number 2.
Right.
Okay. Oh, finally got that attack down. Okay, now I just need to get the others down. Okay, nearly got him. Fuck you. Eat shit. God damn it. Fucking chicken chow mein. Tomorrow morning, I'm waking up, I'm going to goddamn Chinatown, and I'm getting myself some goddamn fried cat. Fuck this motherfucker. God damn it. Thanks for the follow, so lots a lot. Finally. Oh, what a relief. Oh no, don't tell me the most compliant CCP member did this.
Perfect for the art of rock solid.
I think Divinity Original Sin is far better than Baldur's Gate 3. I think Divinity Original Sin, the difference is it works a lot less like a D&D game than Baldur's Gate does. That's all. They're super close to both, but I mean, I think it's just different stylizations and depending on which one you prefer. Oh, fuck. Okay, I definitely need more damage. That bullshit went on way too long. Or health recovery. That would be nice. I'll take health recovery. My god. Fuck that tiger boss. Oh, now we can go over here. Look at that. Let's check up here, though. Yeah, I beat him. I waited specifically until you were gone. That way you couldn't see the cheat code I entered. And the fried cat I'm getting tomorrow in celebration in Chinatown. Now, please, please tell me there's a bonfire somewhere here. I don't see one. Want the Chinese against black? Yeah, I'm surprised. Maybe they think it's red paint. Or in English, maybe they think it's lead paint. Congratulations to anyone who caught what I did there. Look, if they got approval from the CCP, it was probably fine. So, like, think about it. A lot of journos are now attacking Wukong, saying the rules aren't fair. If you're sponsored by this game, you're not allowed to show feminist propaganda, blah, blah, blah. Where do you think they got those rules? That's not the game studio. Yeah, that guy's dead, I think. Where do you think they got those rules? They got those rules straight from the CCP. They're the ones who made that decision. Wow, holy shit. Yeah, I was not ready for that. I was definitely not ready for that. That's fine, I can go back, reset, actually have healing. If the tiger respawns, I'm gonna be real fucking mad. Come on. So let me see if I can craft better weapons and armor yet. Still no. And armor? That's not that much better than what I'm wearing. Yeah, it's not worth making. I do think I need something better here. But I don't have anything. But we can buy things from the in-game store! All we need to do is now have this strapped onto, like, real-world currency. And that's the game journalist mode. But all I think you can actually buy is materials, to be honest. which is not a very, like, long list of shit. Like, there's nothing egregious here. There's nothing that's really gonna help you that much. I do need as much damage DR medicine as I can get. I was watching a stream playing Warframe who said that we're gonna stream Wukong because the rules said no feminist propaganda. Then within 2 minutes, they went on a tangent of trans women are real women. So in my head, I'm just like, I'm just gonna quietly leave now. Yeah, look, let them have their opinion. Let anyone have any opinion they want. That's the beauty of free speech. But, look, if you want to push feminist propaganda, you can. Just don't sign the contract with Black Myth Wukong. I didn't sign any fucking contract saying that I couldn't say whatever the fuck I wanted. Which means I can say whatever the fuck I wanted. I can say things like, in China, you don't have house pets, you just have undercooked food. I can say things like that, because I didn't sign any fucking contract. I'm not sponsored by them. So the whole thing of being like, boo-hoo, I can't push my propaganda, that's all bullshit. I doubt that person was even on a list for being paid or sponsored by the game. They just feel like it's something they can use as like a, I'm so much more morally superior than the people around me. Wow, holy shit. Drink, 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 drink. Oh, can they not get through the door? Wow, holy shit. Oh, they're definitely honest. People don't seem to realize Chinese government is metaphorically inside everyone's ass. Yeah, I don't think they register that if you live in China, like, social credit score quite literally dictates what you can and can't do. So if you're not, like, nationalistically proud, if you have any criticisms whatsoever, be ready to be homeless within the next 10 to 20 minutes. They're coming for you. The game looks pretty. Is the gameplay as good as From Soul's game? I would say it's different, but it feels very good to play. It feels impactful. Game feels responsive. Absolute worst thing I have to say about the gameplay itself, Jesse, is that every time I fail, it feels exactly like my fault. I can't blame the game that I'm shit. That's the worst part. I need solid excuses as to why I keep losing. Okay, these motherfuckers are a problem. But what if I did this? And then we went to Pound Town. Come on. Okay, that leaves me with one of these motherfuckers left. Oh, two of them. Come at me. Come on. Come here. This is one of those fancy ones, so maybe it's actually worthwhile using my spells. Come on. Come here, bitch. Don't just stand over there. Fuck, this thing hits hard. Come here. Yeah, one more hit. Oh. Fuck that. It's gonna tell me I can't do it without guidance, and I still have no clue what guidance is or how to get it. So much freer in the West. We can say anything we want without getting fired or sometimes even imprisoned. CCP starts looking less bad and worse the worse it gets over here. Exactly. They start looking more like the standard rather than a problem. I mean, just look at the UK. People get arrested for tweets over there. You literally get arrested for tweeting. Which is, okay, admittedly, that's the funniest shit ever. But still. The cellar. My god, am I resting. That was such... There's such bullshit little minions underneath that temple.
You scoundrel!
Oh, hello.
Oh, it's you again.
Oh shit, it's the guy who went to FurCon and never cleaned his cum costume. Okay, what do you have to say? Make medicines. Oh, this is the medicine man.
Doth see the dell from the confines of my abode.
Longevity decoction. Upon use, considerably increases maximum health. But is that permanent? I hope so. Also, we can sell all of this. Let's hope that wasn't used for something else.
Greeting, brave one.
Okay. Celestial medicines. Lesser celestial medicine that permanently and moderately increases maximum health. Oh, fuck yeah.
Seek from within to ascend. Seek from without to craft pills.
Oh, look, it's Pirates of... I think this is a fox, not a rat.
If you need more pills.
That is a big anal bead, though. Maximum mana, maximum stamina, increases defense. Oh, all of these are fantastic. Shock resistance, poison, burn, chill. They all require the same material. So I'm gonna aim for health because after that tiger fight, I got my shit pushed in hard enough that I need as much health as possible. And now I know what those mind core materials are. So all I need to do is buy a fuck ton of these. I can buy 2. Shit. That doesn't help at all. I don't know who just subbed, but thank you for subbing. I appreciate it. My multi-chat's still broken, so whenever someone subs on YouTube, it says undefined. It's really annoying. I wish it would just show you, but it doesn't. So thank you, though. I'm not ignoring you.
Self-refinement is the way to make golden pills. What say you, brave one?
Yeah, another one of these, please.
From yin and yang, 5
At first I thought UE5 has no distinct look.
unique
And just looks realistic. I'm starting to see its unique look. I think the advantage of UE5 is probably that the devs who know what they're doing know how to stylize the game. I want to play some Concord. Not right now. Right now, I want to finish Black Myth Ding Dong. Then we get more defense.
Uncover the secrets of sky and earth, and thou shalt have pills.
I really want to finish this game. This is going to be my primary focus until I finish it, login. If you want to play after that, sure. I'll find the time one stream. Remake. Ooh, so we can respec here. And then there was that medicine I picked up, which I think I can then equip and use. Unless I'm wrong. Inventory. Where was that medication, or was it like automatically applied? Each sip instantly recovers 20% of maximum health for a brief moment after slowly recovers 25%. Oh, here we go. Oh, this is just how to make it. That's unfortunate. Maybe I should try and equip those, actually. Or at least equip what works. Thanks for the sub, Alexander Boland. It just showed me your name now. Thanks, multi-chat, for being so far behind. We could be top ranked since no one is playing. That's like saying I'm the best at playing with my own human feces. Because no one else wants to do that. Makes me the best by default. None of this does anything, really. As far as I'm aware. I've done everything I can with him. I need this game, Armored Core, and Dragon's Dogma. I think, look, I don't know if the new Dragon's Dogma is really worth it. It feels, to me, Dragon's Dogma feels like the old game with new graphics, and I was really hoping for something that was, like, more impressive than what we got. I mean, look, if I'm gonna play Concord, I suppose I do need to get into like a feminist cosplay first, because I'm sure that game will allow feminist propaganda. It's just too bad that Black Myth Ding Dong here is too close-minded. that an all-Chinese team didn't just hire a bunch of black lesbians to make the game for them, so they could push a social message. I think there was a real miss. Oh shit. A Chinese person. He might just eat us. But first, let's take a dump in his cutlery. You're halfway there. You could go as a Chinese woman. What are you talking about? There's no such thing as Chinese women. They were all eliminated in the one-child policy. They were all slam dunked into the sewer. None of them are left. Yo, what up, homie?
Hurled by gales to and fro, changed from our former glow. The signs told me you would come here.
Okay.
Such is destiny. What's done is one step before what's to come. It houses a treasure that none other can see. A scale shed by the old king of Jing River upon his beheading. Have you seen it in this ridge, young friend?
I ain't seen shit,
buddy. When the Long King defied the court, the Jade Emperor was set to punish his entire house. The four sons of the Long King, deities of the four waters, fled. Deities, not even they have control over their destinies. Once caught in the threads of karma, all are mere offerings on the platter. Four longs for the four waters under the sky. Their destiny is sealed as yours and mine.
Man, I'm not high enough to listen to this man. Also, what's up, Toby Warner? I saw you follow earlier just before I started streaming.
When the Long
Thank
King
you.
defied the court, the Jade Emperor was set to punish his entire house. The four sons of the Long King, deities of the four waters, fled.
Okay.
Deities, not even they have control over their destinies. Once caught in the threads of karma, all are mere offerings on the platter. Four longs for the four waters under the sky. Their destiny is sealed as yours and mine. When
Is this gonna keep... Yeah, okay, he's just gonna keep repeating himself because he's a crazy person. Can I beat his ass? Oh. No, our primary source of entertainment while I work. Well, my apologies for... but I suppose it's not my fault that you have low standards. It's just how it is, I suppose. What's this? Nothing useful. How many cats do you suppose the devs ate before this game was finished? Like, what estimated total of cat meat do you think was eaten to get to this point of gameplay? I'd estimate a good solid 100 or so.
Besides every sage and
3.5k.
beneath every mountain an abyss lies.
Suppose 8 years of development. Cat every day.
Bloodbaths may arise. I cannot escape, and nor can you.
Oh, cool! Another boss fight. Okay, this guy seems perfect for the beatdown team. he's got a big health bar.
One more taste of my Samadhi win.
Ow.
Let the sun get warm.
Ow. Ow. Okay, this guy's biggest threat is his fucking health bar. He's not that dangerous. Ow! And also that he's got the school tard on his side. Ow. I'm gonna lose this. Out of pure stupidity, I'm gonna lose this. I saw it coming. Yeah, he fucking spanked me. That was pure stupidity. I could have won that. That's just timing. That bloody pool in the tiger fight should be a clear indicator. Yeah. I mean, I suppose they got inspired by the tiger boss depending on how many ginger cats they got at the store that day. They're like, what if this was a boss? What if instead of us eating it, it was eating us? What an inversion. Starfleet's trail of the ground, the attention to detail is amazing. Yeah, they did a really good job with the visuals. They proved...
Why do you have to come back?
These guys really proved that graphics and gameplay don't have to be separate. You can have good gameplay and good graphics. Ow, that was stupid. This guy's clunky as fuck. So if I can just time him right, then I'm okay.
In all the realm can withstand his power.
Okay, now he's gonna do that weird sand shit. Ah, mistimed that. Drink. Ow! Thought I dodged that. Ow! Thought I dodged that. Fuck that up. Okay. Okay. This guy's really a health sponge. His moves are not that much of a threat. He's very predictable in comparison to the tiger. There are no cats left in China. Of course, they're not called cats. They're called dim sum. Yeah, this guy's not getting me mad because he doesn't feel like bullshit. I'm dying because I'm just not good enough. That's just a simple fact here. So what the hell is up here? Have I been here? I don't think I have. What the hell is this? Yeah, it is actually quite literally a skill issue here. Oh wait, I've been here before. Except now the dude's gone. I wonder what this changes now that he's gone. I don't even know what this meditation thing does. No idea what that does. Just hearing random Chinese people screaming in the sand here.
How dare you come back? Why do you have to come back?
Ow. I fucked that up. That was my own fault. Ow. Fuck that up. I'm fucking up this fight because I keep on trying to heavy attack. I'm thinking I'm making things better by heavy attacking, and I'm just making my life harder.
One more taste of my Samadhi wind! Let the sun swirl!
Literally, just a health sponge, this guy. Ow. Can't see what the fuck's going on. Ow. Okay. That's a 3 hit. That's a 3 hit.
Once again, open your eyes and behold!
Okay, maybe I do need to use some medicine for this one. Use some consumables here. Give me a better chance of defeating this fucking health sponge. This guy's just got a big health bar. He's not that much of a threat. Doesn't feel that bad. It's nothing as bad as the bullshit that is the tiger.
A skinny wretch like you has come far enough.
Okay, now drink. Now he's gonna do some bullshit. Okay. Okay, there's the third one. Okay. Waste the fucking energy. Drink, 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 drink. There we go. What's this fucker? Come on. Fuck. I tried to activate something. Ow! Walked right into that. Oh god damn it, he drop kicked me. Fuck. Where is he? Where is he? Oh god damn it. God damn it. What do you mean two? I mean, they'll eat each other, given enough space. Isn't there that one city where there's like a ton of cannibalism happening, where everyone's like stacked on top of each other, and it's almost impossible to leave? We've got cyberpunk in video games. They've got it going on in the actual cities. It's just there's no cool technology. Okay. Let's think about this. My best hope is doing this shit early. Holding focus as quickly as possible. Getting the fuck out. Ow, fuck. Okay, now he's gonna do that disappear thing. Okay, now we're gonna have spinny attacks. Okay. Then he comes back. Okay, that worked out better. Ow. Didn't dodge that. Didn't dodge that. Didn't dodge that either. Okay, fuck. We had such a perfect start, and I fucked it up. Okay, so now I know what to do. Just summon the boys, let the monkey gang go at him, freeze him in place, beat the fucking brakes off him, get his health down as quickly as possible. Set him on fire with my extra health bar, and then all I have to do is make sure that I dodge correctly when it comes to his, like, sand illusions. Then I'm all good. Okay, now I know I can beat him.
Skinny wretch like you. That's hard enough.
Oh wait, I know how to beat the sand illusions. I know what I'm supposed to do. Ow.
Can't withstand its power.
Okay, I know how I'm supposed to beat the sand illusions. Just let the sand illusions go to town on everything else that's not me. Oh, God damn it. That felt like bullshit. That felt like bullshit too. God damn it. Fuck. Okay, we're getting there. We're solving the puzzle. This is a puzzle game, not a fighting game. It's starting to make sense. So we use some of that. We do one of these. Okay. Okay, now he's gonna do stupid fucking illusion bullshit. Or he's gonna just stomp on my ass. now it's coming. Now he's gonna disappear. Okay, now he's gonna do that. There we go. Fuck. Okay. Okay, he fucked up the dodge. I mean, he fucked up the drop kick. Ow. Ow. Drink, 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 drink. Fuck that up. That was my fault. That was 100% my fault for fucking up the dodge. Oh. Sand reacts to the characters. Yeah, it does. It does. They got some pretty decent physics. It's very pretty. This guy just feels like a health sponge. He really feels like a fucking health sponge. I wonder if there's something I'm missing in the gameplay that would make this easier. I wonder if there's some component that I'm just fucking up. Or whether I'm just underleveled for this fight. This is definitely a skill issue. This is definitely me fucking things up. This is 100% my fault for mistiming my dodges.
A skinny wretch like you has come far enough.
Ow. And you see things like that. Like me mistiming my dodges or trying to go for a heavy attack when I fucking shouldn't. That's like 100% my fault. Okay, now he's gonna vanish. Okay, there we go. Knee problem. There we go. So you see I fucked that dodge up. That's 100% my fault. So that's me. You see? There, I lost focus. Completely fucked that up. What's your opinion on anime? Chinese cartoons are quite nice. I'd say they do a better job than the Western ones currently do. I'd say a lot of it gets weird and repetitive. So like for a while there I fell down a hole where I started watching like a bunch of like those isekai things where people get like transported to another world, and then they all have the same plot and behave in the exact same fucking way, where it's all just some guy is super powerful with magic bullshit powers, never faces any problems, and can just fix everything with a snap of his fingers.
How dare you come back? Why do you have to come back?
Let's do it this way. I'm not actually too worried. Fuck. Okay. Fuck that up. Fuck. So I'm not actually too worried about damage in the beginning. I shouldn't use my thing. It's more about dodging the big shit he pulls off. Okay, now we're in trouble. Now we're in trouble. Lost second dodge. Come on. Oh, fuck's sakes. That doesn't feel like it should have hit. I was off the ground. Oh, fuck. Okay. And he kills me again with the drop kick. Fuck. This is a long fight. I've got to take it slower. I've definitely got to take it slower. Okay. Or maybe I'm supposed to leave this boss until later. Maybe I'm under-leveled or just over-retarded for this boss and I just need to come back when I can do more damage. Maybe that's what I'm supposed to do. Because there are multiple paths I could have taken back at the Tiger Temple. Maybe I'm pushing my luck by being here, so maybe I'll give him one more try. Ow. Oh, I fucked this up. I fucked this attempt up. Yeah, fuck that attempt up. Okay, I'm gonna come back to him later. Because I think I'm not doing enough damage here because he's got such a big fucking health bar here. He's doable, but I'm fucking it up. And I can make my life easier by leveling up and doing other shit. So that's what I'm going to do. I want to explore the other areas as well. Before I come back to Yellow Rat here. This is the first time I'm actually traveling anywhere. It's the temple entrance, I think. Thanks for the follow, Chashley. I hope I said your name right. Probably not. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Okay, so I could have gone down the big fucking scary tiger mouth there. But maybe going down the area where it's just pissing blood is not the best idea, and we could go past it. Maybe the chicken chow mein down there just isn't that good, and we need to go up here. Let's see. Maybe this direction has more for us. Something of more value, at least. Ah, that's gonna be one of those dudes. Oh, fuck's sakes. God, I hate these dudes. Fuck those guys. Oh, thank you, Jesus. And another level. Exactly what I needed. Wait, staff stance. Talent level increases damage reduction upon a heavy charge attack. Yes. Okay, so nothing really here. Let's go up here. Isekai has gotten way too repetitive. Yeah, I don't know. I saw it all at once, and then I was like, this is just the same thing over and over again. Maybe it's just because I don't know, stacked it on top of one another. But there's very few of them, and they get real creepy when it comes to brother-sister relationships. Shit gets real weird real fast. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Man, Japanese people are real horny for their sisters. It's some real freak shit. Okay, so we do have a light telling us to go this way, so maybe this is the way to go. And then we come back to that yellow rat who was fucking me up a little bit later. Oh, and we got a new one. After using the gourd, the next rock solid costs no mana. For a short duration. Oh, that's right, we've got more spells. I forgot. They called it that Wincest. Yeah, but this is the thing, right? It's only Wincest if you have to win something. They're not winning something. They've just automatically got that shit down. They're just getting it for free. It's bullshit. They don't have to win anything. She doesn't even fight back. That's stamina reduction. What do we get? Casting Immobilized no longer interrupts light attack combo. Oh, fuck yeah. I need my roofies to be as strong as possible. And this one can be changed out. Wait, hold on. How do I swap Cloud Stance? Cloud Step for Rock Solid. How the fuck do I switch those two out? I have no idea. Suppose I'll see. That was doing nothing. Wow, these guys hit hard all of a sudden. They were little bitches before. Yeah, I'm still up, Filter. I'm still going at it. Mostly because that fucking video we watched earlier took forever. Another fucking spinny rat here. Master Splinter's going down. And we can deal with the retard in the back there. Ugh. Gonna be another human being? No. Still hoping to hear about your future vid on world building and lore. Which one do you mean? Because I've got quite a few ideas. The problem is I have like 20 different ideas, but it needs to be made entertaining enough to be turned into a video, so I can get like 90% of the way through scripting something and then think it's just not good enough. Or do you mean like more general sense? Like the video that's released on the second channel on YouTube. Ah, there we go. There's an ad, but we're gonna keep going because it doesn't really matter. Because all I'm doing is running through Monkey Game. I was hoping to complete chapter 2 by today. I don't know if that's fucking happening. Oh yeah, the bad writing tropes thing. Yeah, there's a lot to say about world building and shit, and you can do it in most different ways. The problem is that people take outside politics primarily and put it into games instead of the internal politics of the game being the thing you focus on. If you want to focus on world building and lore, you have to do it in a mannerism that you don't give a fuck about anything external to your story. Everything needs to be built internally and be logically consistent with your world. There's a few ways you can do it. You can start with the world and then build the characters that fit into them, or you can start with characters and then build a world around them. Those are, generally speaking, the two ways you want to build a world, because you can make things consistent and make more sense. But usually characters inform world building, or world building informs characters. Or at least that's how I do things when I'm like building a D&D campaign. It's worked out the best that way. Also helps prevent you from accidentally making very one-dimensional characters. Come on. There we go. Biggest threat eliminated. Yeah, it gets tiresome, right? Even if you don't like the guy, it gets very fucking tiresome when you see everyone insert their own personal politics like they're doing something special or unique, but it's just another brand of bullshit that you have to deal with. They're using the world around them, reality, to inform, like, what they want to do. But the problem with that is, they end up all in the same spot, doing the same thing, and nothing unique comes out. It's called lazy writing. Usually it's the sloppiest, worst writers who do that shit, because they have zero creativity or imagination to come up with things by themselves. Ooh, that was close. That was close. I'm gonna die to one of these stupid mobs, yeah. Some call it activist writing, like Coney 2012 was peak activism. Yeah, but that's also lazy and it's contemporary. Think about it, how many stories do you know that have been informed like this are things that last longer than a few seconds in reality? Not many. They're just not worthwhile. They're so sloppy and lazy that they fall apart in a few seconds, right? No one's gonna remember it. Like 6 months from now, no one's gonna give a fuck. Because it's contemporary and it's a symptom of its times, and then it's gone. It doesn't... So, like, a good difference to think is... A good difference to look at is, does your world, does your writing focus on philosophy, or does it focus primarily on politics? And one of those is worse than the others. Much worse. And doesn't get you anywhere. I'm gonna run past these guys, fuck them. I'm gonna have to deal with them. Fuck that guy. I've been here before. Yeah, I just got something stuck in my teeth. I think my favorite part about activism writing is how self-important everyone feels. Like their point of view is the only one that makes sense, and everyone else is just crazy. Like, there couldn't ever be someone else out there with an opposing viewpoint who might say something logical or sensible. There we go. That is a long-running series in comics and anime. Insert sudden retcons as revelations. Oh, fuck this guy. Hold on, let me just get past this dude. Now then. Where was I?
We rise again. Your meddling ends in death. King's gift.
I suppose these guys are gonna keep following me around no matter where I go. I should just deal with them, huh? Ow! Fuck that guy. Every time, same move, same counter. Okay, fuck this. Oh my god. That took way more effort than it should have. And we can shoot through walls, apparently. There we go. Okay, this is where I was. Then what goes from here? My irk nowadays is the long-running series in comics and anime that inserts sudden retcons as revelations to grow the story. Yeah, it's that whole, we've got a full completed story arc. I think the one that irritates me the most, actually, the more I think about it, is that one thing where they keep on making new stories even though they've got a complete one, because they need to figure out some way to keep the franchise going. And so, like, a character will go through all these massive character development arcs, and then by the time they're doing a sequel or a follow-up series, every single one of those things is completely gone. It's just evaporated. Mixinage, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. You don't have to do that. I promise you. This bullshit is free. And welcome to the worst place on the internet. Thank you very much. Okay, got no healing. There's a bunch of bullshit coming for me. I'm gonna do something I otherwise wouldn't. Wow. Holy shit, I can't even get an attack off. Is that last one? Oh. Oh, and it's gonna tell me I don't have guidance. Yeah, I thought so. No idea what guidance is. Still no clue. Doesn't look nearly as difficult as Souls games. I don't know whether that's a good or bad thing. I would say it's different than Souls games. Souls games have a more sluggish kind of wind-up. I would say that in some ways this game is way easier than Souls games, and then in others it's way more difficult. Like the boss fights, the pacing is way faster than Souls games. But the average enemy that you face that's just a random mob is definitely easier than Souls games. That's why I say it's somewhere between Souls games and Devil May Cry. Because it's not quite the threat. Did you know your mother is actually half werewolf? Next season she was also half fairy and cheated on your dad. Yeah, isn't that strange? How the father always ends up being the ultimate fucking cuck in all these series. You can't just have someone who has a kid who they love very much. It's just the ultimate, everyone fucked your mother except your dad. It's a very interesting trope that's come out recently. Oh, by the way, the dude raising you has no blood relation to you. This keeps happening in every fantasy story. We don't know why. And then they die in some ultra tragic way that's supposed to make you care, but you just don't. That's some of my favorite shit. Hold on 1 second. It's from the Black Gourd. I have not seen the Black Gourd whatsoever. Oh, please give me a bonfire. After all that bullshit, give me a bonfire. I've only got 2 gourds, so I've probably missed a bunch of gourds I'm supposed to pick up. I've probably fucked myself somewhere along the lines. This is gonna be a thing. This is gonna be a person. No. Okay. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Monkey Jesus. I needed that. Let's see. Do we have any levels? Yes. Do. Let's go for... Cannot awaken. So I should wait for another spark so I can get this. Because I'm relying on my Roofy's ability near non-stop, and it's been amazing whenever I get to use it. Because it's such free damage. Damn it, these fucking horse guys with the shields are so aggressive. God, I hate them. Yeah, fuck. Chinese gaming setup fell apart. Okay, anything down there? No. Anything down here? No. Something's coming for me. I can hear it. Alright. Oh, look, it's another crow guy, I think. Oh, no, it's not. This guy hits hard. Whoa. Oh, fuck. I couldn't get off the bridge. So you enter the bridge, you can't leave. Motherfucker. I got caught in a corner trying to dodge roll into a wall. That was stupid. I could have won that. Yeah, this guy we're just running past. No reason to deal with him. No reason to deal with any of these clowns. Is it going to be a case of just get to the bridge?
Where's my son? I can't.
Oh, fuck! We can fall off the bridge! Shit! Okay, so now I need... I've got another thing to fucking worry about. The fucking bridge. This is the bridge where I lose my mind and pull a PewDiePie and start saying the N-word. Yeah, this guy's hyper aggressive. So we're gonna break out the boys. Drink. Don't get caught out on the edge of the bridge. Ah, fuck. Drink, 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 drink. Drink, 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 drink. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, there we go. I've stabilized. There we go.
Is my karma.
Yeah, get shit on. Motherfucker.
I shouldn't have
Yeah, fuck you.
all my skills. I failed.
Yeah, fuck you. Standing on a bridge with some bullshit, throw me off the edge? Fuck you. Eat shit, dude. I think I'm supposed to be absorbing these motherfuckers. But I don't think I have the right gourd here. I think I've skipped out on gourds entirely. If this was Souls-like, you would be able to take that old man's sword. Yeah, you'd be able to loot him entirely. You'd be able to wear his loincloth on your face. Just to assert dominance, but that's not what this game is. But you can craft gear using those souls. And I haven't crafted gear in forever because I don't have fucking guidance. I've royally fucked something and I don't quite know what it is.
So like Kai Sinat, if the Secret Service called you to do a collab with Kamala, would you accept? For 25K? Hey.
For 25K? God, no. To sell myself out like that, I'd at least need 3.5 million. Bare minimum. But Kai Sinat, he'll do that for some bitches with some nice asses. That's what the Secret Service doesn't understand. They think they can buy him with money. Kai doesn't need money, he needs bitches. This guy better not fucking reform. Or respawn. And I can't believe that guy threw me off the edge. Much less of a health sponge than like that yellow rat dude though. Oh, come on. Ooh, I want that guy in the back first. That's better. Hey, thanks for the follow, Frostbite. I appreciate it. God, I wonder how long this chapter 2 is. I figured I'd be through this today. Turns out, no. Turns out this is a big fucking chapter. Wonder if all the others are like this or whether chapter 2 is the biggest one. Oh, that's a boss area. Oh, wait, this is the boss area I've been to before. I've been here. Oh, we just looped back around. Interesting. I'll have a fight and all I'm having is Vietnam flashbacks. Okay, Fright Cliff. Rock Crest Flat. Apparently there's a secret boar boss here. That's what we were told earlier, and I completely ignored it because I couldn't figure out where the fuck I was. So we're looking for a broken fence. Somewhere around here. A whole boss. No, just a fat pig, that's all. You know, just your average Californian white woman. That's what we're looking to kill here. If video games had smell, we'd be able to track her by that, but they don't, so... Unfortunately, we gotta try and do this by visuals. So many different directions to go, though. Now, fishy odors for whores. I'm talking she smells like 25-year-old McDonald's. No one wants to pound that. Oh, I haven't been up here. Have I? I don't remember. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck you, dude. What the fuck? Fuck you, have the boys. Man, fuck. Okay. I should have killed that other horse dude first. I made that difficult on myself for no reason. Just because I tried to skip the first horse dude. Because I wasn't sure if I'd been there before. But apparently not if we got some blue motherfucker over there. Now we can go fight this guy. That's better. Typical college gangbang. 6 monkeys. 1 victim. You know, statistically speaking, if you think about gang rape, it's not that different from democracy. Because 9 out of 10 of the people participating are enjoying themselves, right? So it's the ultimate democratic system if you think about it. I can't go up here for some reason. The majority vote, you know? It's just how it is. It's that whole concept of, you know, either I'm fucking or we're fucking. Yes, India is the most democratic. I suppose it is. God damn. This is why advertisers don't send sponsorship. Yeah, I think I figured that part out. I think it's a great filter to see if an advertiser actually has balls, is they hear a clip like that and they're thinking maybe we shouldn't give this guy money. Let's go down this way. Anything of value down here? Is that the fence that leads to the secret ball boss? It might just be. It might just be. Or it's just a dude just chilling here. Okay. You see?
Raise thy cup, seek answers on high. Who defies death neath every sky? Oh, I messed up my mission. Go find something to sober me up.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
How refreshing. You woke me up. Thanks. Enough with the chit-chat. My belly's growling. I must quench this rumbling in my belly first. The Temple of Crouching Tiger. They say there's meat there. Worth a look. The feast first, then the toil.
Okay.
Hunger.
Temple of Crouching Tiger. So he wants cat, but I thought I already got that.
Off we go. Temple of Crouching
The father of every top OnlyFans woman. I thought that was the OnlyFans woman when she takes off her makeup. Man's out here in the wilderness. He's found himself a wide open space. He just whips his cock out, falls asleep, gets drunk. Man, he's living the life. That dude knows what the fuck is up. Reduces stamina cost of jumping. Increases focus gain from dodging. Okay, our roofies only gets better at level 45. So I suppose at this point we can start to look at this kind of stuff. Increases the duration. Mysticism, staff stances. I think I need more basic damage here. Increases damage dealt by all varied combos. I think I'm gonna need that. So we'll go with that. How about the trope of the powerful NPCs in shows and movies or games doing nothing while the hero player character does all the work? Yeah. So you can play that off in a very interesting way, or you can play that off in a way that's like, that's really boring and dull. Depending on the angle you take. But a lot of the time it's just going to be boring and dull because people are dog shit at things. Oh, he's super powerful, that's why you shouldn't fuck with him. Okay, then why isn't he the one out there doing all this bullshit? Why did you send a toddler with a stick instead of this dude with a fucking shotgun? No, but he's old and retired now. Yeah, sure, the world's in danger. The old retired guy who knows what the fuck is up. Yeah, he's gonna let children die. Cool. People do things in a retarded way sometimes. It's just how it is. Oh, come on, that's open. That's more open than a nun on Christmas. Come on, let me in. We arrive moments after you defeat the level boss. Man, I love some of those. Yeah, they just magically get there. We got you as quickly as we could. Yeah, just as things were ending. Bullshit. It's like the Professor Oak trope. Yeah, he got there as quickly as possible. What that really means, he was whacking it in the bushes while he watched two children fight with Pokemon. And then when he got tired, that's when he intervened. When he was done. When he was spent. And the post-nut clarity was kicking in. And he realized his options were step forward and pretend that he was here for support the whole time. Or, you know, get invited to a round of Chris Hansen interviews. Wait, that's the first place. I'm gonna go to the temple entrance. That was Mr. Mime. No way! Mr. Mime was a Giga Chat. Are you kidding me? Mr. Mime was a fucking Pokemon, and he was railing the shit out of Ash's mom. Mr. Mime knew what the fuck was up. Imagine being a different species, and Ash's mom is such a fucking lonely freak. She'll nail you. That's what was going on there. The whole Pokemon series was just an excuse for Ash to get rid of, I mean, for Ash's mom to get rid of Ash so she could get some Mr. Mime dick. That was her whole plan the whole time. She taking this shit on, like, vacations and stuff. Mr. Mime was Ash's stepdad. He just didn't know it yet. Mr. Mime is kind of like when a black father steps into a white household because mom got remarried, right? The kid just refuses to acknowledge their presence.
Who goes there? Take him down!
To be fair, I don't know why there were so many fuckable Pokemon while it was a kid's show. It's because people who make stuff for kids are freaks, dude. Look at Dan Schneider. He was trying to suck the toes of a bunch of 12-year-olds. That guy was truly mentally damaged. He was like the you know, pedophile version of Quentin Tarantino. Then we start with Digimon Angel Woman. Oh my god, don't unlock core memories for me now. Man, imagine watching your Digimon go from this little flying rat to something you really want to put your dick inside of, and then it turns back, and you have to question everything you think about the world at that moment. Oh, fuck. The human transformations of Digimon were a fucking freak show. And there's no way those animators and the people who made that show didn't know what they were doing. Every single one of those episodes was today in the writer's barely disguised fetish. That's what was going on there. A wind seal gate. Let's see where that takes us. Shell from El Dorado made me insane as a kid. Shell made some very important decisions for me as a kid. I realized life decisions were made in that moment. Fuck me, life decisions were made. Those hips, god damn, that did things for me. And you know, I don't know how the animators got away with it, but they just kept fucking doing it. And they kept getting away with it. They knew they were altering the personalities of children. Easily manipulable children. And now you gotta like them dummy thick. Oh look, it's this motherfucker again. Okay, well, now that we've got some levels, maybe this will be a little bit easier.
A skinny wretch like you has come far enough.
Fuck. I can definitely say this is working out easier. Well, at least I thought it was. Oh, fuck yeah. We can knock him down. We can finally knock him down.
One more taste of my Samadhi wind.
Okay, now I don't have the thing for the dodge when he vanishes, so I'm just gonna have to pay attention. We'll get fucked. One or the other. Ah, fuck, here we go. God damn it. Ow. Come on, come on. Fuck. Okay. They don't have it here anymore. It's a childhood memory for me. I remember her being a mask. Her revived form was something as well. Very goth mommy-ish. Well, now there ads about hot single MILFs in your area. There are no hot single MILFs in your area. They're all taken. It's a lie. They lied to us. They got us addicted to something and then sold us a falsity. One of the most egregious crimes out there.
How dare you come back? Why do you have to come back?
Okay, let's see. Fuck. Now he's gonna do his bullshit spinny thing. There it is. Okay. Now he's gonna vanish. Now we go like this. Ow, fuck. No, fuck, he's out of bounds. God, I hate it when that happens. Oh, what a waste. Ah, god damn it, drop kicked. Again. Mandolino, don't worry, I'll ban you in a second, you sack of shit. By the way, I hope you fucking die in a hole. I hope your mental illness that makes you think that I'm gonna buy views ends really, really soon. And it ends with you in a car crash burning to death slowly. But I don't want you to die in the car crash. What I really want you to do is end up in a hospital bed on life support with your family and friends surrounding you. And the last thing they know that you did was try and sell me views, right? So I hope... So just eat shit for me real quick. And, yeah. Burn in hell. There you go. Also, thanks for the follows, Nostalgic. Yeah, Nostalgic. Peh. Fuck me. Can't speak now. No stepping on Legos in that wish. No. Legos are too good for him. Kiss my ass if he thinks I'm ever buying views. Eat shit. Let's make medicines. Let's make this a little bit easier on ourselves. Chilled state. That's not what I need. Slowly grants focus for a short duration. Okay. Fuck it. Burnt. Damage reduction. Let's see. So up. And then this one. Focus. So up, right, down. That's what we care about. The bots selling views are especially bad on Kick. Of course they are. Because everyone's desperate to think that they're going to get somewhere on Kick. Right? Especially if they're at the bottom, because it's a new platform, therefore new viewers. And hey, if I bot high enough, then by popularity standards, that should get normal, or at least people who are actual human beings to follow me. Because that always works.
A skinny wretch like you has come far enough.
Fuck you. Okay, there we go. Okay, drink. Engage. And now he's gonna do some magic bullshit. Okay, let's see if we get anywhere this time. Okay, now he disappears, then we do this. Now, we use this. That's better. Okay, next phase. Fuck, would I dodge that? Oh, fuck's sakes. God damn it. Always the drop kick. Drink. Drink again. Drink again. Here's the problem. Okay, so now we're on to the second time this bullshit happens. And now we're in trouble. And he's gonna keep doing that, I can see it. What the fuck? What the fuck? I don't even know what the hell happened to me there. That was some camera angle bullshit. God damn it. God damn it. Ah, this fucking boss, man. This one's kicking the shit out of me. I really think there's something I probably missed in chapter 1 that's making my life infinitely more difficult here. Should look into getting a PO box. You probably should.
How dare you come back? Why do you have to come back?
Okay. Now wait. God damn it. Okay, I'm fucked. I'll restart. I fucked that up. I'll restart.
The monkey once again. Open your eyes and behold.
I can kill this guy. I know I can. It's just about being methodical enough. I would still say the tiger's worse. Tiger took me 2 to 3 hours. I don't even know how long it took me to get through the tiger. I just know it felt like bullshit because I was fighting the camera angle more than anything else.
A skinny wretch like you has come far enough.
I'm not gonna waste my mana over here when things are easy. I should actually just keep that for later. Okay, drink. Yeah, now he's gonna vanish. Okay. I don't need to actually fight that and like... Oh, fuck. Drink. No. Give me a chance to fucking heal. Come on. Fuck. That was a bad one. I fucked this up. I fucked this up royally. Yeah, I'm screwed. I'm screwed. I was gonna win, and then I screwed that up. Yeah, I'm screwed. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Something TSA no fly list got leaked because it was stored on an unsecured private server. Gee, isn't it interesting how you can't sue the government for that kind of shit? I see new tactic is to fight bosses during the ADDs, during the ads, so no one sees how bad you are. Exactly. It's called saving time because I'm going to be doing the same thing anyway, right? Worst part was when he went to invisible and it unlocked from him. Took me ages to get that down. I fucking hate this boss. Not nearly as much as the tiger. But he just feels like he's got a massive health bar. That's it. That's what it feels like. It's just a health bar.
How dare you come back? Why do you have to come back?
Fuck, I thought I dodged. Okay, now dodge out. Because I've got no stamina. Okay, get back in. God damn it. Okay, now he's gonna bullshit out. Drink. Oh, god damn it. Twice in a row he does the drop kick. a waste. Fuck. That was bullshit. Okay. There's like an out of bounds area here where he can attack me and I can't attack him. And I need to be really careful of it. I need to not push him to the edge of the map because he can hop out of the zone and then there's an invisible wall that keeps me in. This has happened a few times now. I need to be really careful where I fight him. Because all of these feel like I can win. I'm just fucking it up. I'm gonna know this fight fucking perfectly. I'm gonna know this fight better than the goddamn Millennia fight in Elden Ring by the time I'm finished with this. PO boxes are expensive. $200 a whole year. Well, yeah. What did you expect? Of course they're expensive. They gotta make money somehow, and that's by scamming people.
Skinny wretch like you has come far enough.
Getting overconfident here. I'm gonna lose this. I'm not gonna bother drinking unless something magic changes. Okay, now I can do this dodge shit. Ah, fuck. Are you rushing main story? No, I'm just playing the game for the very first time. What's I propose? Yeah, I'm just playing it for the very first time, that's all. Fuck. Okay, so this is a loss. This is definitely a loss. I'll just have to try again.
Open your eyes and behold.
Fuck me. I still feel like I'm missing something here. Okay, I'm gonna try one more time. And then I'm gonna go explore and see what else, because I feel like I'm underleveled and this guy is just a health sponge. And it's taking me this long to beat him, not because he's difficult, but because I do so little damage to him.
How dare you come back? Why do you have to come back?
Ah, damn it. Got overconfident. Okay. Come on, get out of there.
One more taste of my Samadhi win.
Need to get out of there. Okay, and we will do that. Make sure that he deals with that bullshit. Gonna wait this out because fuck this component. A little bit better. Oh fuck! Caught again. Body cam's blocking helper. I know. I'm aware. Consider it an increase in tension that you don't know how bad I am at this game. No, what the hell? What the fucking hell? What the goddamn? It's a fucking tornado. That's some bullshit. No! The fuck out of here! That was bullshit. God damn it, motherfucker! I was gonna win that. Ah, fuck. God damn it. Can you not freeze the boss in place? I've been doing that as much as I can, dude. You have no vessels and came this far. I don't even know what vessels are. Ditech Gaming. I don't fucking know what vessels are. Apparently I'm supposed to have a black gourd at this point, and I don't fucking know what vessels are. Your body, yeah, so I have no clue. I've literally just played the game and continued going, and this is where I ended up. '63 still stuck in chapter 5. I had fuck, man. I'm stuck here. I probably need to go back and start exploring. I'm sure this boss is not supposed to be that hard because his moveset isn't that impressive. It's simply that I'm just taking so much fucking damage. Because I've missed a bunch of shit, haven't I? Ah, fuck, that was stupid. Okay, there we go. Fuck. Okay, now he's gonna do that shit. He's gonna vanish. And he's gonna do that. Just because I don't like dealing with that. So thanks for the follow, Ditech. Drop kick again. The boss's biggest side quest, if you kill him now, I think you can go back. You can't go back, but I like to see your ending. We'll see. I suppose I've missed a ton of story because a lot of what I'm doing doesn't make sense, right? So I think I need to go back because this boss definitely feels way too hard, and I'm starting to get the impression the game is telling me you are not ready for this because you missed a bunch of shit, you dumbass. I mean, I breezed through chapter 1 like it was nothing. So maybe I need to go back. Maybe I even need to go back all the way to chapter 1. Let's see. I suppose there must have been way more areas here. Well, let's see. 2, 2, 3. It seems like there's 3 areas per thing. Oh, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. Alright, looks like I'm gonna have to figure this out later. I should actually go pass out now. I think it's about time I ended. I think I'm burning myself out trying to kill a boss that I'm not ready for. I'm gonna need to do a lot more exploration in this chapter. I still like the game. Still love the shit out of the game. So, eventually I'll get back to this when I can and when I can stream again. But for now, I think I'm gonna duck off. So, I hope you enjoyed. And, yeah, I'll see you some other time. Cheers for now.